Nithyanandam, We welcome all the viewers and we welcome all the viewers and we welcome all the participants and we welcome all the yogas where 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 we welcome all the yogas. Invoke His presence with the Sadgurundana and begin this with the Sadgurundana. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Bring your hands together. Close your eyes. Center. Bring your hands together. Close your eyes. Let's chant the Sadgurundana. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Level-1 Paramashivoham Level-1 Yoga Meditation. Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvadeva Sakshibhutalam Sarvadeva Shivarahitam Sadgurunam Namami Sadgurunam Namami. Now let's chant the Shivamoola mantra. Let's chant the Om Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Shivaya Namaha. Be chanting it 11 times. You can all chant it in chanting it 11 times. You can all chant it in chanting it 11 times. Om Shivaya Namaha. Om Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om 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 Shivaya Shivaya Namaha. Om Shivaya Namaha. Om Shivaya Namaha. Let's now perform the Vachmana, the ritualistic cleansing. The ritualistic cleansing. Now place your hands in the Udbhava Mudra. Place your hands in the Gokarna Mudra, which is bending the index finger to the center of the palm. Pour a spoon of water with your palm. Pour a spoon of water. Drink it at the end of each of the three mudras. Drink it at the end of each of the three mudras. Atmadattam Chodayami Sudha. Atmarnadam Chodayami Sudha. Vidyadattam Chodayami Sudha. Vidyadattam Chodayami Sudha. Shivadattam Chodayami Sudha. Now wash your hands with water. Now wash your hands with water. Now wash your hands now with the base of the right hand thumb. Wipe base of the upper lip and the lower lip twice. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Touch now with the index finger and thumb, with the left nostril, with the and with the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, left ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, left ear, left ring, wash your hands with the right water, left ring, wash your hands with the right water. Now with the little finger and thumb, now touch with the right chest, now touch chest, navel, the right chest tips together, chest, touch above the tips together, chest, above the head, the right shoulder, above the head, the right shoulder, wash your hands with the right water, wash your hands with the right water. Let's enter the Sankalpa, now the conscious resolution, where we declare the reality we want to manifest through this reality yoga. Place your right palm on your left palm, place both your palms on your right thigh, place both your palms on your right thigh. Close your eyes and visualize that reality. Close your eyes and visualize that reality. Close your eyes and visualize that reality. Let's chant the Sankalpa mantra. Visualize that reality. Namo Partha Samasta Durjakshetara Samasta Bhagavad Durjakshetara Prithyatam Durjakshetara Suryapadam Shivishakyanedhyana Parameshwara Adya Purvokdayam Gunavisheshanadya Asyam Shubhaditau Puranam Shubhaditau Puranam Parameshwara Vishkaranatam Parameshyanam Yogavyasam Karishye. Now wash your hands with water. Now wash your hands with now let's enter the sequence let's with a quick sequence recap with a 12 components. Recap with the first component is the asana. The asanas as we know, 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 asanas as we know, asanas as we know, asanas as we know, other the asana, the asana others as we know, 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 the asana other way 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 no 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 other way
Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti.
Sorry for the technical glitch. We would like to complete with all the participants for this complete with all the participants. If you are able to hear us and see us clearly now, please post a message on post or other social media wherever you're watching. Post or other social media. Now with that, let's continue with the 12 components. Now with that, let's continue with the 12 components. We started with the first component, the asana. We started with the asanas as we performing these last 21 days are the various last 21 days. These body postures allow our kundalini body awakens, aligning our spine body awakens, aligning our spine. Also, I like to tell all the participants who have any physical ailments, terminal diseases, pregnancy, terminal disease, or any major injury like fracture or sprains, do not perform any of these difficult asanas that is the difficult form asanas where we perform asanas doing inverted asanas or balancing asanas. Inverted asanas or balancing asanas. Inverted asanas or balancing asanas. With that, let's move to the next component. With that, let's move to the next component. With that, let's move to the next component. With that, let's move to the next pranayama. The pranayamas are the various breathing techniques. The pranayamas are the various and for different sets of asanas, and for different sets of asanas, and for different sets of asanas. These past 21 days. So in that same way we'll be performing today also. In that way also, I request all the participants to do the pranayamas as much as possible, because do the pranayamas as much as possible, because one of the main important benefits of this whole yoga sequence. Next is the visualization. The visualization of the various spiritual products and items are, and make sure that hold the eye context. Make sure that hold the eye context, keeping in the right space, because whatever you visualize now directly gets into by memory. With that, let's move to the next component. The bandhas. The bandhas help push the kundalini little by little up to the crown center as it is contracting the perineal muscles, the stomach and the chin. Slowly and steadily push the slowly and steadily push the next component is the next component. Karanas are the various dance that were performed by Paramashiva himself. That were performed by Paramashiva himself. In that same way, when we perform that same way, Karanas, we also experience Karanas. We also experience Karanas. The next component is the japa. The japas are the various. The japas, Mahavakyas, japa. The japas, Mahavakyas, given to us by Swamiji. As we chant those, as japas, we keep ourselves high state of consciousness and high state of clutch space and high state of clutch. Let's move to the next component, the aushadha. Let's move to the aushadha is important. Aushadha is part of the yoga. Important aushadha helps to activate the energetic centers, to apply the bhasma, the sacred ash on the 16 places, bhasma, the sacred ash on the 3rd eye, and turmeric on the 2nd eye. Next component is the weightlifting. The weights can be used to intensify weights, holds can be used to intensify weights, Rama. So use weights as Rama. You like weights in each asana which you like or masters. Let's move to the next component, the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas. The chanting of the Shastra Pramanas authenticate each of these asana, declaring to all that each asana that we perform has been given to us by Paramashiva from the Vedas. Given to us by Paramashiva from the Vedas. The next component is the mudra. The next component is the mudras are the various switches. Mudras are the various hand gestures and body gestures. Various hand gestures and body to activate certain energy center. To activate certain energy center. The next component is the mandala. The mandala is the mandala. The mandala signs that has been done. The signs that has been geometry done. These Vedic geometrical figures have been created by Paramashiva himself. Created by Paramashiva himself. Created by energy similar to the geometry. Energy in this Nithyananda Ramavi. Energy having Nithyananda Ramavi embossed behind the acharyas. Just by gazing at the Sri Yantra, just by gazing at the Sri Yantra. The final component is the abharana. The final component is the using the Rudraksha, which is a very powerful Rudraksha, which is a very powerful Rudraksha. Just by wearing the Rudraksha, just by wearing Aisha, 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 just by wearing
Let you all connect all your three eyes. Let you all connect all your three eyes. Let you all suck Mahasana.
Now let's enter the first asana, Sukhasana. Now let's enter the first asana, Sukhasana. Now hands on the thighs, hands on the thighs. Visualize Paramashiva. Perform the Samana Kumbhaka for the following asana. As you inhale, hold the breath, visualize inhale, intense fire. Hold the breath, going up your spine, intense fire. Then exhale up your spine. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha for this asana. Hold the Japa Soham for the following asana. Soham for the following asana. Next asana is Parvatasana. Now sit Dasya and Parvatasana. Bring the palms together. Raise your hands above the head together. Raise your hands above the Kailash. Raise your hands above the Kailash. Raise your hands above the Kailash. Next asana is Jalipani. Next asana is Jalipani. Bring the soles of the feet together. Bring the soles of the feet together. Then slowly lower the body as you interlace the fingers. Lower the body as you interlace. Place the forehead and body as you interlace. Swamiji gaze at the nostril. Perform Mahamudra. Swamiji gaze at the nostril. Perform Mahamudra. Swamiji gaze at the nostril.
पूर्व विधियाहु में जानो उभय पकतले विधियाहु में जानो छेदो पुकरिया विधियाहु सोवाम कहावो विधियाहु
The next asana is Bhavasana. Now raise up. The next asana, same position. Now raise up. The next asana, same position. Now raise up. Keeping the soles and feet together. Keeping the soles. Slowly bring the hands forward. Keeping the shins hands forward. And keeping the forearms by the shins and the palms. Keeping the forearms by the shins. Visualize the snake by the shins. Gaze at the nose. Snake and perform the Mahamudra. Gaze at the nose. Snake and perform the Mahamudra. Gaze at the nose. Snake and perform the
पूर्व विधियाहु में जानो उभय पकतले विधियाहु ठानो इष्टपछेदो विधियाहु दक्षिण करतो वाम कहावो
Next is Kokilasa. Next is Kokilasa. Next is raise your feet up and straight. Cross the legs, feet up and straight. Lies God and perform up and straight. Lies God and perform up and straight. Lies God and perform up and straight.
अथान्यतासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरासनं तस्मात् वायुसहितं भवेन्नराध्यासनेन च
The next asana is Nithyananda. The next asana is ankles and hold opposites elbows. Rotate the hands in one direction and hold the other. Rotate the hands in one direction and hold the other. Rotate the hands in one direction and hold the other.
घोड़ा बामा पाद की आशमाहिली को चरण को बारहमाहिली को
Next asana is Gajasana. Now come to a plank. Asana is Gajasana. Now come to a plank. Asana is Gajasana. Scooping the body. Repeatedly scooping the body again and again. Repeatedly scooping the body again and again. Exercise in elephant and perform exercise Yana Bandha and perform
पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूयां पादाग्रे निधायानि लम्बी भूयां मानीयानि निधायानि मानीयानि
Next asana is Vrikshasana. Now alternate raising one Vrikshasana. Now alternate raising. Visualize the back and continue to perform. Visualize the back and continue to perform. Visualize the back and continue to perform. Visualize the back.
एकैकं पादमा कुञ्चगदासनं कुर्यात् ईशासनं 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 पादमा कुञ्चगदासनं.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now standing on the tip of your big toes. Now standing on the tip, bring the index, middle and ring fingers to the bring the index, middle and ring fingers like Swamiji and perform Dhyana Bandha like Swamiji.
शेषेण पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत तो मुखः तपयिष्यावक्षे तिष्ठेत 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 मुखः तपयिष्यावक्षे.
Now bring the legs Narimandi, the half the legs. Now keep your hands in front of your heart center. Now simultaneously rotate the right hand and the right leg inside. Rotate the right hand and the right leg inside. The right hand beginning position perform on the left. Beginning repeat this. 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 Now we move to the next asana, which is Balalingasana. To the next asana, bring which is Balalingasana. To the next asana, interlace the fingers from the inside out. Interlace the fingers from the inside out. Raise the right knee to the chest. Raise the right knee with the interlaced fingers. Holding the right knee with the interlaced fingers. Visualizing holding a baby. Perform the Mahamudra. Holding a baby. Perform the Mahamudra. Holding a baby.
एकं जानूरति आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं
Asana, pull the right leg towards the buttocks and hold it like both the fingers interlaced and hold it like Swamiji, gaze like Swamiji, third eye, gaze for Swamiji, third eye, gaze for Swamiji, third eye.
चित्तैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयित्तैकस्मिन् पादतले पेयभ्यां वेष्टयिपीडनम्
Now place your right leg on the mat and once again raise the leg up and hold the right leg inside the right hand. Hold the right leg backside of the right hand. Simultaneously stretch the left hand. Keep the right leg. Stretch the left hand. Gaze at the drishti point. Visualize not. Gaze at the drishti point. Visualize not.
स्थानवादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रवादराजं त्रिकोण मरीचिं वीरभद्रवारणे मरीचिं वीरभद्रवारणे मरीचिं वीरभद्रवारणे.
Now we move to the next asana, Balalingasana on the left side. Now once again interlacing the fingers. Now one side out, pull the left leg towards the chest. Inside out leg with the interlaced fingers. Visualize holding a baby and perform the Mahamudra. Holding a baby and perform.
एकं जानूरति आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति बाललिङ्गनं भवति
The left leg towards the back side and hold it with both the hands interlaced and hold it like Swamiji. Gaze at the drishti point like Swamiji. Gaze perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
चित्तैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयित्तैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयित्तैकम्
Hold the left leg with the left hand on the inside. Left leg with the left backwards and upwards, stretching the right hand forward, backwards and upwards, stretching the mudra forward, backwards and upwards, Nataraja. Gaze at the drishti point. Nataraja. Gaze at the drishti point. Nataraja. Gaze at the drishti point.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रवादराजं त्रिकोण मरीचिं वीरभद्रवारणे
Now we move to the next karna. Karna, we move to the next karna. The half squatting position. Place the right foot behind the right. Place the right. Simultaneously raise your hand. Place the right. Simultaneously raise your hand. Start swinging the right hand back and forth. Start swinging few times. Place the right hand on the nose few times. Place the right hand on the side few times. Place the right hand on the side few times. Place the right hand on the side few times. Place the right hand on the side. Now we move to the next, which is skeleton dance. Now we move to the next. Shake your body without any pattern. Visualize yourself as without any skeleton. Visualize yourself as see all your laziness and boredom. See all your laziness. Visualize Swamiji's energy. Visualize Swamiji's energy. Visualize Swamiji's energy. Visualize Swamiji's energy. Visualize Swamiji's. Relax. Take a moment to catch your breath. Relax as we now move to the next karna. Now move to the next into the half squatted position. Raise your hands above the head. Crossing the palms. Raise your hands above the head. Crossing the hands on the hands. Wrists. Turn to the right side. Opening the wrist wide. Turn to the right side. Opening the wrist wide. Perform this again and again on both sides. 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 Now we move to the next asana, Tadasana. Now we stand on the tip of your toes. Raise the hands above the head. Tip of your toes. Keeping the palms parallel to each other. Visualize the palms parallel to each other. Perform the palms parallel to each other. Now start change your japa from Shivoham to japa from Soham to Shivoham to japa from Soham to Shivoham to japa from Soham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताडासर विभेदकार विनोदानं ताडासर विभेदकार विप्रिया ताडासर विभेदकार
Uttanasana over your body, Uttanasana over your by the feet and the forehead to the knees. Vishwai Swamiji forehead to the knees. Vishwai Swamiji forehead to the knees.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासर विभेदकाद्राबद्धानं तथा कुर्यात् विभेदकाद्राबद्धानं तथा कुर्यात् विभेदकाद्राबद्धानं तथा कुर्यात्
straight. Visualize Swamiji stretching to the chest, relating it side to side to the chest, relating it side to side to the chest, relating it side to side to the chest.
गजासनमस्तित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणासनसंव्यक्तं मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणासनपदी वारं वारं दक्षिणासनपदी वारं वारं दक्षिणासनपदी
Keeping the hands by the chest, keeping the hands. Raise the upper body with the strength of the lower back. Raise the upper body with the strength of the lower back. Hollow of your hand, strength of the lower back. Hollow of your hand, strength of the lower back. Visualize a cobra in your inner space. Visualize a cobra.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमो विनिज्ञते नाभिपर्यन्तम् भूमो विनिज्ञते
Alternate bringing one knee to chest. Alternate like Swamiji will start performing Sahaja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding it, and exhaling, which is inhaling, holding it, and exhaling, which is inhaling.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वय मापुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तौ जानुजातां भवति वारं कर्तौ जानुजातां भवति
Alternating, placing one foot, alternating, placing one, visualize a chariot, placing one, visualize a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामित्वा एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामित्वा एकैकं
the right leg in front, the left leg back, the right leg, the right knee, and the leg back, the right leg, the back, the left knee straight, raise your hands above the left knee, the palms, raise your hands above the right knee, visualize like Veerabhadra, raise the visualize like perform Nithyananda, visualize
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यं मुक्तकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरमेव च अधरावक्रमथोत्तानं
place the right leg forward and the left leg back, place the right leg forward and the left leg the opposite side. As you bend the left knee to the right side, the angle, as you bend the hands above the head, keep the palms parallel facing the head, keep the hips parallel facing forward, and continue to visualize Veerabhadra, gaze to the third, visualize Veerabhadra, gaze to the third, visualize Veerabhadra, gaze to the third.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यं मुक्तकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरमेव च अढनावक्रमथोत्तानं 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 मयूरमेव च.
Now we move to the next asana, Vrikshasana. Now we move to the next asana, Vrikshasana. Right foot now on the left thigh, right foot now and raise the hands together and raise the Karamudra above the head and visualize a tree perform the Ujjana Bandha tree perform the Ujjana Bandha. Vamor Moola Deshe Cha Yamyam Padam Vidayatu Nastete Trikshavadmyam Padam Shayamidam Deshe Trikshavadmyam Padam Shayamidam Deshe Trikshavadmyam Padam. Now we move to Garudasana. As you place your right leg in front of the Garudasana, as you place your right leg the left leg straight, keep both the hands and Namaskaram straight, keep both the hands and visualize Lord Garuda, both the hands and visualize Lord Garuda. Garudasana ma vakche Nithyanam Sirambhuri Sarvadoshatvinyam Nithyanam Siriyam Sarvadoshatvinyam Nithyanam Vrikshasana on the opposite side as you turn the right Vrikshasana on the opposite side as you distant right left on the opposite side as you distant right the left together in front of the heart center and raise the hands together in head. Visualize it, raise the hands together in head. Vamor Moola Deshe Cha Yam Padam Vidayatu Nastete Trikshavadmyam Padam Shayamidam Deshe Trikshavadmyam Padam Shayamidam Deshe Trikshavadmyam. Left leg in front of the right leg and keep the right knee straight, hands together, keep the right center. Visualize Lord Garuda, right center. Garuda Asana Garuda, Nithyanam Sira Garuda Asana Shatime Mukhyam Fatiyam Asana. Now we next asana Trikonasana. One foot forward and other foot back. Stretch the hands. If you kept the right foot forward, then keep the right toes pointed front and the right hand by the right front. Keep the left hand pointed towards the sky and gaze pointed towards the sky. Visualize your gaze pointed towards the sky. Visualize your gaze pointed
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणीत वीरादृष्टं नटारणे
Now switch the position of the knee. Now switch the left leg this time pointed forward and the right left leg sideways. Keep the left hand hand by the left side and try to keep the hips as straight as possible. Try to raise the right hand towards the sky as you raise the right hand. Visualize the sky as you raise the right hand. Visualize the sky as you
స్థానపాదం క్రౌంచం చ మరీచిం వీరపానపాదరాజం త్రికోణం చ చింతాభృతనకారణేం త్రికోణం చ చింతాభృతనకారణేం త్రికోణం చ చింతాభృతనకారణేం త్రికోణం చ చింతాభృతనకారణేం త్రికోణం. Now we move to Nikutaka Karna. Now we move to half squatting position. Now we move to half squatting position. Heels together, knees bent. This time place the palms bent. Facing each other apart. And now raise one heel. Now and alternate raising the opposite heel 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 and alternate raising the opposite. Relax as we move to the next asana, Angushtasana. Relax as we move to the next squatting, Angushtasana. Relax as we come to a squatting. Keep the knees together and the palms in Namaskar Mudra in front of the heart. The palms in Namaskar like Swamiji and start palms in Kumbhaka Swamiji and start palms in Bhramari Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale. Be buzzing. Inhale and exhale. Hold the new japa. Sadashivoham. Hold the new japa. Sadashivoham. Hold the new japa. Sadashivoham. Kabandhasanamityāhuः गोरक्षासनमेव च मुष्टिकं न्यायासनमेव प्रसादितं च मुष्टिकं न्यायासनमेव प्रसादितं. Stretch the right now you have to Saura hand. Be seated on the right now you have to Saura hand. Keep the hands by the side of your body and let the palms be faced forward and let the palm lie Swamiji and let the palm lie Swamiji and let the palm lie Swamiji. प्रसायैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादैकं hold the left leg with the index and middle fingers leg and the right leg with the and the right hand with the visualize Swami right hand. Continue to perform visualize Swami right hand. Continue to perform visualize Swami right hand. Continue to perform visualize Swami. Mulbhastito padamekam prasarya tatpadakaram bhastito padamekam prasarya tanyadharayat tattvena now we do Saurasana left side. Saura stretch the left foot forward, left side. Hold the left foot forward and keep the hand left side. Visualize Swamiji and side. Visualize Swamiji and side. Visualize Swamiji and side. प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादकार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादकार्यैकं left leg. Now we move to Vidyanasana. Right hand, right leg heel. The right hand, visualize Swamiji and the right hand, perform the bandha. Perform the bandha. Ulbhastito padamekam prasarya tatpadakaram bhastito padamekam prasarya tanyadharayat tattvena. Now sit on both the heels once again. Now sit on both the heels once again. Keep the back of your palms on the knees. Keep the back and open the knees apart. Keep the back and open the knees apart. Gaze to the floor. Visualize Swami to the floor. Visualize Swami to the floor. दोगु फना पानी होए वैसे एडी दोगु दानी वो फना पानी होए वैसे माहिली आय समाहेरा शेमिली माहिली आय समाहेरा शेमिली आय समाहेरा. Place the knees on your back and the palms. Place the knees on your visualize great sense of place the knees to the nose. Great sense of place the knees to the nose. Great sense of place the knees to the nose. भई भगतली समटहरावे तिनको माहिली कोल मिलावे भरहरावे कढ़ोए वैसे एडी मिलावे वन हरावे माहिली एडी दोगु वन हरावे. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swami to the third eye. Visualize Swami to the third eye. Visualize दोगु पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपति धरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसा अपनी मुलद्वारी निकाले ऐसा अपनी मुलद्वारी निकाले ऐसा अपनी मुलद्वारी निकाले and bring the palms together. Open and bring the palms wide like a lotus. Visualize Lord Surya as you gaze raise the hands above the head. As you gaze raise the palms. As you gaze raise the dhyana bandha. Perform the dhyana bandha. एडी दो गुदा तरियाणे फना पानी बैठक बुढ़ी ठाने गोड़ा जाने आधा करी रहे आड़े भाने सोड़ा रहे आड़े भाने सोड़ा रहे आड़े भाने सोड़ा रहे आड़े भाने सोड़ा रहे. Now come to a seated position in Mandukasana. Now come to a seated position as you keep the heels flat and the palms on the heels flat and the palms on. Visualize a frog. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize a frog. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize a frog.
the back. Perform Sajabhubha for this asana. Perform Sajabhubha for this asana. Perform Sajabhubha.
पादतलो पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च पादतलो चारदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च सायन्मल्लो चारदेशे
Now we move to
सायन्मल्लो चारदेशे
the same position. Raise the hands above the head. Cross the hands behind the back and touch opposite. Cross the hands behind the back. Perform visualization of the frog. Gaze of the third visualization of the frog. And also visualization Dhyana Bandha. And also visualization Dhyana Bandha. And also visualization Dhyana Bandha.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं गुरुपराभ्यां धृतं शिरः आसन मध्यस्थवदुत्ताराभ्यां धृत्तानमहासन मध्यस्थवदुत्ताराभ्यां
Keep the hands on the knees and gaze to the nose. As you do this, gaze to the lean forward, stick the tongue out and exhale forcefully, visualizing an exhale. Perform Sajab, visualizing an exhale. Perform Sajab, visualizing an exhale. Perform
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्भेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं क्षणं सव्यगाल्भेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं क्षणं सव्यगाल्भेन
relax and let it cross the hands behind the back. Cross the hands behind the back. Now sit on the heels and hold. Now sit opposite big toes. Hold. Visualizing Swamiji and gazing at the nose. Start performing the gazing at the nose. Start Salandra Bandha. Start Salandra Bandha.
गुल्भौ जवृषणस्याधो विक्रमेण समाहितः पादनस्योगराभ्यक्रमेण समाहितः पादनस्योगराभ्यक्रमेण समाहितः
together with the soles flat on the mat, with the from the inside flat the knees and with the legs inside flat in the back and visualize a crow and gaze at the nose.
प्रथमे वेश कुक्कड़ ठाने दो वो हाथ प्रथमे वेश आने 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 कुक्कड़ ठाने Kanipavasana as you Kanipavasana as you place the palms flat on the mat, place the palms flat on the mat, bring the knees to the back next to the armpits to the hand and slowly lean onto the hands raising the feet lean onto the hands raising the space lean onto the hands raising the space lean onto the hands आसन को गुण आशीदुष्टा होई तो आछी होई 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 and then keep the knees on the elbows and finding balance on stabilizing your body slowly stabilize the legs up slowly stabilize straighten the knees Swamiji straighten the knees Swamiji straighten the knees शीशी धरती टेकी पकड़ो भूमिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे टेकी पकड़ो भूमिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे टेकी पकड़ो भूमिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे which is exhaling completely holding the lungs exhaling completely holding the lungs exhaling completely now performing the Paramashivoham now performing the right side keep your hands on the right side of the Paramashivoham keep your hands lean and align lean elbows to the knees and align then leaning onto the hands stretch the legs then leaning onto the hands stretch the legs and visualize the peacock gazing at the legs and visualize Yuram Danda Vasturyan Mayuram Danda Namakam Danda Vasturyan Mayuram Danda Namakam Danda Vasturyan Mayuram Danda Namakam squatting position align your elbows to the squatting position align your hands stretch the legs to the side leaning forward visualize legs to the side gazing at the forward visualize legs to the side gazing at Yuram Danda Vasturyan Mayuram Danda Namakam Yuram Danda Vasturyan Mayuram Danda Namakam come to a plank and come to a plank action place 1 foot between the palms from the outside between visualize Lord Alabirvan gaze visualize Lord Alabirvan gaze visualize आसन को गुण पीती जाई आसन को गुण पीती जाई आसन को गुण पीती जाई that will be performed that will be placing the other foot in between of the placing the other foot forward continue to visualize Lord forward Lord Alabirvan gaze forward आसन को गुण पीती जाई आसन को गुण पीती जाई आसन को गुण पीती जाई now we move to Uttanapati
In this Nami position, place the forearms on the mat. In this Nami position, place the forearms on the mat. Nami position, place the forearms on the mat. Nami position, place the forearms on the mat.
भून्यस्थो जानुनीहस्थो चतुष्पदमवाङ्मुखस्थो
Roll onto one hand, stretching the opposite hand, one hand, stretching the opposite, gazing at the sky as well. Visualize the great, gazing at the sky as well. Visualize the great, gazing at the sky as well. Sit now with this leg stretch. Sit now with the hands underneath the butt. The hands underneath the butt. The hands underneath the butt. Sit down on the mat and stretch the legs forward with your hands and stretch the legs forward. Visualize Lord Hanuman and gaze like Lord Hanuman. Tuck the chin to the chest and Lord Hanuman. Tuck the chin to the chest and Lord Hanuman.
दोबू कर की भय हथेली कोरवार लीमई लेभे कर की आगाने परिदाशे महाने परिदाशे परिदाशे
Nekstasana Spashtinasana. For each foot, for and on Swami
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन लाटप्रकारेण स्थानधार्यन्ते येन लाटप्रकारेण स्थानधार्यन्ते येन लाटप्रकारेण स्थानधार्यन्ते येन लाटप्रकारेण.
Now as you lower the body, place now as you lower the elbows outside as now as you lower the elbows outside as now as you lower the Normally perform Mahamantrabandha and hold the new japa Mahasadashivo new japa center Mahasadashivo new japa.
भवानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोण्यभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि
as you pull your right hand towards the perineum and both the hands wrap the right knee behind, wrap side right knee behind, then interlace the right knee behind the back, then visualize the great sage Marichi back, then visualize the great sage Marichi back.
तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं मरीचिं वीरभद्रसारणे राजं त्रिकोणं मरीचिं वीरभद्रसारणे राजं
Now lean forward and down, place the forehead on the stretch. Forward and down, place the hold the stretch. Forward and down, placing at the stretch. Visualize Swamiji and Mahamantra. Visualize Swamiji and Mahamantra. Visualize Swamiji and Mahamantra.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे जां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेश्च कपिलादये जां प्रदाः तन्त्रेश्च कपिलादये जां प्रदाः.
On the opposite side, raise up, stretch on the right leg and pull the left leg to the very right leg. Once again, with the left hand, grab the right leg. Once again, with the left hand, grab the right leg. Once again, great sage, reach up the right leg. Once again, great sage, reach up the right leg. Once again, great sage.
तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं मरीचिं वीरभद्रप्रसारणे त्रिकोणं मरीचिं वीरभद्रप्रसारणे त्रिकोणं मरीचिं वीरभद्रप्रसारणे.
Hold the right leg with both the hands and place the hold the right knee. Visualizing Swamiji, gazing at the right leg, gazing at the nose, performing Mahamantra, gazing at the nose, performing Mahamantra.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे जां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिश्च कपिलाज्ञाः कामराः 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 सिद्धिश्च कपिलाज्ञाः कामराः.
Now we move to the next asana, which is Bhadrasana 2. as you bring the soles of the feet together, and visualize Swamiji in your hand, visualize the third eye, and hold the new japa, and hold the new japa, continue to perform, continue to perform,
गुल्भौ दर्शनस्यादः सीवत्याः पार्श्वयोः दर्शनस्यादः श्वेत्याः पार्श्वयोः दर्शनवासनिश्चलं श्वेत्याः पार्श्वयोः दर्शनवासनिश्चलं श्वेत्याः पार्श्वयोः दर्शनवासनिश्चलं पूर्व चरपट जोग कख्यो सोजी वाही पूर्व चरपट सोजी यामे वाही राशे अकुल आठी यामे राशे 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 राशे अकुल
Now we move to the next asana, which is asana, which is now slowly lean forward and down, slowly lean forward and perineum, slowly holding the feet forward, base the forehead, holding the feet and visualize Dhoni Mandala, the physical and visualize Dhoni Mandala, the physical gaze, visualize Dhoni Mandala, the physical gaze, visualize Dhoni Mandala, the
दोवो भक्तले समुद्र करे एडी मेड के ढिंग करे अल्लाह करे राशे लीलाठ भक्तले अल्लाह राशे लीलाठ भक्तले अल्लाह राशे लीलाठ भक्तले
and stretch the hands to the side and pull the legs away from the very nice. Place the pull the legs away very nice. Pull the legs away very nice. Pull the legs away very nice.
पूर्व विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी विधि राशे थली संपूर्ण शोल एडी विधि राशे
pull the feet once again up to the hand. Place the hands underneath the shins and keep the palms facing up. Keep the legs in front of the feet up and keep the legs in front of the feet up. Neck and visualize Lord Surya and neck and visualize Lord Surya and neck and visualize Lord
दोवो भक्तली संपूर्ण करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे कुल आठ अंतरो राशे एडी मेधरे कुल आठे राशे एडी मेधरे कुल आठे राशे एडी मेधरे
raise up and fold raise up soles of the feet open them like a book visualize Swami open them like a book visualize Swami open them like a book visualize Swami open them like a book
दो बगागी एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगा पे बागी वाहिनी कोर अम्बा धारगी फबे बागोले कोर अम्बा धारगी फबे बागोले कोर अम्बा धारगी फबे बागोले कोर अम्बा धारगी फबे
placed hands on the knees then visualize Swami perform Dhyana Bandha and gaze at the third perform Dhyana Bandha and gaze at the third perform Dhyana Bandha
दोवो भक्तली संपूर्ण धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे घोड़ा धारे आगा राशे हाल पसारे घोड़ा परिराशे राशे हाल पसारे घोड़ा परिराशे राशे हाल पसारे घोड़ा परिराशे राशे हाल पसारे
lift the heels off the mat pull the soles to the heels off the mat push the body with the help of the hands off the mat push the body then keep the hands on each push the body then keep the hands visualize Kalabhairava gaze at the third eye and Kalabhairava gaze at the third eye and Kalabhairava gaze at the third eye and
गुल्भौ संबीड जान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोदितौ शनैः जान्यो पार्श्वकतो हेणोदितवनीय वासनं पार्श्वकतो हेणोदितवनीय वासनं पार्श्वकतो हेणोदितवनीय वासनं
keep one heel by the perineum and raise the other heel by the perineum hands and raise the other heel by the perineum Swamiji and gaze at the other heel by the perineum Swamiji and gaze at the other heel by the perineum Swamiji and gaze at the other heel by the perineum
समानासनमा वक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधारणात् मा वक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधारणात् मा वक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधारणात् मा वक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधारणात् मा वक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधारणात्
Apanasana as you place the raised leg on the respective shoulder and keeping the hands by the side of the body lift the opposite leg by the side of the body lift the opposite leg by the side of the body lift the opposite leg by the side of the body
केवलं पादमे कंच स्कन्धे चारोपे केवलः एकपादेन गगने चारोपे केवलः एकपादेन गगने चारोपे केवलः एकपादेन गगने चारोपे
placing the opposite leg raise the other leg to the chest and hold with both chest
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनानासपादमरोधत्वामन्त्रादि साधनारगे मंत्रादि साधनारगे.
As you place this raised leg on the respective as you place this raised leg on the side, raise the other leg forward. Swamiji and gaze at the other leg forward. Swamiji and gaze at the other leg forward. Swamiji and gaze at the other leg.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धेजारोपि यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तेजारोपि यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तेजारोपि यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तेजारोपि यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तेजारोपि यत्ततः एकपादेन
down. Keep the hands in place in Parashmudra. Keep the hands in place in Parashmudra. Keep the hands in start of Parashmudra. Receive Kari Kumbhaka, which is inhaling through the clenched teeth, which is exhaling through the clenched teeth, which is visualize how and start holding japa om how and start holding japa om how and start holding japa.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फन्तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे पितृता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा पितृता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा पितृता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Keeping the legs in the same position, keeping the legs in the same position, keeping the legs in the same Pranamudra, keeping the legs in the same. Visualize Rishika Anasuya, gaze at the nose, Rishika Anasuya, gaze at the nose, Rishika Anasuya, gaze at the nose, Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि लावे भारी आड़ा बंदी गोड़ा संधि 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 भारी.
Hands behind the back, interlacing the hands slowly back down and place the hands slowly back down and place the Rishika Anasuya, gaze at the Rishika Anasuya, gaze at the
जीमना गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि गोदाई राशे गोड़ा वागोड़ा तैयारो आड़वाई राशे गोड़ा तैयारो आड़वाई राशे तैयारो आड़वाई राशे.
Return knee by the chest and relax. Return knee by the chest on the respective position. Visualize on the respective position. Visualize on the respective position.
डाबो बकमोडी एडी माहिलो गोल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे 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 एडी माहिलो गोल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे.
Interlace on the neck. Interlace on the
हिष्टि जुबाम बगदली केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा जुबाम बगदली केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा बाहेरी राशि केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा बाहेरी राशि केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा बाहेरी राशि केरी.
So it lays the left heel, left right leg. So it lays the left heel, left right leg. So it lays the left heel, then with the right hand hold the right big toe, then with the left hand tap the left leg, then with the left hand tap the visualize Matsya, fish avatar, visualize Yasya, fish avatar, visualize Yasya, fish avatar, visualize Yasya, fish avatar.
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो घृतमच्च पीठकमेन वामेन संपीड्यमेन धल्परि दक्षिणोनि वामेन संपीड्यमेन धल्परि दक्षिणोनि वामेन संपीड्यमेन धल्परि दक्षिणोनि
Cross the knees and stack the ankles, stack the knees and stack the ankles, stack the knees, interlace the fingers and keeping them on the top, visualize and keeping them on the top.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फन्तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे पितृता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा पितृता सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा
keeping the legs in the same position, keeping the legs in the same position, visualize Rishika Anasuya, visualize Rishika Anasuya, visualize Rishika.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने वावों ताके ऊपर आने नीचे उठाने वावों ताके ऊपर आने नीचे उठाने वावों ताके ऊपर आने
behind the back,
ऊपर आने
jungle behind the back, nose on the jungle, visualize Rishika Anasuya, visualize Rishika Anasuya, visualize Rishika Anasuya.
जीवना गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि लाई राशे गोड़ा फ्यूले फतैयालो आड़वाई गोड़ा राशे फतैयालो आड़वाई गोड़ा राशे फतैयालो आड़वाई गोड़ा राशे फतैयालो आड़वाई गोड़ा राशे
Knee by the chest, keep your hands on 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 knee by the chest.
डाबो बकमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे.
Interlace your fingers behind the neck and turn. Interlace your fingers behind the neck visualize the great Sangha. Continue to perform Mula Bandha. Continue to perform
विष्णुवाम भक्तली गेरी भूपति विष्णुवाम लाली गेरी भूपति परिताहि लगावे गेरी भूपति परिताहि लगावे गेरी भूपति परिताहि लगावे गेरी
right knee on the left thigh and keeping the left thigh, left foot flat on the mat, hold the left big toe on mudra, left the right hand, wrap the right leg and hold the left heel. Visualize Matsya Dashavatara
वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य 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 वामेन वामांगुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य.
Now we move to the next asana, Matsyendrasana. Now we move to the next stretch your feet and place stretch your feet, right leg and place left thigh, right leg and or if you place the left leg on your right thigh, or if you turn outside of right thigh, or if you turn outside and keep the left hand on the neck and keep the right hand on the mat behind you and keep the right body gaze in the third eye and visualize the right body gaze in the third eye and visualize the third eye. Continue to perform the Sikari
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वाधिष्ठति उदरहानं वामपादाधिष्ठति यजारहानं वामपादाधिष्ठति
Place the left hand on the right foot. Take the right hand and place it on right ear. Take the right camel and right ear. Take the right camel and right ear. Take the right camel and right ear.
उदरम आसन को गुना झोलो जाए आसन को गुना झोलो जाए आसन को गुना झोलो जाए
Back on the mat,
गुना झोलो जाए
back on the mat, Matsyendrasana and continue to gaze at the
मत्स्येन्द्र पीठम जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल खंडनास्त्रम 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 प्रदीप्तिं
Now we move to the next asana, which is Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Now this time place your right leg on the left. Now this time thigh and bend the left knee turning outside the left and bend the left knee turning outside the left. Right hand on the left knee and then on the right on the keeping the left hand on the mat behind the your body left hand on the mat behind gaze your body left hand visualize Matsyendrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वाधिष्ठति यत्तदहानं वामपादाधिष्ठति वामपादाधिष्ठति
Kubasana, which has placed the left hand on the foot, on the left foot, and the left hand on the neck, and the left hand of the left side, and visualize a camel face side, and visualize a camel face side, and visualize a camel.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए 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 आसन
to visualize
मत्स्येन्द्र पीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल कृपीणाधरं 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 प्रचंड रुक्मंडल कृपीणाधरं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल कृपीणाधरं प्रचंड रुक्मंडल कृपीणाधरं.
Now we move to the next asana, Padmasana. Now we move cross your feet and place them on opposite thighs. Now cross your feet, visualizing Paramashiva, gaze in the nose, visualizing Paramashiva, gaze in the nose, visualizing Paramashiva. Hold the new japa, Om Nithyananda. Hold the new japa, Om Nithyananda. Hold the new japa, Om Nithyananda.
आतनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्म इमं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेद्धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा चेद्धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा चेद्धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा चेद्धत्ते
Cross your hands and goddess Shakti. Cross your hands and goddess Parvati. Cross your hands and goddess Parvati. Cross your hands and continue to perform the Moola Bandha. Continue to perform the Moola Bandha.
उत्तानो चरणौ कृत्वा उरुसं सोप्रयतानः उरुमध्ये तथोत्थानो प्रयतानः उरुमध्ये तथोत्थानो
Uttanasana, as you insert your hands between thighs and calves, lifting your body and calves. Start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka and start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka and start
पद्मासनं सुतं स्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करौ सुतं स्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करौ सुतं स्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करौ सुतं स्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करौ सुतं स्थाप्य नान्वोरोरन्तरे करौ.
Now we move to the next asana. Baddhakirya to the next asana. Now raise onto your knees. Now raise onto your knees flat. Now raise with the palms facing backwards. With the palms slowly lean the navel onto the elbows. Slowly lean and push your body forward. Slowly lift the push your body legs off the mat. Push your body legs off the mat. Push your body legs off the mat.
धरामोष्टभ्यकरत्वेन तत्पूर्वपरिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः तत्पूर्वपरिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः elbows, knee the navel on. Slowly lift the legs forward off the mat as you push your bodies forward. Off the mat as you push your bodies forward. अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनम् उत्तमम् वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनम् उत्तमम् वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनम् उत्तमम् वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनम् उत्तमम् वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनम् उत्तमम्. Now, as you lie down on this now, interlace the hands behind the neck now and spread the legs wide apart now and spread the legs wide apart. Visualize a peacock and visualize a peacock. Japa Om Nithyananda Sada Japa Om Nithyananda Japa Om Nithyananda. अध्यात्मचेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसादेमा हृदयं निधाय वाकरतमयो देहानुकारं वाकरतमयो देहानुकारं वाकरतमयो side of your chest, bring the feet together. Now with the strength of your back, lift the legs off the mat. Visualize a locust and perform the Moola Bandha. Visualize a locust and perform the Moola Bandha. Visualize a locust and perform the Moola Bandha. Karayugma Bhaksho Bhuvavashtabhyakarayostalaryaam Bhuvavashtabhyakarayostalaryaam. Place your feet on the mat and bend the knees and bend to the side of the hips and slowly press the feet down slowly press so that they touch the ground. Visualize the camel down the ground. Visualize the camel down the ground. Visualize the camel down. अध्यात्मचेते पदयुग्मं यस्संपृष्टे निधायापि देते पराभ्यां संपृष्टे निधायापि देते पराभ्यां संपृष्टे निधायापि देते पराभ्यां simultaneously raise the thighs and upper body, raise the thighs, bending the back body. Visualize the both and gaze at the eye. Visualize the both and gaze at the eye. Visualize the both and gaze at the eye. प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धरार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धरार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धरार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे. On your heels, with the toes flat, be seated. Place the toes flat, hands on your knees. Visualize flat hands. Swamiji in a space and gaze at the third eye. Swamiji in a space and gaze at the third eye. उल्टा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक मोड़ी ओम नित्यानंद ओम into next asana Bhujyasana. Now place the Bhujyasana. Now place the forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers. Forearms on the mat and interlace the fingers. Forearms on the mat and keeping the forehead between the interlaced fingers. Raise the forehead between the interlaced fingers. Walk the feet forward and gently as you align and gently over the shoulders. Keep the legs and keep the knees bent. Visualize Swamiji bent. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji bent. Gaze at the nose. दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने दो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पुनः कलाई जाने keep the balance slowly raise the legs up and straighten the nose into raise the legs up and straighten the nose. Visualization raise the legs gaze straighten the visualization raise the legs gaze विपरीतं मंडलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः विपरीतं मंडलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः मंडलं च and come to a seated position. The legs stretch
will be performing the Bhastranga Kumbhaka for the following asanas. Intense pranayama, where you will be exhaling pranayama, where you will be exhaling pranayama. Now keep the hands on the halves of each foot and raise the legs off the mat, straightening the knees and bringing the feet to the forehead and visualize Swamiji. Start performing the Bhastranga Kumbhaka. Start performing the
दोनों हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे का सीधाने हर आने घोड़ा तरे का सीधाने हर आने घोड़ा तरे का सीधाने
cross your hands behind the head, hold opposite shoulder, then leaning back, then raise your legs up into a 45-degree angle and raise your legs up into a 45-degree and raise your legs up into a 45-degree and raise your legs up into a 45-degree. Now stretch the hands now parallel to the ground or keep them by the parallel to the hips. Keep them the elbows on the mat. Hips, whichever is comfortable for you. Performing that whichever is comfortable. Straighten the legs to a 45-degree angle once again and visualize both ears and the third eye. And visualize both ears and the third eye. And visualize both.
तानसेनं पूर्वराभ्याम भूमिं वष्टभ्याम पूर्वराभ्याम भूमिं वष्टभ्याम
together. Now placing your hands together the shins. Now placing your hands on the feet and pull them to the chest. Visualize Lord Rudra and yes, as the Lord Rudra and yes, perform the Bhastranga Kumbhaka and yes, perform the Bhastranga Kumbhaka.
भगतले संपोट करि हाथस्य पक उचाजी ले संपोट करि हाथस्य पक उचाजी ले संपोट करि हाथस्य पक उचाजी
bring the knees together, then lie down on the back and then touch the back of the back and then touch the back of the back and visualize Swamiji the ears of the nose as you lift the hips off the mat. As you lift the hips off the mat. As you lift the hips off the mat.
द्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा द्वे च जानूर्ध्वमुखन्तथा उत्थाप्यहस्तौष्ठे उत्थाप्यहस्तौष्ठनामके
Lower the entire body. Lower the stretch your legs. Keep your hands by the side of the body. Keep your hands by the side of the body. Swamiji by the side of the body. Swamiji and pulling your Kundalini and pulling your Kundalini energy to the root center to the crown energy to the root center to the crown energy in Shivasana. Unclench from all muscles, unclench thoughts, muscles and unclench thoughts, senses and just intensely chant the Mahavakya inside. Chant the Mahavakya inside. Nithyananda Mahavakya inside. Nithyananda Mahavakya inside. Nithyananda Mahavakya inside.
उत्तानं शववद् उत्तानं शववद् उत्तानं शववद् शवासनं श्रान्तिहरवासनं नवेष्टिहन्तिकारणं 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 नवेष्टिहन्तिकारणं
Now, slowly bring awareness to your body. Bring awareness to your body. Bring awareness to your body. Awareness to your senses and all the muscles to your senses, feet and all the muscles to your senses. Start wiggling all the muscles. Your fingers and wiggling all the muscles. Your then fingers and the knees. Bring them to the chest. Grab them to the feet. Rock from side to side. Rock and slowly come up to a seated position. Come up to a seated. You beautifully completed the first 108 asanas of first Vidya Vinyasa. 108 asanas of first Vidya Vinyasa. Let's now start with the next asana. Let's now start with the next asana. And with this, before we continue, announcement for all the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. For you, the yoga sequence, the yoga session has been completed. You can finish with the Purna Mantra and the next Acharya with the Purna Mantra. Next Acharya. With that being said, let's now move with that Yathashta. Let's now as be seated in a comfortable position. Keep your hands in Vishnu Mudra. Keep your hands in Swamiji Mudra. Start performing the Samana Kumbhaka. Start performing all the japa. Om Nithyananda. All the japa. Remember to perform Yasvanda. Remember to perform Yasvanda. Remember to perform
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yathasamaryam yathachamihi yathasamaryam yathachamihi
now we have the next asana, Samasana. Now we have the next asana, Samasana. Now we have come to a cross-leg position. 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 Now we have keep your hands in Bindu Mudra. Continue to visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Visualize Swamiji.
Idanim garbhininam yogabhyaso jadhanam garbhininam bhyaso jadhanam
now place the right leg on the left thigh. Keep the left leg by the perineum. Keep the left leg visualize Swamiji. Keep the left leg visualize Swamiji. Continue to perform the Mula. Continue to perform the Mula.
Nivedya sevinim sukshvam dakshinetara gulchataha vavam yamyena gulchenatara kasaraha vaveta gulchenatara kasaraha vaveta
Next asana is Siddha. Place your palms down. And visualizing Swamiji gaze at the third eye. Visualizing Swamiji be seated in the third position. 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 Swamiji be seated in the third position.
Sthanu samyamidendriyo jaladrisha pashyan bhruvorantaram jitariyo jaladrisha pashyan bhruvorantaram jitariyo
gaze at the third eye. Gaze in the same position. Perform the Mahamantra Bandha. Visualize Mahamantra Bandha. Visualize Mahamantra
वामपादके इडी जानो सीवनि मधिता सकोठानी जानो सीवनि मधिता सकोठानी जानो सीवनि मधिता सकोठानी
keeping the fingers in Bindu Mudra, keeping the fingers in visualize Lord Mudra, and gaze at the third eye, continue with the gaze at the third eye, continue with the gaze at the third eye, continue.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगतीय शरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगतीय शरण परिदक्षिण राखे
संत दिव्य
शरण परिदक्षिण राखे
संत दिव्य
शरण परिदक्षिण राखे
संत दिव्य
शरण परिदक्षिण राखे
संत दिव्य. Being seated in the same position, start visualizing position, space of tranquility, gaze at the nose, continue to gaze at the Muladanda, continue to gaze at the Muladanda, continue to gaze at the Muladanda.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीट आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीट आसन की गुण मन की चन
Now cup the palms,
आसन की गुण मन की
now cup the palms, be seated, now cup the palms, Swamiji seated in space, visualize Swamiji seated in space.
ऋजुकाय समासीन ध्यासन मुदीरित भाषार्य भूपाद ध्यासन मुदीरित भाषारात ध्यासन मुदीरित भाषारात ध्यासन मुदीरित भाषारात ध्यासन मुदीरित भाषारात ध्यासन मुदीरित भाषारात.
Now we move to the next asana, Bandha Yoni asana. Now we move to the next asana, same seated position. Now we move to the next asana, same seated position. Perform the Shanmukhi Mahamudra. Perform the closing the ears with the thumb, the eyes, closing the ears with the thumb, index, the eyes, the nose, index, the eyes, the nose, index, mouth, the little finger, nose, index, mouth, the little finger, nose, index, mouth, the little finger, nose.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने मध्ये महादेव अमरोन्यासने मध्ये
Now be seated in the same asana. Now be seated in the same asana. Visualize the space of the bravery. Visualize the courage to perform the bravery. Visualize the courage to perform the bravery. Visualize the courage.
एकं पादमधैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि एकं पाः इतरस्मिन् तथा चोरुणि यासनः वीर्यं तथा चोरुणि यासनः
Valmikasana. Now be seated in the same position. Switching the gaze to the third eye and switching the gaze to the third eye and continue to keep your hands in Hindu Mudra. Continue to keep your hands in Hindu Mudra.
दावा पगगी पगथली पुनि एडी है दावा पगगी पगथली पुनि एडी है दावा पगगी पगथली.
Now start visualizing the Yoni Mandala. Now start visualizing which is the physical representation of physical gaze of the nose and keep the palms on the knees and releasing the fingers in the Bindu Mudra and releasing the fingers in the Bindu Mudra and releasing the fingers in the Bindu Mudra.
वामपाद की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर पाद 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 की पगथली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Now we move to the next asana, Yoni asana. Now we move. Now switch the gaze to the third eye. Now we move. Now switch the gaze, visualize third eye. Now Yoni Mandala. Switch the gaze, visualize space. Now Yoni Mandala. Switch the gaze, visualize.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलसनं परफललन्तावक्षेत्रोयावदेवहि
Now bring the soles of your hands together. Now bring the soles of your hands and hold the feet with each hand. Hold the feet, visualizing Lord Veerabhadra, gaze at the nose, 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 visualizing Lord Veerabhadra, gaze at the nose.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपे सव्य गुल्फन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपे गुल्फं तु दक्षिणे पार्श्वयोः क्षिपे
Now keeping the Sohora together. Now keeping the Sohora together. Now keeping the Sohora. Place your left hand on the left knee. Place the right hand on cover the mouth. Place the left start performing the Abhyantara the left start which is the Abhyantara through the left nostril. Holding the inhaling through the left nostril, right nostril, holding the breath and exhaling right nostril, holding the breath, visualize an Ghori nostril, fierce form, Paramashivoham, gaze at the third eye and start performing gaze at the third eye, which is rolling the tongue, catching the back eye, which is rolling the tongue.
पूर्व कहो विश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी जोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोजी जोजी वाही विधि जो
Now bring his elbows to the ankles, bring his elbows, keeping the palms together, and keeping the palms together, and keeping the palms together. Visualize an elephant drinking water. Visualize an elephant drinking Udyana Bandha. Visualize an elephant drinking Udyana Bandha. Visualize an elephant.
वाली पाप आसन का क्यों है जैसे याहली में जाने विधि जैसे
The next asana is Parasana. Raise up and insert the Parasana. Raise up and insert the interlace the fingers. Raising the finger of the finger. Visualize Swamiji and lace of the nose. Start performing the Zechak Kumbhaka. Start and continue Zechak Kumbhaka. Mulabandha and continue Zechak Kumbhaka. Mulabandha and continue
ततोर धूम्रे तयेत बाजुम मृदुनिश्वास संयुतरे तयेत बाजुम मृदुनिश्वास संयुतरे तयेत बाजुम
Now place your feet on the mat. Now with the soles, feet on the mat. The soles together, interlace the fingers underneath the soles together. Pull them to the chest. Visualizing the pull them and gazing. Visualizing the pull them and gazing.
पूर्व विधि पका का अंगूठा कंठ को बुराशे 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 का अंगूठा कंठ को. Now we move to the next asana, Udarasana. Now we move to the next asana, Udarasana. Inserting the hands under Udarasana. Insert the hands, pull the legs once again to the chest. Pull the legs visualize again to the chest. Healing your body. Visualize again to Swamiji healing your body. Visualize. दोवो पगदली संपुट ठाने उभय हस्त करी उरद हिताने 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 ठाने उभय हस्त करी उरद हिताने. Now we move to the next asana, Bhishiktasana. As you raise the feet, Bhishiktasana. As you raise the feet, visualize exhaling waist. As you visualize, continue to perform the Mula Bandha. You visualize, continue to perform the Mula Bandha. दोवो पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे 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 दोवो जोड़ी respect. Now place interlace your hands behind the head. Visualize behind the cobra. Visualize behind the cobra. Visualize behind the शिरासनं तो विज्ञेयं कक्षासनं ततः परं विपासो विज्ञेयं भुजासनं होच्यते विपासनं परं भुजासनं होच्यते विपासनं परं भुजासनं होच्यते विपासनं. Now keeping the legs still on the keeping the legs still, interlace the fingers under keeping the lower back. Interlace the fingers as beautiful goddess and gaze interlace the fingers as beautiful goddess. दोवो हाथ पगम नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे हाने नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे हाने नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे हाने नीचे आने. Now we move to the next asana, Sankatasana. Now we move to the sit on the left heel and cross the right leg over the left heel, keeping the left cross the right leg over the left heel, keeping the right foot heel by the left hip. Then keep right hands on opposite knees and visualize and keep right hands on opposite. Start performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Start performing inhaling and exhaling deeply, inhaling and exhaling deeply, inhaling and exhaling deeply, inhaling. दो हाथ पकड़ नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ढाने नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ढाने नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ढाने. Slide the left heel from under the perineum to the left heel. Visualize the cow to the left heel. Visualize keeping the fingers placed on the visualize keeping the fingers placed on the visualize keeping the fingers. Amshaki nagar panchadam prishilda kalyamni 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 Amshaki nagar panchadam prishilda kalyamni. Place the right foot on the left thigh. Place the right leg on the right knee. Place the right leg turn outside. Turn to the left side. Right hand on the left side. Thigh on the left hand. Thigh in the back. Left hand. Thigh. Swamiji in your hands. वामजंग पर दक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि आने ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि आने ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि आने ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि
slowly placing your head on the mat. Slowly placing your head on the mat. Swamiji, Swamiji.
प्रथमजी मनोचरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे मनोचरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे जोजी वामजंग परिराखे जोजी वामजंग परिराखे
Visualize Swamiji and perform Paramashivoham. Visualize Swamiji and perform Paramashivoham. Visualize Swamiji.
गुरुमूले इधर पाद से कनिष्ठिका प्रदेश गुरुभम मूले इधर पाद से कनिष्ठिका प्रदेश गुरुभम मूले इधर पाद से कनिष्ठिका प्रदेश गुरुभम मूले इधर पाद से कनिष्ठिका
This time when he's sitting on the right, at this time when he's sitting on the crossing the right leg, placing the left leg, placing the left foot on the right leg, placing the left foot keep the hands on opposite, placing the left leg foot keep the hands on opposite, placing the left leg foot keep the hands on opposite, placing the left leg foot keep the hands.
वामपादं चितेर मूलं संयतधरणीतले पादतलेन याम्येन वेष्टरेद्वामे पादकमेन याम्येन वेष्टरेद्वामे पादकमेन याम्येन
next asana Dhenukasana. As you slide the right heel from the right perineum to the left from the right perineum, place the fingers and keep them on the top perineum. Visualize the cow and gaze. As the third eye and gaze, pulling the stomach out and gaze, pulling the stomach out and gaze, pulling the stomach out and gaze.
अनुषागिनगर पंचडं प्रकीलितगल्यम्नि अनुषागिनगर पंचडं प्रकीलितगल्यम्नि अनुषागिनगर पंचडं प्रकीलितगल्यम्नि
Left leg on the right thigh and the right left leg on the right thigh, the right left turn to the right side, keep the left hand on the right side, and from behind the back place the right hand, from behind the back place the right hand, from behind the back place the right hand, from behind the back.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने
Now we move to Matsyanirasana to twist the body. To hold with the body. Toes of the feet. Hold slowly. Lower the body down. Hold the forehead. Lower the body down. Visualize forehead. Lower the body down. Visualize
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि आने 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 ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि.
Now we move to the next asana, Guru Asana. Now we move fingers and place them on the right knee. Now we visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra. 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 Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and man.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Sorry for the technical glitch, and we would like to complete for the audio problem that you just faced. And I hope the audio and video is clear now. And with this, we'll be now moving to the next asana, Pashasana. Now bring the knees together with the soles flat and wrapping the knees, holding on to opposite knees. Squeeze your body and be seated. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Start performing Kechari Mudra, which is rolling the tongue and touching the back of the throat. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka.
प्रथम जी मना चरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोजी.
The next asana is Bodha Shokasana. Now, hold on to opposite wrists and rest the chin between the knees. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Continue to perform Kechari Mudra.
दो वो पगदली भूपरि धरे कोर माहिली ऐसे करे कोर मिलाजी उकड़ बैसे जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
Now we move to the next asana, which is Kurakatasana. Now keep your hands underneath the thighs and crossing the hands, hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose. Continue to perform the Kechari Mudra.
दो वो पगदली भूपरि धरे कोर माहिली ऐसे करे कोर मिलाजी उकड़ बैसे जंगा छाती अग्रणी वैसे.
The next asana is Sumati Asana. As you be seated, cross the right leg over the left in the same position. Start visualizing this great sage Sumati shown on the screen and continue to perform the Kechari Mudra.
दो वो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
With this, we move on to Dandasana. Now extend your legs forward. Keep your knees straight. Interlock your fingers and raise them up above your head with the wrists pointing outwards. Now engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
रेच पूरा कई.
Next up is Aram. Cleanse Ida and Pingala Nadi and spread your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your hands below the shin in front and keep your feet extended.
दो एड़ी मेल के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Head. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तान शेने एकैकं पायिग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side of your body to the hand which is holding onto your foot. Gaze to your nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तान शेते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Tridushasana. Now lay on your back and pull your knees against your chest. Encircle your legs with your arms and rock your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तान शेते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji.
पश्चिमतानवत्संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now repeat Anantasana. Lean back with the leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward and hold onto the foot behind your head with the opposite hand. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as being infinite, endless, eternal.
उत्तानशयनेकैकं पायिग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side. Gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयितैकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. Laying on your back. One by one, place your feet behind your neck. And then encircle your arms around your back. If you can't bring your legs behind your head, you can cross them in front of your body or bring them over your shoulders. Now, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
Next up is Atmaramasana. With your legs over top of your shoulder, now bend your elbows up and interlock them behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back with the feet flat, knees raised. Extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level and point the soles of your feet upwards. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे, तिनसो उबे सपा करे.
Next up is Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. Now lay on your back with your arms extended out to the side. Lift your knees up towards your chest. And drop one knee to the side, extending the opposite leg down. Step 1. Drop both the knees to the side. Step 2. And extend both the legs to the side. Hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Now return to the center position and repeat the movements on the other side. Drop the knee down to the side, extend the opposite leg. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend your legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्तिः कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
Next up is Dviparapitam. As you lay on your back, with the feet flat, hold on to the ankles of the feet. Then push your hips up and lock the throat as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. With the feet flat, now bring your hands over the shoulders with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Push your hands into the mat and lift your entire body off the ground. Raise your hips up high. Walk your feet closer towards your hand as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Lower your body down. Pull your knees up towards your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. As you move your hips in a circular motion, visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शववत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवाणीज.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. As you lay on your back with your arms flat, push your feet and then your hips up off the mat. Point the toes to the sky and then move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Motra Kumbhaka.
भूतले सशिरोद्धत्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be stable and sturdy in Viparita Karani too as you strengthen your digestive fire.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाटराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now lower your feet down over top of your head. Place the toes on the mat and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashimudra, pushing your hand into the mat as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. As you lay on your back with your feet over top of your head, hold onto your feet with your hands. Internally chant the Mahavakya and visualize Paramashiva as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Now bring your hips above the shoulder level and separate your legs widely to the side. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Mudra Kumbhaka with Chalananda Bandha engaged.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now hold onto your ankles with the feet joined together and roll onto your back. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण तत् शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now lay on your back and raise your legs vertically as you hold onto the big toes and Prana Mudra. Then separate your legs wide to the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Keep holding onto the toes. Visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From the same posture, now cross your legs into Padmasana. Lay flat on your back. Place your hands over top of your head, holding onto opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. As you lay on your back with your legs in Padmasana, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm over top of your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
We move on to Sarvangasana. Keep your legs in Padmasana and raise your knees and hips off the ground. Support your lower back with your hands, elbows on the mat. Lift them up and balance as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमं यत् कृत्वा योग निपुणो विद्याभिः पंडितो यथा.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and pull the other knee towards your chest as you extend your arms up above your head. Hook your fingers forward and tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिके शिके सन्धि सुदाखे
Now exchange the position of your feet. Pull the other knee towards your chest as you visualize yourself as a scorpion. Vrishtikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिके शिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Prishapadakshipasanam. Lay on your back with your legs flat. Interlock your fingers around your neck. Then lift your legs up off the mat and alternate pulling your knees in one by one. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्धरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परौ मिलित्वा.
Next up is Maruttanasana. Keep your hands flat at the side of your hips and alternate touching your ears with their respective knees. Again and again as you visualize Swamiji.
श्रोतानवत्संसिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet on the ground and stand up and lay back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Lutasana. Now lay down on your back and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
We move on to Salatasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands at the side of your shoulders. Contract your lips, make a whistling sound on the inhalation like a flute, and visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
निर्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय स्तम्भद्रस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into a plank position and jump your feet in between your hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down. Place your hands on the mat and walk around on your hands back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Adimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outward, knees bent, and raise your elbows to the shoulder level and rotate your arms around your body. As you tilt back, lean your head back, open up your chest, and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. Now, tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available, and then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms flat against your body, hands on top of your hips, as you visualize that your Kundalini Devi is rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत्तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushtra Sadhanasana. As you Lean forward and down, step your toes onto your fingers and clench your hands into fists. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य
Now from the same position, hold your toes from the outside and move around on the mat like a horse as you visualize yourself as a horse in Ashvasana.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now, interlock your fingers behind your back in Padusha Mudra and pull your finger lock towards your calves. Tilt your head back, lean back, and breathe deeply as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तोज्जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा
Next up is Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Now, in Arimandi posture, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you bow down to one side, raise the respective heel, and open up your palms, visualizing that you are holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. From a standing position, move.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch, Nithyanandam. Let us now continue with Khadgasana. As you stand on the mat, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. As you lay down on your stomach, jump the feet back. And then jump back up with the hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Sit down as low as you can and stand back up again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् अस्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is Utshirshakasana. Now hold on to the foot and pull it up against your chest as you sit down and stand back up on the other leg, alternating on both sides, gazing to the nose and visualizing Swamiji as you calmly breathe in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
The next is Parshva Janukarana. Now turn the toes of one foot outside and pull the other knee against your chest. Keep the hand which is encircling the knee in a fist and place the other hand on your inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Then extend your arms and one leg forward, sit down and stand back up in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh, keep your hands relaxed by the side and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now lift the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes behind the right calf. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the left foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the Posa posture. Now hold on to the left big toe in Prana Mudra as you extend the leg out, rotate quickly on the right leg and visualize yourself as a North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. As you stand on the mat, lift one leg behind your neck. Stand tall as you visualize Lord Vishnu. Then sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat the Parshva Janukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee towards your chest. Keep the hand in a fist. Now repeat Tandavasana. Extend the other leg forward as you sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana. Place the right foot against the left thigh, heel against the perineum, hands by the sides. Visualize Lord Brahma is blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now repeat Garudasana 3. Bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the right toes behind the left calf. And bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्कारुणमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now bring the right foot on top of the left thigh. Stand on the mat in a relaxed way. Put the hands by the side, visualizing Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana, the post-up posture. Hold onto the right big toe and rotate quickly on the left leg, visualizing yourself as the North Poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्लं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. On the other side, lift the other leg behind your neck. Sit down and stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu as you perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पदं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now, stand with the heels together, hands slightly extended away from the hips. Relax after this intense sequence of asanas. And get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence. Starting off with Godak Anjali Asana. Now, squat down and bring your hands from the outside in between the legs. Interlock the fingers in front of your navel. As you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, which is inhaling deeply, holding your breath, and then freely moving the prana upwards and downwards within your body, along with your mind, as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम हि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहो वे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्मध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. Now keep the heels together and interlock your fingers around your lower back. As you gaze to your navel, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थल्या की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Varahasana. As you squat down, keep your heels together and your toes separated. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra, bring them behind your neck and point them down towards the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागथली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Pripitasana. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you raise your hips up to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
पागथली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Pakasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, lift your feet off the mat, and visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यामौनिमवष्टभ्य जानोद्वयं नाभो सम्मील्य.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapalyasana. Now, keep your hands flat on the ground and place your head on the ground, form a triangle, and lift your legs up. Then cross them into Padmasana. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Move the prana upwards and downwards within your body.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. As you sit in a kneeling position, keep your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Place your hands on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्. पादौ परिच संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. As you place your hands on the mat, lift your entire body off the ground into a handstand. You can lean against the wall or ask a partner to assist you. Everyone should perform this asana to purify the 7 chakras. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the handstand, now bring your hands and feet closer together and gaze to your third eye as you visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana too. Now place your hands flat on the mat and lower your body down to your stomach. Then push yourself up again and again, visualizing yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं कुरु पार्श्वभागायां मूर्धकृत्य.
Next up is Sarvasana too. Now bring your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from left to right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादौ दीर्घीकृत्य.
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you. Bring your hands into Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, and rest your chin on your hands. Point your toes back and feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambhanasana.
कराभ्यां पंकजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परयासुदीः. मुखमुन्नमनुच्चाये निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next up is Chadasana. Now bend your knees and place your hands flat on the mat. Straighten your arms, push your upper back towards your feet as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now sit on your heels in a kneeling posture. Extend your arms in front of you. Place your forehead on the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. Now raise your hips up high into Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualizing yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितौ एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्. मेषासनं भवति.
Next up is Ajasana. From a standing position, place your hands on the mat and lift your legs above your body, Lower your forehead down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य
Next up is Dhanantalasana. Come to a kneeling posture and pull your toes towards your perineum as you then place your hands on top of your knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is Angamottanam. Now, interlock your fingers in front of your body and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. And then repeat the movement behind your back.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलिर्बद्ध्वास्त्योर्मध्ये सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana 4. Now, turn your toes outwards so they are pointing to the side. Place your thighs and calves on the ground and your hands on your knees as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां बीड्य स्थिरकाजो द्विजानुनाम्.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and hold onto your ankles as you place the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ भक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत् कृत्वा अमरोधीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now overlap your feet and sit on your heels as you place your hands underneath your knees. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a frog.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तो पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on raised heels. Place your hands flat on the ground, thumbs together. Stick your tongue out, gaze to your nose, and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize Narasimha, the Lion Man avatar of Lord Vishnu.
दोवो फणा पाणी होय वैसे एडी मेलर गुदानी वैसे समशरीरनी काटहरावे नासा अग्रदृष्टि को ल्यावे.
Next up is Bishrakasana. Sit on raised heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your mouth and inhale through the nose. Exhale through your mouth as per your capacity. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over all your fears.
दोवो पगदले संपुट आने तनिके पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने.
Next up is Makadasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back. Sit on your heels as you raise your elbows to the shoulder level and bring your hands to the armpits. Imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a playful monkey.
प्रथम फणा पाणी होय वैसे दोवो एडी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together. Raise your knees off the ground and separate them wide as you hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम फणा पाणी होय वैसे दोवो एडी गुदानी वैसे घोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाय बसारे धीर.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels as you place your hands on the mat next to your body. Gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same posture, place your hands on the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Now, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
Next up is Yogasana. Maintain the same posture but relax your upper back and neck. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्भाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijrogasana. Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind. Hold on to your calves with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize the space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
गोड़ा वामो उबो होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी.
Next up is Ushtrasana too. Now place the top of the feet flat on the mat. Hold on to the heels. Lean back. Push your hips forward. Tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्या सम्पिपादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Jatyasana. As you hold onto the soles of the feet, lean back. Place your elbows and the back of your head on the mat. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दोगु एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारी तरी धरे.
Next up is Vilathasana. Now lay back, place your back on the mat and raise back up again and again as you gaze through the nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causeless subtle forms of your body. You can use the support of your hands if needed.
जङ्घावृष्टि भूमो निधाय जङ्घोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana. Now lean back and bring your hands over the shoulders. Reach for your feet and try to bring your head in between the feet as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्या सम्पिपादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Varasana. As you sit, stand on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold on to opposite arms and gaze to your nose. This is a boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashivoham. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana too. With your toes tucked, sit on the heels and lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground. Rest your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Mundasana. Now place your forearms on the ground. Interlock your fingers. Place your head on the mat and support it with your hands as you raise your hips up. Lift your legs off the mat and straighten them into a headstand. Visualize yourself as a lob tree as you gaze to your nose and breathe in Sahaja Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Lower your legs down. Come to a kneeling position. Sit with your feet flat on top of the heels. Lean forward and down. Bring your head in between the knees. Hold your head with both hands, elbows outside the knees. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Inhale. through the nose and exhale through your mouth in this asana.
प्रथम पगतली सम ठहरावे, कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे.
Now lay down on your stomach and extend your arms out above your head. As you hold onto weights, if you want to intensify this asana, lift your arms, legs, and chest off the mat and hold as you visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Kapalasana. As you place your forehead on the ground, keep your hands next to your hips and lift your legs off the mat as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lift your legs over top of your body and place your feet on the mat in front of you as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Next up is Chatakasana. As you sit in a kneeling posture, place your forearms on the ground. Rest your navel on your knees as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामव श्रभ्य जानुनी नाभौ संकुञ्च्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana 2. Now place your forearms on the ground and lift your legs over top of your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion.
यच्छैव पुच्छप्रतिमां कृपाश्री धृत्वा सुशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. Now sit on the right heel with the left foot outside the hip. Turn the toes sideways. Hands on the ground in front of you as you visualize yourself as a bull. Breathe in Antarangaka Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully, hold your breath for a short while, and then again exhale slowly through your nose.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Lolasana. Now lift your body off the ground. Cross the toes of the left foot over the right and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now place the perineum on the left heel. Keep the right foot outside the hip. As you repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel as you place the right foot flat on the ground. Knee raised towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees as you visualize Balagunahai.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जायी.
Next up is Grahasana. Now stand up and then squat down, bring your arms in and around the legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कुर्वरौ स्थाप्य.
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel this time with the left knee against your chest.
युजास्पिजोऽस्ति यत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Utkatasana. Now sit on raised heels. Keep your knees together. Place your hands on the knees, holding onto weights if you can, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल बिकार जाई.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana 2. Bring the soles of the feet together, knees separated, and hold onto opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम जी मनोचरण जो जी वामजंग परिराखे सो जी.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight. Squat down all the way, gaze to your nose, and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लग आने.
The next asana is Padukasana. As you stand on the mat, lean forward, place the back side of your hand on the mat, and step your feet onto your hands. Wrap your hands around the feet and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking all across India.
हस्ततलयो पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutodanasana. Now place your hands on the mat and lift your legs up above your body and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वम् उद्दानं कृत्वा.
Next up is the Viparita Nidhyasana. With your hands on the mat, lift your legs up over top of your body into a handstand and move around on two hands dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. As you separate your feet, place one hand on the ground and place the other hand on the respective ear as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अत वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now place the other hand on the mat. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अत वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way with your heels close to your body. Hold onto your ankles and lift your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्पौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् पाडम्ब भवति.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now place your feet flat and raise your knees against your chest as you sit down on the ground. Cross your arms, hold onto opposite knees, pull them against your chest as you visualize any excess water being released from a balance within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि सा दुर्बभ्रति करबन्धनैः.
The next asana is Chakorasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck. Place your hands on the ground next to your body. Extend the opposite leg forward and lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
ऊर्ध्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now keep the right heel against the perineum. Hold on to the big toes of the feet as you keep the left leg straight. Pull the right foot towards your ear and visualize yourself as a bull.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the right leg over top of the shoulder and hook the left foot over the right as you extend your legs out to the side. Lean forward, balance on your arms and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh, left knee raised. Bring the left shoulder beneath the raised knee and gaze to your third eye as you visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsyendrasana. Now, bring the right heel outside the left hip and step the left foot over the right knee. Twist your right elbow around the raised knee and bring the arm below the raised knee. To interlock your fingers behind your back, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते जास्तु पार्श्वमत्सेन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and then lift your entire body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now, pull the other foot towards your ear as you repeat Dhanurasana too.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Repeat Ashtavakrasana. Place the other leg over top of your shoulder. Lean forward and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. As you gaze to your third eye, with the shoulder underneath the raised knee, visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsendrasana on the other side. Now bring the left heel at the right hip and the right foot over top of the left knee. Twist your body around the raised knee, interlock your fingers behind your back, and visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते जास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum and extend the opposite leg forward. Lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Now bring the right foot outside the hip, foot flat, and lift the opposite foot up in front of your face, holding it with both hands. Visualize yourself as a crane as you keep the knees straight.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Bring the left heel against the perineum and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position and bring your feet in between the thighs and calves. Now gaze to your nose as you keep your hands on the knees, visualizing a swastika in your inner space.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभेर्जुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Now cover your heels with your hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to your nose as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाछाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
We move on to Bhagasana too. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot onto the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One. As you close your mouth with little fingers, nostrils with ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs in Shanmukhi Mudra.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now place your feet on top of opposite knees. And then bring your hands onto the ground next to your body, palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji as you breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and exhale through your nostrils.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकम्.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands, place your palms on the mat next to your body, and lift your body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. Now sitting in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the legs, place them flat on the ground and stay seated. Don't lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ा संधि माही कर इधरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. From the same position, now push your hands into the mat and lift your body off the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
गोकुटासन स्थित्वा स्कंदपर्यन्तं मूरुनि नीत्वा.
The next asana is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, raise your hips and bring your hands in between the legs. Interlock your fingers behind your back. As you lean forward and down, place your forehead on the ground and your interlocked fingers on the mat behind you. As you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ा संधि माही कर इधरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, raise your knees. Bring your arms in between the thighs and calves of your legs and hold on to the respective shoulders as you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पामा दाई जंग परि बाई ल्यावा.
Now tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose as you are now sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Kranti Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठः ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञाता रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात्.
Now roll onto your back. As you lay onto your back, hold on to the respective shoulders. Gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कुर्वोदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानगुर्मकम्.
Now sit back up into Padmasana position. Bring your hands in between the legs, place one palm on the mat. Hold its wrist with the other hand as you lift your body off the ground, balancing on one arm. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other hand on the mat. Lift your body up on the other arm as you repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place your elbows down on the toes. Interlock your fingers and rest your chin on your hands as you place your thumbs against your throat. Visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place one hand over the other with the palms facing up in your lap. Sit in Padmasana, engage all bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः
Next up is Karmukhasana 2. Now hook the right hand, index and middle finger around the right big toe and move the big toe round and round. Then hold onto the left big toe and move it as well as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bowl.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्य योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोः स्थितम्
Next up is Karmukhasana 3. Sitting in Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bowl. Engage all the Vandas, Mahamudra Vanda in Karmukhasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाश्रित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदवायुर्वसो जाति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना
Next up is Dhrudhasana. Now raise your chest and gaze up as you visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः
Next up is Nagarasana. Now roll onto your back, still with your arms crossed behind. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as a snake. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagarasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो बुहाद पाछाने आने वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कृष्य
As you move on to Kandukasana, now free your arms and legs and pull your knees up against your chest and circle them with your arms. Squeeze your body into a ball as you bring your chin to the knees.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कृष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत्
Now place your feet flat, the knees raised, and interlock your fingers around your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Pavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे
Next up is Malakata Pitasana. Now place your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips upwards. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Malakata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तरमयेत्
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Straighten your legs, point the toes. Rest your entire body weight on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः
Now raise your legs up, point your toes upwards as you place your hands flat on the mat. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing Narakaloka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्त्रजेत्
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Support your body, straighten your core, and then lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely. As you angle your legs, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्
Now place your hands back on the ground. Straighten your toes up. Be sturdy and stable like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
त्रियन्नौकावत् ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Now lower your legs down. Lay on your back. Place your hands next to your hips and relax in this final asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Once more, pull the Kundalini Shakti up along the spine, awaken through this yoga practice, all the way from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra. Unclutch from any external or internal movements of your body as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you, internally chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Move your arms and legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we are going to conclude today's Nithyananda yoga session and move on to the power manifestation of the day. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let us all sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Parukarpanamastu. Om Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
आनन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Nithyananda, we welcome all the participants for today is the grand day of the Paramashivoham, the day 21, as we're completing this entire season 6, and we're going to have the first power manifestation as well, and we're going to actually manifest and test our power manifestation, how we have been manifesting the power of third eye throughout these complete 3 weeks. It was intense, it can be powerful. For some of us, it can be even no words of explaining what did we experience in this entire 21 days, entire session, and the programs conducted directly by Swamiji himself. So what are we going to do today? So again,
you are here. All right. So when you understand the grand plan of the cosmos then you will be so much in tune with its operation. When you know that you are a part of his grand plan, why you are here, what for you are here, he has already decided. The cosmos, when I say he, the cosmos has already planned your existence here in the way it wants you to be. When you understand that and you surrender to the ultimate, that is the existence and its plans, you will walk out of all fears, all worries. In today's session, we will be working with the process of surrender, where you will come into terms with your very existence, who you are, why you are, however you are. You will be so comfortable with your existence and only work towards your highest peak possibility. So in Paramashivoham today, the first session towards getting into the space of surrender towards the cosmos would begin with healing your inner violence. So let us understand how to heal our inner violence, the training from Bhagavan Paramashiva's messages directly from KAILASA, revealed through the living manifestation, the Paramavatara of Bhagavan Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Welcoming all of you to this session. We'll begin with this very beautiful verse from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse number 3. It says, Gneyaha sa nitya sannyasi yona dveshti na kangshyati nirdvandvo hi mahabaho sukham bandhat pramuchyate. The translation of this verse goes, he who neither hates nor desires the fruits of his actions has renounced. Such a person who's free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage, and is completely liberated, O Mahabaho Arjuna, is what Krishna is telling Arjuna. The source of violence within us. Let not the fruit of action be your motive, and let not your attachment be to inaction either. Krishna warning Arjuna. He says, don't perform any action with the motive of the fruit that you will be achieving at the end of that action. When you're told that, naturally the mind will say, oh, how can I, if I don't have to be attached to the fruit of my action, then why even act? So Bhagavan is saying, no, you have to let go of your attachment to both the fruit of your actions and also to your inaction. See, when we all work with all of us work with expectation all the time. We all carry a subtle violence in our body language. It is not a deliberate violence, but there is a subtle inherent violence. If we become a little sensitive to our body language, we will be able to catch this. What I cannot have, let no one else have. We often feel out of our incompletion. Possession leads to violence. Be very clear. Own, do not possess. This attitude of wanting to possess will always lead to violence. It is also the deep-rooted desire for possessions, the feeling of mine, that gives rise to your identity, I. A baby who is born has no idea of I. As he is growing, he understands, this is my toy. These are my clothes. This is my mother. This is my father. You understand? The I, the identity, always is built on what is mine. This is a very important understanding that we should all imbibe. Now, watch yourself when you type on your computer, when you handle phone calls, how you place the phone receiver back into its cradle, with what aggression you walk, how you close the door behind you, how you hold your child's hand, everything. When you become sensitive to this, you will see that everything carries a subtle violence in it. The next time when you close the door, remember and observe how you closed it. Try this experiment. Now, open the door and close it again softly with tremendous gratitude and awareness until it closes completely. Feel yourself when you do it. You will observe the difference between the two experiences. The second time, when you become aware, you will suddenly soften inside yourself. Really, this is the effect gratitude has on you. Even for those few moments when you experience gratitude in your life, just see how beautiful your body language becomes. There will be so much of grace that will be added to your very existence. Anything that you touch will be with such softness. With gratitude, your entire body language changes. When you start experiencing deep gratitude, your responses to situations will change. You will start resonating with existence. Your body will flow with that resonance, with a cool grace and softness. All your actions will arise out of this grace, and there will be no violence. Only joy will be flowing. Then anything that you will do will only make life sweeter. In places such as this war-torn Iran, research groups have studied the Transcendental Meditation Siddhi program designed by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, a 20th century teacher from India. When meditators did the TM Siddhi program in high conflict area, the crime rates, violence, anxiety, all of that reduced, and the quality of life around them improved dramatically. The Transcendental Meditation Siddhi program, when the people there the meditators did this meditation, even in the war-torn places, it was seen that the crime rate, violence, and anxiety reduced, and the quality of life improved dramatically. The truth is that meditation softens you. When you soften, love and gratitude start happening in you, and then slowly there is no room for worry. Understand, worry is also a form of violence. It is a subtle form of violence. It is a disguised agitation in the system. Meditation also tremendously increases your awareness. When awareness increases, outwardly, you might be completely involved in the outer world, but inwardly, you will be untouched by anything that happens in life. Now, that is the real worry-free life. Day in and day out, wherever you are, you will be performing all of your responsibilities, your duties, and the people who look at you out from outside may even feel, what is there? This is another person who is doing her job, right? She also goes to work, comes home, takes care of her children. She attends functions, watches movies. She's also working towards making money, building a house. All of that will be happening. But inside, deep inside, you will be untouched by any of those happenings. There will be no fluctuations in your inner space. You will be beyond all kinds of fear, worry, greed, all of that. Look in. All your incompletions boil down to just two patterns. One is violence, the other is fear. Please contemplate on these truths. Both violence and fear are one and the same. When fear comes, violence comes. When violence comes, fear comes. That's all. They cannot be existing independent of each other. Both violence and fear are one and the same, and all our incompletions boil down to these two patterns. Internalize these truths and contemplate on them. It's really important for us to catch it. Because the very first step towards surrendering towards the existence is to heal ourselves of all the inner violence. The person who is fearless will not be violent. And the person who is non-violent will not have any fear in life. And that is the truth. Contemplate on the following truths about violence. Violence and killing are not merely physical acts, they are psychological compulsions acted out of incompletion in the physical realm. Understand this. It necessarily need not be, it's not just a mere physical act, they are the psychological compulsions that are acted out of incompletion in the physical realm. It just doesn't happen in the physical plane that you kill someone, you hurt someone. All of this has a deep-rooted psychological compulsion, which is arising out of your incompletion. Violence of the mind carries on as the vasana or desire, the essence of the spirit that incarnates from birth to birth. What are vasanas? They are the seed of the samskaras that incarnate from birth to birth. Now, that is the horror that does not end with death. The spirit is violated, degraded, and degenerated by this attitude of violence. Bhagavan says, a violent man is always a coward, an inauthentic person who does not have the courage to face the truth. A violent man does not have the sensitivity to treat others as he expects to be treated. He goes out of integrity, losing his power of words, isolating himself in a cocoon of lies, using the excuse of defending himself, and then goes on to commit violence against others. This is the psychological compulsion that actually gives rise to the act of violence in the physical plane. If you look at it, all violent people are cowards. They do not have the sensitivity, total lack of integrity. There is zero respect or honor for the words that he speaks. There's continuously being established in the space of non-integrity. They will isolate themselves in cocoon of lies, and as an excuse to defend himself, he will commit violence against others. When we become aware and conscious that the person next to us is actually an expression of the energy of God, how can we possibly respond with violence? Understand, ahimsa paramo dharmaha is one of the beautiful truths that we talk about all the time. The ultimate righteousness is non-violence. This truth stems from the understanding that each one of us is an expression of the energy of God. We are all a part of that very cosmic play. When you understand this, how could you possibly respond towards any other life form with violence? Isn't it? It has nothing to do with whether someone is family, part of our culture, part of our religion, part of our nation, part of our history, habits, beliefs. Nothing matters. All these borders that we create between countries is also societal. Religions is again a play of your mind. The ultimate dharma is non-violence. When you understand and start living this truth, you will be respectful towards all life forms, irrespective of their culture, religion, nation, habits, beliefs, whatever it is. How can violence develop in us when we recognize ourselves to be God, which automatically enables us to be aware that every other living being, animate or inanimate too, is God's image. Take a moment and internalize these truths. Contemplate on these truths. Much about how you live your life will change. Just not people. Every life form, animals, plants, trees, it just doesn't limit itself to life, living things. Even inanimate is God's image. So when this truth clicks with your very being, even the computer that you're using to watch and be a part of this program, you will be treating that with so much of respect and gratitude. Every time you sit inside your car or your vehicle that you drive, you will be so grateful to that car. Really. So much of grace will start happening in your very existence. You are imperishable. You are complete. Everyone around you is imperishable and complete. Shed your fear and violence and be complete. Let enriching others, let love for others fill your being, says Bhagavan. Contemplate. You are imperishable and complete. Everyone around you is also imperishable and complete. So, shed all kinds of fear and violence that you have and become complete, and let love for others fill your being. When love for others fill your being, you will actually start loving yourself multifold. Arjuna tells Krishna, I do not understand what you're saying. First you tell me to fight, and then you tell me to shed anger. You say I must kill my enemies who are my elders and relatives, but then you say I should not worry about the end result. So the context is the Mahabharata war, where the Kauravas and the Pandavas are fighting and Krishna is the charioteer for Arjuna, who is mediating the whole play to re-establish dharma. This is the Mahabharata war, where the cousins are standing on the opposite parties. And at the time when the war is just about to begin, Arjuna suddenly loses his, what is the word? He's shaken when he sees that he is fighting the war with his own relatives who happen to be his teachers, his grandfather, his cousins, all of them. And he says, I don't want to do this. And then Krishna is telling him that he has to fight the war and without having any expectations of the result. You should not worry about the result. And you're telling me to kill my enemies. I am confused, is what Arjuna is asking Krishna. Arjuna says, all I need to know is whether I should act or not. You say knowledge is superior to action, and yet you say I must act. What should I do? He asks. Understand, even these questions of Arjuna is coming from the space of violence. Arjuna is clearly in violence, asking, expecting, or thinking only one act can be important is also violence. Only violence asks for instruction without inspiration. A violent person cannot be inspired, he can only be instructed. Arjuna is asking for a single instruction from Krishna. He says, tell me clearly what is best for me. Arjuna's pattern of asking for only a single best instruction is the pattern of violence. By asking for a clear instruction, he can hold Krishna responsible for his own inauthenticity and escape the responsibility for his actions. Are you getting the point, Ma? Can I have a show of hands if you need some clarity with respect to this understanding about why he's in the space of violence? Yes. See, understandings can be given. After that, you should have the inspiration from those understandings to take responsibility for your actions. When you go up to the master and you ask him only for a single instruction, tell me what I should do, then you are operating from the space of inauthenticity and wanting to escape the responsibility for your actions. Then you can put all the blame on the other person's head. See, because you told me, I did what you told me to do, and this is the end result, so you are only responsible for it, right? So that is why Swamiji is saying he's operating from the space of violence. Asking for a single instruction itself is from the violence. And if a single instruction is given, that is encouraging your violence, only inspiration should be given. And this is the beauty of Hinduism. No single instruction can work because the root pattern of asking for a single instruction is violence. Because we feel either we should be alive or the other person should be alive. The mentality of fighting and violence always excludes. The root of the problem should be solved. Anything that talks about one and only one solution is born out of survival instinct and never out of inspiration. When we question, we show our arrogance and violence. When we doubt, we reveal our authentic quest for the truth and the readiness to receive the master. Arjuna, now beyond questions, allows Krishna to give the experience of the Supreme Being, Purushottama. Continuing, let us internalize these understandings about the impact of parasites in our muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy. Now, simple understanding about the parasites, the way it exists, manifests, and triggers in your muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy will liberate you from all addictions in all levels and make you manifest powers and enlightenment. See, what is the muscle memory? All your day-to-day habits, like morning you wake up and do yoga or sip a cup of coffee, the kind of food that you eat, all of your behaviors, habits, actions, all of that forms your muscle memory. Your muscles keep the memory of all your actions, good or bad, right or wrong. If you create right muscle memories, it helps you to manifest a beautiful right life. If you build wrong muscle memories, it makes you manifest bad life. End of the day, your life, your living, is just an expression of the muscle memories that you build. The next, biomemory. What is biomemory? Biomemory is all the cognitions, the opinions, ideas, the powerful conclusions that you have arrived about yourself, your life, God, people, about Guru, about the world, about the universe. All of these put together is your biomemory. Basically, biomemory is the cognitions that you have about Jiva, Ishvara, and Jagat. Okay, Jiva is your individual self, Ishvara is God, Jagat is the world. All the cognitions that you have about these is your biomemory. The conclusions that you carry, the powerful conclusions that you carry, the powerful cognitions that you carry is called biomemory. The third is your bioenergy, the consciousness which is manifesting in your body. Its experience about itself is called the bioenergy. Basically, your bioenergy is the consciousness and its experience about itself. How you feel about you, your core, due to the total impact of your muscle memory and biomemory, that is called as bioenergy. From this body, when you move to the next body, your bioenergy only is carried. The core software coding of your existence is your bioenergy. So I repeat again, muscle memory is the memory of all your day-to-day habits, your lifestyle. Every belief that you carry, the powerful cognitions, the powerful conclusions that you carry, the powerful cognitions that you carry, all of that is your biomemory. The core of you, the I in you, how it experiences itself due to the continuous impact of your muscle memory and the biomemory on you, that is your bioenergy. Are you all with me? Are all these understandings clear? Biomemory, bioenergy, and muscle memory. All right. Good. So, in all these three levels, there are parasites in you at the level of your muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy. There are parasites. Parasite means which does not have its own independent life, but it gets empowered and comes alive by the nearness or the existence sitting on you willingly or unwillingly. Right? We all understand what parasites are. By themselves, they don't have an independent life. And when they are sitting on another life form, they come alive, isn't it? All of you know medically, there are parasites sitting in the stomach, on the skin, on the scalp. Your muscle memory has parasites. What are the parasites that are sitting in your muscle memory? These are the ones which are responsible for your tiredness and all of your addictions. Parasites can just trigger you. It can trigger the muscle memory of certain food or certain drug, alcohol, smoking, marijuana. It can trigger any of those memories and force you to consume them again and again. Whether it is addictions related to eating, drugs, sex, pornography, or any type of addictions because of the parasites sitting in your muscle memory. Tiredness is also an addiction. Understand that. It disappears in you if you start taking Haritaki powder. Now, due to the unconscious lifestyle, you collect many addictive patterns and empower them with your parasites. And those parasites nicely getting empowered, sitting inside you, literally not just run your life, they actually ruin your life. Almost all physical disorders and diseases are due to the parasites that are sitting inside your muscle memory. Detoxing your muscle memory literally transforms your life to royal life. Once the muscle memory is detoxed of all the laziness, the tiredness, and addictions, your life will become royal. Now, there are multiple methods to detox the muscle memories. Everyday yoga can completely detox you and detox your muscle memories. But the most powerful methodology is just realizing that it is the parasite, somebody else eating your life and destroying your life, ruining your life. Ruining your life from inside you is actually ruining you, isn't it? These parasites rule you from inside you and ruin you. Even if you realize it, you will get rid of many parasites. The next time some kind of an addiction is driving you, at a conscious plane, you know, this is not right for me, I shouldn't be doing this, but still you're driven to do that. Know that it is not you, it is the parasite. The next time your body is feeling that extreme tiredness, exhaustion, just know that it is your parasite and not you. When you realize it, you will actually get rid of many of these parasites. Once your parasites feel empowered, you will start doing whatever they trigger in you. They move their ground, they go deeper into you from your muscle memory to your biomemory, and they get deeply rooted. They get grounded in your belief about you, your cognition and conclusion about you, into your memory about you. What was at the muscle memory level gets driven into your biomemory, and then you will conclude, this is all what I am. Nothing about me can change. That is a big danger. The parasites grown in the biomemory level are that suicidal tendencies. You are ready to even die, but not ready to come out of many of your delusions and beliefs. When the parasites sit in your biomemory level, they become part of your very cognition about you. The very cognition about you will become solidified and changed. The frustration, anger, violence, boredom, all of these are the parasites that are sitting in your biomemory. Please take a moment and internalize all of these truths. Even you understanding that this is not you and it is just a parasite, you will actually walk out of many of these parasite-driven patterns. Swamiji says, the parasite sitting in your muscle memory can be detoxed, removed by the use of Haritaki and doing yoga every day. You don't take care at this level, they can go deep into your system at the very biomemory level and give rise to suicidal tendencies where you are even ready to die, but you don't want to change your belief about you. All of these, frustration, anger, violence, and boredom, are sitting in your biomemory. Ma Pallavi is asking, can we consume Haritaki every day? You should consume, not can we consume. You should consume every night before you go to bed. And Haritaki should be the last thing that you will take, Ma. After you take that, you should not be eating anything else. So you can start with 1 spoon a day in the night. In fact, if you don't have a clean gut, you have problems of constipation, ulcers, gastric ulcers because of excessive worry or any kind of a stress, you could even consume it twice a day. But for a beginner, you can start with once a day and allow your system to get used to it. All right. Also, I'll take this moment to tell you, I think one of the participants had asked about the unclutching meditation. I think it was you only, Ma. I will share that link with you. It is happening. Yes. All right. I will do it at the end of the session. Yes. Let us understand why you feel anger. Because you have certain conclusions about you, about others, about the world. When those conclusions are triggered by these parasites, something crisscrosses by these parasites. It triggers you so much and makes you react. You just destroy everything around you and even your very life. All life negative attitudes and aptitudes and tendencies, powerful conclusions and cognitions are the parasites that are sitting in your biomemory. Understand, anything that is life negative is a parasite that is sitting in your biomemory. your attitude, tendency, conclusions, the cognitions that you have drawn about life, about the world, about God, about yourself, all of that is a parasite that is sitting in your biomemory. And the most beautiful way of working and detoxing your biomemory is taking 1,200 long breaths every day. 1,200 long breaths and working on your sexual identity. Bhagavan says all gender bias, people who are homophobic or any phobia that you have related to sexuality is parasite sitting in your biomemory, and that is life negative. Working on the gender identity, the sexual identity liberates you from all parasites sitting in your biomemory. Gender identity is not just male, female, and transsexual. Swamiji says there are 11 genders. So when you work on your gender identity, you will be liberated from all the parasites that are sitting in your biomemory. The other thing is taking 1,200 long breaths per day. If you have the knowledge about sexuality as per Hinduism, you will never have suicidal tendencies directly, indirectly, or life negative tendencies. All mental disorders are due to the parasites that are sitting inside the biomemory, because all mental disorders themselves stem from life negativity, isn't it? Whether that negativity is towards you, towards world, towards God, that is the root of all mental disorders. So these are the parasites that are sitting inside the biomemory. All of your problems, mental or physical, is not because you are bad. Understand that. It is because your parasites are bad. You are letting those bad parasites sitting inside you. Turn your anger not towards you. Turn your anger towards your parasites. Then you will win the game. If you decide consciously, I will turn all my anger, frustration, violence, everything towards the parasites that are sitting in my muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy, and not towards me, you will win the game. Parasites that are sitting inside your bioenergy is, we discussed the parasites sitting in the muscle memory and biomemory. Now let us look at what are the parasites that are sitting inside your bioenergy. They are delusion, giving up attitude. What can I do? That's all. This kind of extreme enlightenment negative, anti-enlightenment attitude is the parasite that is sitting inside your bioenergy. This parasite is very dangerous. Not only this life, it can destroy you life after life after life, because this is what comes with you with every birth that you take. This same bioenergy is what you will be carrying forward life after life. So if you're carrying that kind of a parasite in your bioenergy, it will continue to destroy you in every life that you take. You will see the same kind of father, mother, and end up with the same kind of attachment and problem, and land in the same kind of mess. Pick up the next body with the same kind of type of parents, the same kind of family situations, and land in the same mess and same rut. It will go on and on and on. Stuck, but not breaking out of the parasite sitting inside your bioenergy. Only one thing can detox you from all the parasites sitting inside your bioenergy, and that is living around the master. You need to see constantly the master, how he behaves, how the master lives, how the master's muscle memory is working, how the master's biomemory is working, and how the master bioenergy is working. Guru Seva is the only way the parasites in your bioenergy will be detoxed. Guru Seva is the most direct method of melting down all the parasites sitting inside your bioenergy. Constantly, your bioenergy needs to be cleansed, detoxed, and opened. Your bioenergy needs to be opened, and the Guru's initiation, Shakti Pada, needs to be poured inside you, and you need to go on experiencing detoxification. You need to be detoxed continuously, because the parasite sitting inside your bioenergy, you collected it for many janmas, many life births, you have collected them. Now, it may not be possible for all of you to be living around the master, so he's giving us alternate methodologies. Have the Atma Murti. Live with the Atma Murti the whole day. When you wake up the Atma Murti. When you brush the teeth, brush him. After you bath, give him bath. Before you eat, give him food. Before you go to bed, put him to bed. Living with the Atma Murti can detox all the parasites that are sitting inside your bioenergy. Detox your bioenergy through living with the Atma Murti. Atma Murti is your personal deity of the Guru, your personal intimate version of the Guru in the form of a deity. Live with that deity. Then that can be a substitute as of now till you get the opportunity to live with the Guru. Understand? Listening to the Guru can change everything ferociously, not softly, not politely, not mildly, but ferociously, breaking the obsessive, compulsive, reactionary patterns is power manifestation. By now, you should have identified all of these patterns inside of you. Ferociously, when you break them, power manifestation starts happening. Paramashiva's powers manifests to beings who powerfully and ferociously break their obsessive compulsive reactionary patterns. First, initially bending the body. By bending the body, you can bend your mind, and learning that is Hatha Yoga. Then, by bending the mind, learning that you can change your body is Dhyana Yoga. If you break your patterns step by step, slowly, you will achieve the great possibilities. But if you break the patterns ferociously, only then you manifest powers. Bhagavan says, if you do yoga every day, one day you do 10 Surya Namaskars, next day you make it 25, then you make it 50, then you add pranayama to your Surya Namaskar, then you add meditation. Like this, when you go step by step, slowly, you will manifest your possibilities. But if you break the patterns, not step by step, just in one stroke, ferociously, you manifest powers and not just possibilities. See, body flexibility, muscle building, ability to do rope yoga, pole yoga, all of these are possibilities. But straight levitation is a power. It is not just a possibility. There is a difference between possibility and power. Every time you break your patterns step by step, you manifest possibilities. Whenever you break your patterns ferociously, you simply manifest powers. You will just manifest powers. Bhagavan says, Ramakrishna used to give a beautiful example. A frog which got 1 rupee coin newly wanted to check the power of the money it got. So the elephant was going outside his hole, the frog hole. That frog came out of the frog hole and standing, waving that 1 rupee coin towards the elephant, says, "Hey, now I have become so rich. You are crossing a rich man's house without saluting a rich man." Will that elephant even care for anything? He may not even have heard the shouting of the frog. Even if he hears, he will say, "Hey, just keep quiet." And he will walk, isn't it? Exactly the same way. If you treat your patterns, you will manifest powers. By now, we know when our patterns start expressing. Can I have an acknowledgement? Can you identify when your patterns are starting to live through you? Some responses on the chat box, please. Yes, says Makalyan Sundari. Good now. That's why I keep falling back to that patterns. Exactly what Swamiji is telling. When you recognize your pattern, treat your pattern like that, how that elephant has treated that frog's show off that 1 rupee coin. Just disregard them and move on. You will start manifesting powers. Even once you behave with your obsessive compulsory reactionary patterns ferociously and break it, one pattern, and manifest powers, the kind of courage that you will feel, you will straight walk towards enlightenment. Because after that, every obstruction, every barricade, every stopping will look very funny. It will look very funny. Now let us go on to understand what is addiction. Any addiction is an unconscious automatic process penetrating multiple layers of your being. When we add powerfulness to that pattern, to that depth, this powerfulness goes and becomes a power. I will repeat. All addictions are unconscious automatic processes penetrating multiple layers of your being. When we add powerfulness to that pattern, to that depth, this powerfulness grows and becomes a power. A person addicted to many different patterns during the practice of oneness, it will be difficult. But once he masters, he will be more power manifesting than a fellow who never even got addicted. Even to get addicted, you need to be active, isn't it? By his action, he may have created some complications. So when you are practicing oneness, you may have a little problem. It's not that it's going to be smooth. A person who has never got addicted, the practicing of oneness will be smooth. But power manifestation is always more for the people who made more complications in their system because many of their depths and extremes they have knocked and they have explored. People who are addicted to patterns explore multiple zones of their dimensions and possibilities. They open and see all the doors of their system. So let us now work on this activity. First, find out what is your compulsive reactionary behavior pattern. Okay. You may even have 10 to 12 patterns. List them out and break them ferociously. Make a list. Please go ahead. make a list of all your obsessive compulsive reactionary patterns. Please start listing out your patterns that are obsessive compulsive reactionary behavioral patterns. All that comes up, please list them out and just make a conscious decision to break them ferociously. Break each of your compulsive reactionary behavior pattern ferociously. You've lived enough of your life under their clutches. Now that you know, it is your intelligent choice that you are making with all conscious awareness to break free from it. Bhagavan always used to say, don't tell me how big your problems are. Tell your problems how big your guru is. Like that, tell your patterns how big your decision is, how ferocious you are about breaking free from them. Enough of the small life with limitations, bondage that pulled you down. We have all lived. It is time to manifest Paramashiva's powers. His powers are only worthy to manifest, celebrate, and enjoy. Bhagavan says, if you're unable to build collective integrity, it is just because of your obsessive compulsive reactionary pattern. Sit and pen down what stops you from building collective integrity around you. Behave ferocious with those patterns. You usually behave ferociously with the people, not with the patterns. Behave ferociously with patterns and behave cutely with the people around you. Collective integrity is with all the people who are a part of your life, with your team, working with everyone towards a common cause. When you want to manifest anything collectively, generally everything collapses in that space of your incompletions, each one's patterns crisscrossing and fighting with the other. Swamiji says, become ferocious with your patterns and behave cutely with the people around you. Every time you behave ferociously with your patterns and break, you manifest at least one power of Paramashiva. To behave ferociously with your pattern, you do not need anything other than feeling connection or trust on the Guru, because that trust you have on the Guru will naturally manifest as the courage to execute the Guru's words. People with Guru Bhakti will not have any problem in breaking their compulsive reactionary patterns. Guru Bhakti is like a spiritual entanglement, that umbilical cord connection. I myself eat only once a day. Guru's very biomemory of Tejas, that very energy, that very bioenergy enters into your being because of your Guru Bhakti, and you vibrate in that same high frequency, and simply that becomes too easy for you also. Okay. Internalize this truth before we move on to the next aspect of the presentation. Building your spiritual umbilical cord connection with the Master, the Guru Bhakti, is one of the easiest ways for you to break free from compulsive reactionary patterns, including, see, the pattern of eating. If you have that craving and you're dumping too much food into your system and you're not able to break free from it, just know Swamiji eats only once a day. And with that context, when you sit with your Guru Bhakti, that very biomemory will become yours. It becomes too easy after that. Anything and everything in the space of Bhakti, Guru Bhakti, and gratitude can be won over. The next segment, identify your innate vengeance. See, there is something called innate vengeance. It means the vengeance you feel because you feel divided from the oneness. All the pain and suffering for us started when we took birth. It was our decision to take birth, our decision to separate ourselves from the cosmic oneness. Because of that, inherently in all of us, there is an innate vengeance, because we feel divided from the oneness. By nature, whether you accept or not, understand or not, the oneness is your nature. But when there is a gap due to some reason, you develop vengeance towards that gap. That only expresses as vengeance on every being who comes in contact with you. Understand, it is not that your father or your mother, your brother, your husband or your son who is responsible for this incompletion. Stop blaming people around you for your suffering. Even your own incompletions that you have developed, formed in your life, you are the reason for it. You are responsible for it. Nobody else is responsible. Because the oneness, your original nature is getting disturbed, it is getting questioned, it is getting touched. You feel agitated and violent towards everything, literally everything. the time from which you started missing your original state, that oneness state, that Advaita, the innate vengeance that expresses as your words, your body language, feeling bored, tired, angry, agitation, for everything, the root cause is unable to handle losing the oneness. Even while you are born, as a baby, you are given the boon of oneness. See, even though you have a past life karmas, in every birth, rebooting happens. You are given the boon to restart with oneness. I see Manitya Guru Prasad is translating, so I'm just waiting for her. Yes. But again, because of the stupid past patterns, in 5 to 6 years, you break that oneness and start getting into violence, powerlessness, and anger. See, we all take birth to complete with our past karmas. But the compassion of the divine is such that every time we take birth, the whole system is rebooted and we are born with the oneness experience. But sadly, because of the stupid past patterns, within a short span of 5 or 6 years, you break that oneness and start getting into the same rut of powerlessness, anger, and violence. Why do you think all babies look so blissful and joyful till that point in time? Because they are in that oneness space. After a point, especially around 5, 6 years, you put them to school and then starts all the whole drama again of the patterns playing and living through you. Let's hear from Bhagavan about how non-violence is the real heroism. Just give me a minute.
नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvagnyapitakartas, manifestors, Sarvavarityagis, Shri Mahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, KAILASA's e-Gurukul students, KAILASA's NHU students, Paramashiva Ganas, and Paramashivoham Season 8 participants, everyone having Nayanadiksha, and all those watching us live on KAILASA TV, KAILASA's NTV, KAILASA's HNTV, KAILASA's Enlightenment app, and other social media platforms. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Paramashiva's direct message from KAILASA. Understand this pralaya which is happening now. As some good news, some great news. There's no bad news. Listen. Good news is your mental setup, the mind you built, is with the mixture of some delusional beliefs, false hopes, false security, blind spots, and some true, powerful, real cognitions. Understand? Your mind is mixture of both. I should say, for a common man, the powerful cognitions is very less percentage. Delusions, hopes, blind spots are all large number of percentage. I'll give you some example for blind spots. People come in anger, in rage. Sometimes think, come on, let's do it, and face what comes after that. But when after effects, the side effect, the result of what they have done, when it comes, they can't face. That is what I call blind spot based mental setup. Sometimes people make decisions arrogantly.
Hey. Yes. Did you join this company just 5 months back? Yeah, I did, but why are you asking me?
You can see even in Indian movies. Constantly this Indian cinema is teaching violence as heroism. Oh God. So much violence is not required to run your life. But it is so unfortunate, Indian cinema makes you believe only if you are violent, you can survive, which is not true. raising the negativity, friction among the human beings and encashing the cheap emotions, triggering the cheap emotions and making money. Most cheapest business. I've always seen in these Indian cinemas, the hero will tell, come on, kill that fellow, come what may, we will face it later. Actually, after that, when he is arrested and put in jail, he will not be able to face it. This is exactly they are teaching the Indian youth. Indian youth also behaves the same way. Come on, let's do it and face what comes after that. But after that, when it comes, they will not be able to face. The blind spot based thinking. Listen, all this blind spot based thinking, blind spot based mental system will collapse now in this pralaya. Actually, non-violence is the real heroism. We should teach our next generation how to take the non-violence and blissful coexistence to your core level. All this violence-centric heroism
So that was Bhagavan talking about how non-violence should become deeply etched into all our systems, and how real heroism is only about non-violence. So with that, I will now have to conclude the session with Purna Mantra. Please put your hands together. Let us all feel our own inner violence, our innate vengeance, and surrender to the bigger cosmic plan, realizing that we are all the very extension of Paramashiva, knowing that everybody around us is also him. And in that space of surrender and gratitude, there is no scope for any violence, only completion and expansion. I wish all of you a very beautiful journey from Paramashivoham Level 1 to 2 and 3. Let us all continue to radiate the state, space, powers, being, and the very super consciousness of Paramashiva. And I thank you all for being a part of this very beautiful, empowering journey with all of us. And the sessions will continue. Please stay tuned. I will personally have to log off for now, so I'm taking time to thank each one of you. Let's offer our gratitude to Bhagavan for having chosen each one of us to receive these great truths, these powerful initiations, and purify our existence at all levels, our muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy. He's not just enabling us to live this blissful life for this one janma, But for the many janmas to come, he is going to, make sure that we continue to radiate Paramashivatva in all of us. Thanking you all once again. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Ma.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Requesting all the participants to quickly come back and settle down. Please turn on your cameras. Let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Yes. We have some interesting topics lined up for the day. So to begin with, we will be learning about manifesting the superpower of Tyaga. We will go on to understand what is Tyaga and how we can apply it in our lives. Yes, manifesting the superpower of Tyaga with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So what does Tyaga do? First of all, Tyaga liberates you from delusion, which is great news. So, Tyaga liberates all of us from the most powerful, logically convincing, justifying delusions. There are some delusions about which you are so convinced logically, and its delusion has justified its existence to you in such convincing ways, you even forget it is a delusion that you assumed. 99% of our delusions are not real pain or suffering. It is just the delusion which is the problem. If you renounce your suffocation and suffering and build Tyaga, you will have greater vision and a better career. Tyaga will make your delusions, suffocations, and sufferings irrelevant. Tyaga is asserting the higher reality, the ultimate truth, and ferociously asserting the ultimate truth, dropping all other identities and interferences of those identities and inferences of those identities. For example, you have been convinced very logically, systematically by the society that you are only body. So here, Swamiji is saying in his own words, I am not saying you are not body. I am against the idea of you are only body. I am 100% supportive of you taking care of your body. I am only requesting you to realize your conscious principle, which is the Atma Tattva. For example, there is beyond logic of mind. Mind is actually multiple interferences and inferences. Earth, water, air, and space elements, the Panchabhutas. A strong unconscious, knowingly or unknowingly, you are not able to break your fluid mood swings. Your mood swings are fluid. So, for example, if I take a cup of coffee, those are water element interferences in the conscious element. Intense emotional outbursts, the decisions you take, even if you will not stand by it, which is the fire element interferences in your Atma Tattva. Absolute dullness is the air element interference. Extreme suicidal, absolute life negative air element is interference. Mind itself is interference and inference on conscious elements. Tyaga is the most powerful strategy to liberate yourself from all these five and from other interferences. Tyaga is the most powerful strategy to liberate yourself from all these five and also from other interferences. Tyaga is like bulldozing all your delusion, putting the forest fire for all your delusion, a nuclear explosion for all the delusion that you have. Tyaga removes all the negativity not only from your mind, it also removes negativity from your intestines. The parasites or microbes from your intestine gets cleaned when you start smiling at people, when you start loving people, when you start giving security to people and making them feel secured about you, with you and around you. Tyaga is the cognition for all superpowers. It is the superpower which makes you manifest Paramashivatva. Tyaga is the superpower which makes you manifest Paramashivatva. Tyaga is not renunciation, it is the ultimate resource or power. With Tyaga, you will see every attack on you, and you will also see every opportunity to convert it for yourself. Every poison thrown at you, you will convert it as medicine for yourself. So Tyaga is the umbilical cord connection or the basic connection through which Paramashiva transmits the state, space, powers and everything into us and manifests his being, the superconsciousness and KAILASA in us. So Tyaga is a powerful cognition for all the superpowers. It is also a nuclear strong force of consciousness. Tyaga raises you in every level to the next level and your frequency becomes different. Tyaga is life. Tyaga is super consciousness. So let us learn Tyaga and become a different metal altogether. The science of Tyaga is to manifest the being of Paramashiva billion times more than any power manifestation. Pure beings are ready, evolving for manifesting being of Paramashiva. So, understand you are all the pure beings who are ready. Whoever has come in the breathing space of Paramashiva, our Guru, who is an incarnation of Paramashiva, understand all of you are chosen ones and you're all ready. You are all evolving to manifest the being of Paramashiva. Now, whenever you feel depressed, your loneliness, when you're feeling lonely, your loneliness demands to connect with people or to do something. So step one is to deny it, to deny depression or loneliness. Step two is to bring in powerful cognitions, and step three is to do meditative puja. Now, Guru, what does he do? Whenever you come in the breathing space of your Guru, whenever you receive the Nayana Diksha, when you are introduced to the Guru, when he appears. He appears when you are ready. The master appears when the disciple is ready. So, similarly, all of you are now ready to receive the initiation, energy, transmission. So, what does the Guru do? He gives you a mantra, the initiation. He imparts energy and he also imports it and transmits his own tyaga, his bioenergy, that is the consciousness, into your very core. It is through tyaga you build yourself as the metal for Paramashiva to manifest. So again, he is the embodiment of tyaga. You learn just by observing him. The sacrifice that he does for the whole of humanity, all that he needs to go through, he is going through, is only to help humanity. So when you receive the initiation, your very goal itself changes. The quality of your achievements changes. Your strategies change, and the very quality of your existence changes when you receive the initiation, when he transmits his own bioenergy into you. Now, the frequently asked questions are, Swamiji, is Tyaga a result of integrity to one's own goal? So, Swamiji is revealing here, Tyaga is a result of integrity to one's own soul, not even goal, to one's own soul. Tyaga is the result of integrity to one's soul, Atma Tattva, not even a goal. Lakshya. Goal means Lakshya. Soul means Atma Tattva. Tyaga is the result of integrity to one's own soul, Atma Tattva, and not to goal, which is Lakshya. Lakshya means goal, Atma Tattva means soul. Of course, it will be integrity to Lakshya also, but it is more integrity to Atma Tattva. So understand here, Swamiji is giving a beautiful example. A diamond cannot be studded on ordinary aluminum or iron. It can be studded only on gold. Similarly, Paramashiva cannot be studded in cheap bodies. It can only be studded on the body of a Tyagi. It's a very beautiful example he's quoting here. A diamond cannot be studded on ordinary aluminum or iron. It can only be studded on gold. Similarly, Paramashiva cannot be studded in cheap, stupid bodies. It can only be studded on the body of a Tyagi. So be that Tyagi, become a Tyagi, which will make you like gold. And Paramashiva, the diamond, can be studded in you. For example, if you are a practice doctor and making $1 million a year or $10 million a year, develop the stamina of Tyaga. You will click with such kind of strategies and understandings about life. You will make $1 billion doing the same practice every year. Even for money or power or position, even though all that is not ultimate, when you bring Tyaga into your cognition and thinking, you will realize how a mediocre mind is subdued, controlled, and brainwashed through glittery goals. So let us hear from Swamiji what he is sharing about Tyaga. Tyaga is the catalyst to raise consciousness.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahants, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. The third point, physics of the Guru-disciple relationship. Understand the third point, the physics of the Guru-disciple relationship is realization. Let me precisely explain what is realization. You declare the truth. First, you need to consciously do listening, internalizing, come to the conscious conclusion. For example, I'll give you one example. Shivoham, Sadashivoham, or Mahasadashivoham, whatever. First of all, you need to consciously spend time in listening and internalizing to come to the conclusion. Yes, my consciousness is alive only because of superconsciousness. It is alive because it is extension of the superconsciousness. If not, it cannot be alive. Because it is in the shade of Mahasadashiva, it is alive. Otherwise, it cannot be alive. Once you come to that conscious conclusion and decision, then based on that powerful cognition, you start manifesting powers. When you try to manifest powers, if you manifest, great. If you are not, that should not shake your conscious conclusion. You should only stand with the conscious conclusion, and all the ups and downs you are going through while holding on to that conclusion and proceeding with your life with one attitude of tyaga. Understand? I'll explain more detail. You declare, I am Mahasadashiva. With this conscious conclusion, you start manifesting powers. If you manifest, great, that is going to add strength to your confidence, your will persistence, your consciousness. If you are not manifesting, if you are struggling, there is ups and downs, coming and going, or not coming at all. During those moments, carrying on with your life, continuing holding on to this conscious decision, and carrying on with your life with the attitude of tyaga is realization. Understand, you cannot bargain with Sadashiva. If I manifest these powers, I will accept I am Sadashiva.
Otherwise, I am not going to. No. With Sadashiva, only one attitude works: prayer. No bargaining. No bargaining works with Sadashiva. Other than prayer, nothing else works. Nothing else works. Any business transaction, any bargain doesn't work with Sadashiva. Realization means understand, I am repeating. Realization means continuing to protect your inner space without being affected by the external happenings through the fort of Tyaga, and letting your conscious decision and declaration manifest it in the life. Yes. It's not that all others realized their Sadashiva, their Mahasadashivatva, only you are struggling with it. No. Anyone who realized has struggled with it. If they have not struggled with it, they have not realized it. Understand, during that struggle, keeping Tyaga as the attitude towards life makes realization happen. Understand, if you have the attitude of why me, even if you are world's richest man, you will not be in the space of completion and relaxed. Just if you develop this one understanding of Tyaga, I don't care about ups and downs. My conscious decisions and conclusions are my life. That's it. That's it. That Tyaga will manifest in tons of ways, like how Tyaga is manifesting in me. I have decided to be ferocious with me and decided to go and be in the temple. So I decided, let me be ferocious with myself. Let me go and sit under the banyan tree in the temple whole day so that we will constantly move things and make the temple happen. Yesterday, when Adinavasi came and said, I want to be in Nirahara. That's the way I wanted to imbibe all your construction plans and start making it into realization. Actually, it was wonderful. Then I called and guided her that do it step by step like this, so your health does not break. Smoothly, the transition happens into the Tyaga manifesting as powerfulness, ferociousness. I still remember Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me one copper coin in which Arunachaleshwara's form was printed. I was keeping it and worshipping it. It was very near and dear for me. One day, one of my classmates, he was given a chocolate by another friend, and he said, no, I don't want chocolate. Instead, if you give me that money, I'll be happy. The friend asked, what you are going to do with that money? He said, near my house, somebody is building a temple. I have decided that till the temple is completed, I will not eat chocolate, and I will collect all the money and give it to the temple to complete that construction. Even if he collects everything, he may give some 10 bricks, not more than that. But his way of tyaga, I was so happy I gave this dollar to him, which I was worshipping for quite a long time. And after a few hours, I came back to temple to meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I told him that I did this. He was so happy. He said, learn to respect Shraddha. That time he did not use the word Tyaga, he used the word Shraddha. I can say both different words, but ultimately same experience. See, that friend may contribute only 10 bricks, even if he saves all the money he eats as chocolate, it may come maximum 50 rupee to 100 rupee. And with that 50 to 100 rupee, he may contribute some 10 bricks or, I don't know, 20 bricks, less than 10, 20 bricks. But his ferociousness, more than the contribution he does to temple, his heart will become temple.
Yes. So what we learned just now, what Swamiji was sharing was, holding on to the conscious conclusion, you will start manifesting powers. The conscious conclusion, that is, you are Paramashiva. When you hold on to that conscious conclusion, you start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. And this will add strength to your confidence, your will persistence, and carrying on with life, holding on to this conscious conclusion, whether you manifest powers or you don't manifest powers, when you carry on in your life, just holding on to this conscious conclusion with the attitude of Tyaga, that is realization. That is realization. So, how to be a Tyagi? How to be a Tyagi? Let us look at the Shastra Pramana that has been taken from the 191st Patanjali Yoga Sutra, chapter 4, 29th verse. Prasankhyane api ahusitasya sarvata viveka khyata dharma megha samadhihi. The translation, even when arriving at the right discriminating knowledge of the essence, he who gives up the fruits, and to him the samadhi called the cloud of virtue. Now let us understand through a small story how to be a Tyagi. So there was a great enlightened being, an old master, sitting under the banyan tree. He did tapas for a long time and became enlightened. After enlightenment, he started blessing thousands of people and showered so much of love and grace that he acquired a whole lot of virtue or punya because of his virtuous deeds. All the gods gathered around him due to this, because he had accumulated a lot of virtue through his virtuous deeds. All the gods gathered around him and asked, "Whatever you want, we will give you." And he said, the enlightened master replied, "What do I want? I don't need anything. I have lost the mind which enjoys suffering long before. So I have nothing to ask." The god said, "No, you have to ask for something. We cannot go without giving you because too much of merit has gathered around you. You cannot say you don't want anything because you will have more punya now. It is too much. We cannot allow this to happen. So you have to ask something." So the enlightened master just smiled and said, "All right, if you guys force me that you have to give me something, let me have one boon. Let all the great auspicious things happen in me without even me being aware of it, without even me knowing. Let all the auspicious things happen around me. Let all people receive good things. Great things happen in people around me without even my interference, without even my knowledge." Now, Patanjali wants you to know from this sutra, hold on to your discrimination even beyond enlightenment. Go on renouncing, renouncing, and renouncing. Then you will see the cloud which shows that virtue will constantly be showering on you. Tyage naika amrutatva manasu, which means renunciation is the only way to be established in the eternal principle, Amrutatva, which is the immortal principle. Even after enlightenment, just be established in renunciation, which is the Amruta Tattva. Always be established in discrimination, even when you are experiencing the exalted states of enlightenment. The cloud which showers virtues showers on you constantly when you renounce continuously, unclutch. Do not mistake viveka or tyaga or renouncing with the outer world renunciation alone. That is a pure substitute. So do not mistake viveka or tyaga or renouncing with outer world renunciation alone. It is a pure substitute. Now, renunciation or tyaga, which means discrimination, means not having a thick head. Renouncing your mind, which is a big headache, it is like a big headache, a huge weight on you. Renouncing your mind is not so easy. It is a huge burden on you. So exasperated. Now, let us look at a technique. Technique to renounce. Sit for a few minutes renouncing or discriminating. So let us see what the Guru Gita says. Chityaga niyuktascha krodha garva vivarjitaha dvaita bhava parityagi tasya diksha vidhiyate. So one whose inner space is fixed in tyaga or renunciation, one who is devoid of anger and pride, who has abandoned the feelings of all kinds of duality or Dvaita Bhava, to him Diksha or initiation is ordained. Now, the Sri Guru Gita verse 41 says, Swasramam cha swajatim cha swakirtim pushtivardhanam etat sarvam parityajya gururan yatra bhavayet. One's order of life, one's community by birth, and growing reputation and prosperity in society, and other worldly attractions. Renouncing all of this, one should thus take complete absolute shelter under his Guru. It's a beautiful verse from the Sri Guru Gita. Tyaga is using conscious decision-making power to give great breakthroughs to your DNA's natural selection process and make your DNA take a quantum jump to the next level. Say, for example, you decide to sacrifice taste and you eat only to keep your body alive and energetic. And then what happens when you decide to sacrifice taste and eat only to keep your body alive and energetic? Your very DNA learns to live with the natural renewable energies like air, sun rays. It starts producing starch and energy, converting the sugar to energy directly from space. It starts producing starch and energy, converting the sugar to energy directly from space, digesting, converting sugar into energy. The whole process, that mechanism, the same DNA is the DNA is same in the tree as well as you. Just with one small sacrifice, so many things, beautiful things can happen to your body and mind when you decide to sacrifice. When the taste is sacrificed, your body, your DNA starts developing subtle capabilities to not only live with minimum food, but also with renewable energy, supporting the natural selection process of your DNA to have a quantum jump. Tyaga conscious decision helps like anything. So in every level, Tyaga makes your DNA take a quantum jump. The best way to recharge your body, renewing or energizing your body is through sweet visualization. The technique for this is the moment you wake up from bed, sit and celebrate the sweetest visualizations of your life. The bhava you established with your God and Guru. Celebrate and enjoy. Fantasize for a few minutes. So, the sweetest visualization is the bhava that you established with your God and Guru. Just celebrate, sit and enjoy and fantasize for a few minutes. Bhava is the most powerful or the best way of rejuvenating your body. That is the best source of energy to make yourself energetic. Now, the second way of rejuvenating the system is through powerful words, verbalizations, and chanting of mantras. Swamiji has designed such a beautiful spiritual routine for all of us. When we just follow that routine, getting up in the morning, now, first start your day with visualization and then go on to do yoga and then you do the puja. When you do the puja, you naturally chant the mantras. So it automatically rejuvenates your system. And the third way of rejuvenating your system is through pranayama. Pranayama is the restrained, controlled, trained breathing. So every time you hold the prana and do the kumbhaka, your DNA gets the breakthrough it starts learning to survive. It also develops multiple abilities and capabilities in you. And the fourth way of rejuvenating yourself is through liquids. Only the last way is consuming solids. But avoid consuming non-vegetarian or products that have chemicals in it. The next technique is waking up in the Brahma Muhurta between 4:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. and literally eating the sun's energy, exposing yourself to the sun's rays, early morning sun's rays. It is like drinking that energy, giving up your sleep during the Brahma Muhurta and receiving the Surya Kiranas. Kiranas are the rays. Surya Kiranas are the sun's rays, the gift of sun, early morning, and in the form of energy. So that tyaga, that sacrifice of giving up your sleep during the Brahma Muhurta makes your DNA develop in the natural selection DNA process. And then you end up having the best body, the best mind to manifest tyaga. You will be alive and aware even when you get into even when you are in the dream state or you are in the deep sleep state. And even when you leave the body, you will be alive and aware. You will become aware when you are leaving the body, not just in your dream and deep sleep state, even during leaving the body, you become so fully aware. Modern day science says whenever they put people in fasting or controlled fasting, whoever does this, whoever is fasting, they are observing controlled fasting or supported fasting, they live for a longer period. That is, their lifespan increases. Their lifespan increases just by following certain methods. One of those methods are fasting or controlled fasting. All the Hindu religions support fasting. It is not denial of food, but supporting your DNA to rejuvenate itself. So, in Hindu culture, fasting is a normal routine for householders, and not only householders, everybody. Fasting is a normal routine. So, it is not, fasting is not denial of food, but supporting your DNA to rejuvenate itself. When your DNA learns and does the natural selection process, it takes a quantum jump and starts rejuvenating and recharging itself directly from the space, air, water, and fire elements. It not only starts living a healthy life, it, it also lives for a long time because these are renewable energies that are continuously available. So there is a saying, மருந்தேன வேண்டாவான் ஆக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றாது பொற்றி உணி. Your body does not need any medicine if you eat only after confirming that whatever you ate has left your system. So if you take one meal in 3 days, it takes 3 days to leave your system completely. One meal takes 3 days to leave your system completely. So having one meal once in 3 days is the best way to live. Practicing Tyaga is equivalent to living in the physical presence of the Guru. If somebody practices Tyaga in every dimension, they are already living in my physical presence. And then they are also experiencing the quantum jump in the natural selection process of their DNA. Tyaga was the lifestyle of the elite Hindu of the elite in Hindu tradition. The elite, who happened to be the cream of the society, especially Brahmanas, lived as Tyagis. They don't own any property, they live only by Unja Vritti, which means everyday begging, the Madhukari Bhiksha. For example, how the bees go to every flower and collect honey. Similarly, going to every home and collecting food is called Madhukari Bhiksha, which means the idea of taste is not only denied, but it is also forgotten. The idea of taste is completely forgotten. So the technique is to collect food by begging, collect everything, mix it, cook, and share it with all the people who are living with you, not only with humans, but also with your pet animals who are living with you. So eating the food that is brought from begging, through begging, cooking and eating it and sharing it with everyone around you, with both humans and animals. And before you consume it, offering it to the Lord, offering it to Paramashiva as Naivedyam and consuming it as Prasadam. So in every level, Tyaga makes your DNA's natural selection process to take a quantum jump and raises you to the level of manifesting the state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. So with that, we conclude this segment. So let me repeat. In every level, Tyaga, renunciation, makes your DNA's natural selection process to take a quantum jump and raises you to the level of manifesting the state, space, powers, being, and consciousness of Paramashiva. Okay, so now in this segment, in the next segment, we're going to be learning about the deeper secrets of life. So in the first segment, we learned about Tyaga, and in this segment, we will be learning about the deeper secrets of life. Okay. If you are having certain amount of wealth now, intelligence, relationships, life is happening in you. All these have happened to you not as an accident. Understand? All this has happened in your life not by accident. It is because existence wants you to have this and you are qualified for it. So let us understand the deeper secrets of life. If you have certain amount of wealth, intelligence, and you are enjoying good relationships, please understand life is happening in you, and all this is happening not just by accident. It is because that existence really, really wants you to have this. And the good news is you are totally qualified for it. Even if you die this moment, you will take birth again with all these facilities. You will come back with all these facilities with you. If you have the amount of intelligence, for example, if you are a doctor and you have created a certain amount of wealth, you have basic facilities, all the basic facilities, maybe a few cars and a few houses and other materialistic things. Do not think that it happened by accident. You just accidentally got all this. You may be thinking, anytime it may be taken away from me if I die, and then I have to work again to get everything. Who knows if I would have that kind of a circumstance or situation that I would get everything that I'm going to lose. Who knows? You may carry this doubt. You may be carrying all kinds of insecurity or misunderstandings about life and death. So understand, even if you die, the truth is you will take birth in a place, in a situation or an ambience where you will be a little more better than the current, whatever you enjoyed in your current life, you will have a little more than all that, not lower than this. That is the way life happens. Okay, so here Swamiji is beautifully sharing all the deeper truths with us, because until and unless Swamiji doesn't reveal, we will not even know such truths exist. So if you are holding on to some position which you are not worthy, even now, don't think it will be left with you. It will be taken away from you. You are worthy of where you are. That is the first rule, to bring in confidence or contentment. So you are worthy of everything that you are enjoying in life. It is not by accident that you have got all this. It is because existence wants you to have all of this, and it is living through you. Please understand, existence is living through you. And it wants to live through you. It wants to fulfill itself through you. So when you achieve something great, existence feels pampered because it wants you to achieve it. It wants to achieve it through you. It wants to live it through you. So once again, understand, you are not an accident. You are a clear incident. And the truth is, existence is living through you. So even if you think you are an accident, you are not an accident. Existence is feeling and really overflowing. It wants you to be where you are now. You being here in this class is not an accident, it is an incident. Existence wants you to be here, and it wants to express through each and every one of you. It wants to manifest through each and every one of you. So you are not in the position, you are not where you are now just as an accident. You are in a position where you are now because it is a clearly planned miracle. You are a miracle, not an accident. If you are not here, existence is going to miss you. If you are not here, planet Earth is going to miss you. Again, understand, you are not here as an accident and you are not a misfit. And existence will miss you if you are not here. Okay, so all of you are enjoying this segment, isn't it? No one has told you all these days that you are not here by accident, but you are an incident, and existence wants you to be here. Isn't it interesting? Yes. So now list down at least 10 misunderstandings or insecurities that you carry inside you, what you carry within. Quickly pen down 10 misunderstandings or insecurities that you carry in you. Let's quickly do this exercise. So, for example, you may be feeling nobody loves you, you are feeling alone, you are feeling lonely. And if in case I die, I suddenly leave my body, I have to restart all over again. I have to go back to college and I have to work with my patterns. I have to break my patterns. I have to do completion. And it is a huge list. It's a big list. And I have to struggle to reach wherever I am. Isn't it? This is how we feel. Now, write it down. Write down all these misunderstandings, the insecurities that you carry in you. Let's take a few minutes to do this simple exercise. Look in and see all the misunderstandings that you carry about yourself, about you. Okay, let's continue. Now, whatever you have written down, look back, read it, and understand. Try to understand whatever you have written. All the misunderstandings you have about you, the wrong conclusion that you have arrived at about yourself. Look at it. Now, look at the misunderstanding from the truth of existence will miss you if you are not here. Okay? Observe your inner space. How do you feel? How do you feel when you read, when you understand that existence will miss you if you are not here? How does that make you feel about yourself compared to what you have written? Observe your inner space. Observe your inner space. When you come to the conclusion, when you understand that existence will miss you if you are not here. So, with this understanding, you will have a deep relaxation. You will have a deep relaxation. Oh God, I am worthy of what I am. Isn't it? All these days you never felt so good about yourself. But today when you are learning this, when you have this new understanding that existence will miss you if you are not here, how does that make you feel about yourself? So look in, cognize, and try to internalize this truth. So hold on to this truth. Every time you feel low, every time you don't feel good about yourself, just tell yourself, oh, existence is going to miss me if I'm not here. So that is going to make you feel good about yourself. So Swamiji is also saying that live like gods on planet Earth. Live like devatas. Devatas means gods. Live like God on planet Earth. We always see the whole as our enemy. One thing we need to understand is we are all waves of this divine. We are all part of the whole. And we cannot exist as an island. So understand all of you are you are all a part of the whole, and we cannot exist as an island. The prana or the life energy which is going inside your body and which is coming out is not your property. It is the property of existence. If the prana doesn't function, what you think as you will not be able to function. What you think as you, whatever you think as you, cannot function if the prana doesn't go in and come out. Prana means the vital energy, the life force energy. The very source of your life is not your property. The very source of your life is not your property. We always have this understanding that whatever is outside is our enemy. And that is why we continuously try to protect ourselves. We try to protect ourselves from others. Whomsoever you see, you always look at them with the eyes. What has he come here for? What is he going to steal from me? And what is it that he is going to take away from me? How is he going to exploit me? This is how we think. Now, the moment you see somebody, you start calculating, isn't it? You start calculating within you. What should I do? How do I avoid him from exploiting me? What is he going to take away from me? You are always ready. You are always calculating because you feel threatened by the existence of the other person, of the other. And the moment you think the existence or whole is your enemy, you will start defending and you will continuously start fighting. This fighting mood creates more and more violent feeling in you and more restlessness in you. So live like gods on planet Earth. Existence responds to your thoughts. It continuously cares for you and it is intelligent. When you live with the feeling of friendliness, with the attitude that existence is your friend and it is your own, you will naturally feel easy. You will feel a deep relaxation. You will experience a deep relaxation when you feel that existence is your friend. The ultimate secret, which is existence, Paramashiva Shakti, Brahman is your friend. The universal energy is not your enemy. It has its own intelligence and it responds to your thoughts. Now, let us look at the Apta Pramana, which is the authorities of Hinduism, their experiences. The scientists, the Vedic rishis who time tested and verified these truths. Now, they happen to be an enlightened master who was known as Dakshinamurti Swamigal, who never wore any dress. He lived the life of a Paramahamsa. So one day, he was sitting under a big tree and meditating blissfully. A king happened to pass by and saw him. Now, the king, being a king, it is usual for his subjects to revere him, respect him, and offer their respects. So the king expected that this particular enlightened master, a Swami who looked very simple, who was not even wearing any clothes, he expected that Swami to stand up and receive him with all respect. But the Swami did not even care about it. He did not care who the king was. He just continued to sit and watch. Now the king was offended and he shouted at the master, he did not even realize that it was an enlightened master. He thought he was an ordinary beggar. Now he tells this enlightened master that he declares himself as a king. He tells him, I am the king, and don't you know how to respect me? The Swami started laughing. He said, actually, you are the beggar because you are begging respect from me. You feel respected only when somebody gives, but I don't feel respected even when somebody gives or they don't give. I don't feel disrespected. Dakshinamurti Swami says, your personality or your ego can be shaken when all your army, when all your people leave you, when your ministers leave you. You being a king is dependent on somebody. You are a king, you remain to be a king only as long as your citizens accept you. So naturally, directly or indirectly, you will be begging your citizens to accept you because your consciousness is dependent on them. But in my case, it is not so. Whether somebody accepts me or not, I am quite blissful. I am a Paramahamsa. We maintain enmity with Paramatma. That is why we suspect life. We are afraid what will happen, when it will happen. We are afraid of life because we don't believe, we don't trust Paramatma. All our life insurances we plan because we don't trust Paramatma. Your life insurance is not life insurance, it is death insurance. The real life insurance is devotion to the ultimate. If existence is taking care of you, that is the real life insurance. Understanding that Paramashiva Shakti is taking care of you, understanding that Paramatma is taking care of you is the only life insurance. Now let us look at another story. A small child is trying to play in the beach. He was trying to go inside the ocean. The mother runs behind the child and says, do not go into the water. Play here itself. So the child asks, why? Why not? When father can go there and when the father is getting into the water, why are you not stopping him? You are stopping me. She says, he has got insurance. He has enough insurance. Okay, so I hope all of you caught it. You caught the joke. So if you didn't catch it, you were not listening and you missed something. Okay. So when you have the deep love, the connection with Paramatma, even when you die, you will understand, you will know, he knows where to keep you. Then you can have deep relaxation. You will be relaxed. After death, when you know he is there to protect you and guide you, then you enjoy deep relaxation. If existence didn't want you to be here, you cannot be here even for a single moment. There is no reason for existence to keep you alive. If at all existence is keeping you alive, understand, it means you are wanted. You belong here. You are wanted in this form, in this way, and in this place. That is why you are still kept alive. Even if you feel you are exploited, when you live with the trust, you will live like God on planet Earth. You can live without thinking. You can live without having any kind of insecure feeling, and you can live without fear consciousness. So the Next Shastra Pramana has been taken from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, which says, I am the ultimate. Buddhir jnana sammohaha kshama satyam dama shamaha sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo bhayam chama yameva cha ahimsa samata tushtistapo danam yasho yashaha bhavanti bhava bhutanam matta eva prithag vidhaha. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness, distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Whatever you have is gift from the divine. He asks us to accept the life as it is. Only when you accept yourself as you are, you will be able to accept others. Only then you will feel deep friendliness with others. And that is spirituality. When you experience deep friendliness with everyone around you, it is spirituality. Whether you believe it or not, as of now, we carry a deep enmity. We may smile outwards like models, but we do not feel friendly from within. We maintain a safe distance. We try to play it safe. We always try to play safe games because we never feel the friendliness, or we don't feel that we are deeply connected. So from today onwards, from now onwards, after you have received these powerful truths, it is time to accept yourself as you are. If you are not able to accept yourself as you are, at least accept that you are not able to accept yourself as you are. So the basic truths of accepting yourself and connecting with the universe. When you understand these things, when you start connecting with the divine, you start trusting. When you start completely opening yourself, you don't have any other vested interests. You are not begging anything from life. You start experiencing the very life is divine, and the very life is a divine blessing. Now renounce all wicked urges which destroys the consciousness and discrimination. Wicked urge means the thoughts which are making you forget the higher vision, the larger mission of your life, and which is making you take short-term decision. That is wicked urge. Now renounce the wicked urges which destroys the consciousness. The electrical signals which goes into your system and makes you lose the purpose of your very existence and turns your whole thinking flow. It is like for 20 hours you think, plan, properly develop your life spiritually by going to the right place and doing everything. But by evening, something happens to you and your wicked urge comes up. All the spiritual planning and action, all that you did during the day just goes into air. So this wicked urge goes so strongly into your system that you lose the whole purpose of existence and you mess up your whole life. You not only mess up your life, you also end up messing up others' lives. So, wicked urge is the strong signal that goes into your system and overthrows the very purpose with which you are living your life. It overthrows the very understanding with which you are pulling your life. So, now let us do a short exercise to overcome this wicked urge. Now, step 1 is to sit and describe your purpose. So you can write down 5 to 6 points. Just sit and describe your purpose, why you happened on planet Earth, and what is your purpose in life. Step 1 is to sit and describe your purpose in 5 to 6 lines. Just make it short. Yes, quickly pen down. Okay. And the next step is not assuming responsibility, not taking up the role you need to play in life, and being just afraid of life. Okay, so the first step is to write your purpose, and the second step is after writing your purpose, now what have you done? What are the steps you have taken to fulfill it? How have you avoided taking on responsibility, not doing the role that you need to play in life, not taking up the role that you need to play in life, and just being afraid of life, which is stopping you from achieving your purpose. So, smoke out these hypocrisies. You can now look in and see what is missing, where you have missed, whether it is your understanding or whether it is your attitude. First of all, none of us were aware of these truths until we came here and attended the sessions. So here in the session, the first thing that Swamiji declares is, I'm not here to prove that I am divine. I am here to show you that you are divine. So once we learned the truth, today we also went on to learn further that existence misses you, the cosmos misses you when you are not here. It is a beautiful understanding given by Swamiji, which is the actual truth. Now, what is your purpose? Why are you here? Okay. And the next thing that you need to look in is, what have you done to attain that purpose? How have you stopped yourself from attaining that purpose? By not taking on responsibility, by not taking up the role that you need to play in life, and just by being afraid. Okay, so work these out and we will move on to the next step. See, renouncing means understanding and executing by realizing certain object or action or thought pattern that is not conducive for the fulfillment of the mission you have taken. Let me repeat. Renouncing. The term renunciation, renouncing, tyaga, means understanding and executing by realizing certain object or action or thought pattern which is not conducive to the fulfillment of the vision of the mission you have taken. For the sake of your larger vision, mission and responsibility, giving up your whims and fancies and loose way of thinking and acting is renunciation. So when you do tyaga of all the things that is standing in your way of to declare consciously that you are Paramashiva. So renouncing those things is tyaga. So look in and see what is stopping you from the conscious declaration that you are Paramashiva. See, the moment you declare consciously that you are Paramashiva, by being in oneness with Paramashiva, you may start manifesting powers. Even if you are not manifesting powers, you are experiencing all the ups and downs in life. Even then, holding on to this conscious declaration that you are Paramashiva is realization. Okay? Yes. So, on that note, we will be concluding this segment. Today being the last day of this season, understand that you are all not your old self. When you came here for the program, you were a different person, a different being. After receiving the 21 initiations from the Master, after imbibing all these truths, inculcating all the powerful truths and the powerful cognitions that you received during this whole program, you are all new beings. So, on that note, start your life with the conscious declaration, with the conscious conclusion that you are all Paramashiva, and see how everything changes for you in your life. So experience those changes and come back for the new programs, come back for the upcoming sessions, be a part of the upcoming sessions, and see, you have not only transformed, you will be also helping all the people that are going to be in your breathing space. You will be helping all the people you will be helping in their transformation also. So now you are going to let go of all the suffering, all the unwanted thoughts, patterns, all that which was not known to you. You have a new understanding, you have the new knowledge. Apply it in your lives and be blissful. So on that note, let us conclude with the Purna Mantra. Please sit with your hands together in the Anjali Mudra. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवं पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your participation. Let's gather back for the next session. The next Acharya is here to take over. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Am I audible? Let's start our sessions with the Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Sandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, everyone. Now we're going to do the power manifestation. Let's start our session today with the power manifestation. Third eye power manifestation we will do. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. If you have all the three types of karma, there are more constraints on your next birth. Okay. Yes. Now, please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Guru Prasadini, life is not a brief candle. It is a bright, shining torch. Make it burn as brightly as possible in your life. Wonderful. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. And close your eyes. Tie your eyes with eye band. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thought that are coming, let it come, let it go. Now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture. Scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, please go ahead and post whatever you today reveal in the chat. Quickly post whatever your third eye revealed. teacher. Whatever. So let me read your responses. Round the balloon shape, two people in the front. So the sun, beach, sand, small version, palm tree, coconut tree, green plastic plate. Okay. Guru Prasadini, a bit closer. Now we are going to learn about the Swarupa Ananda. Meaning what? Being blissful in yourself makes Ganga flow in Sahasrara Chakra. Feels like a nectar in the Sahasrara Chakra. So let's listen from the compilation of Swamiji Satsangs on this topic.
The opinions like love, hatred, those signals occupy such large space in your brain, they form like a fort and do not let you see beyond the wall. Listen, listen. Seeing this world does not make you incapable of not seeing the other worlds. No. Opinions you form about this world stops you perceiving the other planes. Listen. I'll repeat. See, this world you see, Bur, Bhuva. In the human body, you have access to all three, Bur, Bhuva, Swa. In human body, you can experience Swa also. Bur, Bhuva, Swa, all the three you can experience in this human body. This Bur, Bhuva, Swa, these planes which you are seeing is not stopping your ability to perceive other planes like a Tapo, Satya, Brahma, all those lokas. But the opinions you form about these worlds becomes a huge fort inside your brain, Sahasrara Mandala, 1,000 petal flower. When that fort is built, then you are not able to see outside the fort. That stops your ability to perceive the multiple dimensions of the universe. Listen. Actually, choices are not only not freedom, they are anti-freedom. Listen. Choices are not only not freedom, they are anti-freedom. You are so engrossed, engaged, feeling you got the result. Because you do not know the way to check whether some stone is a diamond or a shining ordinary stone, you go on collecting your whole life something
Only when you are about to die, you discover a machine to check the diamond and you find out whole thing you collected is just faltu stone. Not even one is diamond. The more dimension life you manifest, more fulfilling you are, more complete you are, more Sadashivatva manifests through you. Understand? Understand? Through puja, if your breathing becomes very, listen, intense does not mean through dance, getting intense will have a different physical expression. That will naturally be like a big hyperventilation kind of a action. But through puja, when your breathing becomes intense, it will not be hyperventilation type, it will be deeper ventilation type. Like Sahasradalapangaje Shagalasida Prabham Varabhayagarambujaam Vimalagandha Pushpambaram Prasannavadanekshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam Smarechirasi Hamsagam Tatapimana Purvam Gurum. It's actually Dhyana Sloka for Guru. I can see very clearly Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Sahasradala Pangaje Shagalasida Rashmi Prabham Varabhayagarambujaam Vimalagandha Pushpambaram Prasannavadanekshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam. On the 1,000-petal lotus, Varabhayagarambujaam, Vara Abhayakara, Prasannavadanekshanam, with a beautiful, alive, Prasannavadana, smiling, welcoming. Prasanna cannot be translated just as a smiling or welcoming. Prasanna should be smiling, welcoming, alive, illumined, graceful. All that words should be added. Prasanna is something which brings you to the present. Prasannavadanekshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam, embodiment, or in the form of Sagala Devatas, all the gods and goddesses. Smarechirasi Hamsagam Tatapimana Purvam Gurum means with my breathing flow, Hamsakam. See, Hamsam is the integrity syllable of your breathing. Listen carefully. Integrity means being what you are known for. If a lion is known for something and it does that same, it is integrated to being a lion. An elephant is known for something and it is doing the same thing, it is integrated to being an elephant. If suddenly elephant starts eating the flesh, what will happen? He is not known for it. If he does for what he is known, he is integrated to it. So, the integrity syllable of your breathing is Hamsam. Hamsam. This Hamsam is the Ajapa Japa mantra, unchanted mantra which gets chanted continuously by the integrity of your breathing. When your breathing gets into your system and comes out, the natural sound it makes is called hamsa. Hamsam. Understand? Where this hum sound takes a turn of some sound is Sahasrara. That is where Guru is sitting. That is why it is called hum. Please listen carefully. That is why he is addressed as Hamsakam. Where the hum turns into sam, his akam resides there. That is his house. If the hum does not turn into sam, you are savam. Understand? If the hum, listen carefully. If the hum is 100 unit and sam is less than 100, 99, you are just aham. If the hum is 100 and sam is 100, you are hamsa. Jiva, individual soul, who had Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata. If the hum is 100 and sam is 101, you are Paramahamsa. Listen carefully. This hum-sam proportion decides the level of integrity you have in your system. This hum-sam, that decides how many dimensions in your brain are open and available, accessible to you. Listen very carefully. If this hum is 100, sam is less than 100, you are in the plane of agam, human. Boo. If the hum is 100, sam is also 100, you are hamsa, jiva who is awakened. If the hum is 100, sam is even 101, you started entering into the Paramahamsa dimension. Means the Guru component has started manifesting in your jiva. Means he started mixing in your taste of life. What is your desire? Your Guru's desires. What is your taste of life? Your Guru's taste. What is your joy? Your Guru's joy. What is your opinions about death? Your Guru's opinions. What is your opinion about life? Your Guru's opinions. If you start enjoying the narration you carry about you, Swarupa Ananda, and everyone around you enjoys the narration about you, which they carry in them. In that space, you manifest Sarvanyatva. Kailasa is the ecosystem to help you to enjoy the narration you carry about you. And everyone celebrates the narration they carry about you in them. You celebrate them, they celebrate you. In this kind of ecosystem, powers manifest just like that.
That kind of an ecosystem makes nectar flow in your Sahasrara chakra, in your crown center. Even when your guru initiates you with his consciousness, the first thing happens is your Sahasrara chakra explodes in superconsciousness, that Paramashiva space. The nectar, Amrita, pours in your system. You enjoy.
Today, we are learning the surrendering to the Guru. Surrendering to the Guru takes us to much higher heights in our path. Now, on that, what are the main qualities that we need to have? We are learning before we enter into the subject of surrender. And now, one of the main quality that we need to have is renunciation. Renunciation. Sri Guru Gita on renunciation. Sri Guru Gita is one of the scripture, beautiful scripture given by Paramashiva on the significance of Guru. Sri Guru Gita says, Chit Chaitanya consciousness, life is intense activism. The intense activism automatically manifests as Tyaga. Intense activism automatically manifests as Tyaga. Tyaga means renunciation in English. Manipulation is sickness. Exhaling sickness is Tyaga. Tyaga is health. Tyaga is fresh life. Tyaga is activism. Guru Gita again says, one whose inner space is fixed in Tyaga, the renunciation, who is devoid of anger and pride, who has abandoned the feeling of all kinds of duality or Dvaita Bhava. Dvaita Bhava means separate. I am separate. To him, Diksha or initiation is ordained. For that kind of person, initiation is given. Guru is the sweetest being who sacrifices everything. just to get you out of the exact patterns where you are stuck. The first and foremost job of Paramashiva, when he assumes the human body as Guru, he sacrifices. He is Tyaga Raja, king of sacrifices. He sacrifices anything and everything just to get the disciple out of his pattern, just to get the disciples out of their patterns. The greatest sacrifice in the universe, Tyagaraja, is good because he sacrifices his good name. It's too easy to sacrifice everything for a good name, but simply impossible to sacrifice good name. A real guru does not bother even about good name. He bothers only about results, making the disciple experience oneness. He knows he's going to fight with ignorance. Many times, people who cannot separate themselves from ignorance will also come for fight. They do not understand he is only fighting with the ignorance. They don't understand he's only fighting with the ignorance. You just disconnect with the ignorance and he is not going to be fighting with you. That's all he expects. But ignorant people are not that intelligent to unclutch from ignorance. They pick up the weapon and try to come and fight. Guru is a person who is ready to sacrifice that last thing, good name, also for the sake of integrity of disciples, enlightenment. The only thing he stands for is disciples' enlightenment. Renunciation. A being should constantly remind itself not to identify with any profession, not having possessions, and not identifying with the possessions is the path of renunciation. Renunciation is nothing but the ability to rejuvenate yourself continuously by dropping the different identities you create for certain purpose, but unfortunately associate yourself with it, feel one with it. Renunciation is of different levels. Renouncing the external wealth which you decide to possess and identify yourself with it. Renouncing name and fame which you identify yourself and possess and feel as one with. Renouncing people with which you identify yourself, possess and feel one with. Renouncing the external wealth which you decide to possess and identify yourself with it. Renouncing the name and fame with you identify yourself and possess and feel as one with. Renunciation renouncing people with which you identify yourself and possess and feel one with. Among these renunciations, renouncing the identity is the ultimate renunciation. When your body competes with your original identity, the completion is desire. When your mind completes with your original identity, that is depression. When your possessions completes with your original identity, the possessions themselves do not have independent life, but the life received from you, the source identity. Your possessions start competing with a source identity. That competition is perversion. Renunciation is the most intelligent thing a living being can do because renunciation continuously rejuvenates and creates a possibility for higher expressions in your being. When the highest expression happens, you cross the border of renunciation, and renunciation itself becomes a very powerful being. When your very core becomes renunciation, techniques to start the process of renunciation. Constantly renouncing thoughts is unclutching. Constantly renouncing the thoughts is unclutching. Living renunciation as a lifestyle is living enlightenment. Ajapa Japa is a powerful way of renouncing the words and the thoughts continuously happening in you. For example, chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Feeling connection is a powerful method to renounce all the emotions which are not necessary happening in you. Conclusion is renunciation is the ultimate purification process to live enlightenment. Akashic readings and renunciation. If you can renounce the identities, even if those things are around you, you will achieve the ultimate. If you cannot renounce the identity, even if you physically move away from those things, you may not be able to achieve the ultimate. Finally, everything boils down to renouncing the identities. How are freedom and renunciation related? Renunciation is freedom. Freedom means renunciation. How do I know whether my biomemory is ready for renunciation? All biomemories by nature programmed for renunciation. It is your mind which goes against the renunciation. All biomemories by nature programmed for renunciation. It is your mind which goes against the renunciation. Creates more and more troubles and identities, misconceptions. If you allow your biomemory to function in a free, natural way, you will not overeat, you will not oversee, you will not overenjoy, you will not indulge in anything. As a natural flow, you will renounce. Renunciation is a way of life, flow of life as per cosmic law. How do you know whether my biomemory is ready for renunciation? That's what we just said. Celibacy means just keeping yourself physically, mentally, emotionally away from lust. The renunciation is the ultimate science in is keeping yourself away from identities. If lust is going to awaken certain strong decisions, identities in you, keeping away from that identity is renunciation. But the ultimate is renouncing the identity. If you think by keeping yourself physically away from the identity is not happening, it is only becoming more and more strong, getting strengthened, then going through the lust and transforming it into love, the pattern out of which you can easily unclutch and renounce and evolve and be free can be evolved. Lust is too strong pattern. If you can go into it, go through it with awareness, the patterns get diluted. The influence of that pattern over you gets reduced. Then it flowers into love. Then that pattern by nature is very simple, does not have too much power over you. You can easily move to the next level. Pattern less renunciation, full blown being, fully flowered, enlightened being. Which is the true and real renunciation to be practiced. Mental level renunciation, physical or material renunciation. If you are established in the material level, if your mind identity itself consciently in material level renunciation also should be practiced. If you are established only in mental level, mental renunciation is enough. So, best way to renounce is the breath of human body. So we may transcend the ego and release all attachment to mind and body. Exhaling is renunciation of the breath you inhaled. Inhaling is the renunciation of the depth you are retaining in your body. So when you be in the center, natural, neutral shape, space between inhaling and exhaling, you renounce both life and death. Rest is enlightenment. Inhaling is life, exhaling is death. Now we will be understanding the topic of the day, surrender. Surrendering to the Guru liberates us, takes us, resolves all issues in our life. How surrender is the ultimate technique. So let's listen from Swamiji.
today's subject is surrender, the ultimate technique. First, let us understand what is technique. What I mean by the word technique. Then we will understand what is ultimate technique. In all the culture, in all the religions, in all the spiritual tradition, one thing is accepted. The man has come down from his level. Man is not as he is supposed to be. In Christian tradition they say, in the time of Adam and Eve, we were pure, full of bliss, joy, ecstasy. Once the Adam tasted the apple, we came down. We are degraded. In Hindu tradition, in the Eastern mythology, they say there was a time called Satya Yuga. In course of time, we are degraded. We have come down from our level. In Buddhism, again they say, we lived in the age of Dhamma, the pure righteousness. In course of time, we have come down. In every tradition, there is a faith, there is a belief that man is not as he should be. Man has come down from his level, from his conscious level or his being level. There is a beautiful Upanishad mantra which says, Shranmand Vishve Amritasya Putraha. You are the children of immortality. You are the children of gods. In all the tradition, in all the religion, all the masters, they agree one thing. Man has degraded himself. Man has come down from his nature. He was totally in a higher state, different state. He has come down from his reality. According to science, man has evolved from the animals. According to spirituality, man has come down from the God. Anyhow, if you understand one thing, you will be able to understand these two concepts. Whatever is presented in your mind, in front of you, as an ideal, your mind will naturally go only towards that. In all the tradition, the ultimate consciousness or the ultimate realization is presented in front of us as an ideal. Every religion, every spirituality, every group says, we have come down from an original level. We have to again go back to the same consciousness. Christians use the word heaven, Hindus use the word moksha, Buddhists use the word nirvana. Each one has got their own words, but all of us understand we are supposed to reach the higher level, then where we are existing, where we are at present. Technique means the method which can take us towards that higher level. That is what I call it as a technique. Technique is like a ladder which can take us to the higher consciousness, higher method. There are thousands and thousands of techniques in the world to elevate our conscious level. Even sitting silently is a technique to go beyond the mind, to enter into the consciousness, to elevate ourselves from the ordinary plane. There are thousands of methods. Every religion has got at least thousands of techniques. And everything we do in the name of religion is nothing but the technique to elevate yourself from the lower consciousness to higher consciousness, from man to God, from mortality to immortality, from mundane to divine. Doing arati, just now you saw, doing puja, everything is a technique, method to reach the God, to go near the consciousness. An ordinary breathing technique to the puja, all the level techniques, everything is just a method to reach the divine. The way in which we travel, the way in which we move towards the consciousness, towards the spirituality, is only called as a technique. There is a beautiful book called Bhagavad Gita from a great master, Sri Krishna. In that, about thousands of techniques, he is giving his teachings to his close friend Arjuna. About thousands and thousands of techniques, meditation techniques, and the method to evolve from the ordinary level to higher level, method to reach the higher consciousness, the method to reach the divine consciousness. He speaks about so many techniques, so many methods. Every chapter, every sloka is one technique, one method. After listening so many thousands of techniques, Arjuna is totally confused. He asks the master, "O Lord, after listening so many hundreds of techniques, after hearing about each and every method, I am more confused. Please tell me, what is the ultimate technique? What is the right technique?" Even in our ordinary life, we are totally confused because we listen so many methods, so many techniques. Every master gives his own technique as the best. Every religious leaders, they give their own techniques as the best. Every enlightened person gives their technique as the ultimate technique. There is a beautiful sloka. If two rishis says the same thing, be sure someone is fake. It's the truth. If two rishis says the same thing, be sure someone is fake. Because no two enlightened man can speak or can behave in the same way. Enlightenment means everyone flowers in their own way. It's a uniqueness. God never creates the same way. He creates only unique flowers. When a person becomes enlightened, he is totally unique on his own way. So each master give their method to the society, to the humanity. Each person present their technique. There are thousands and thousands of methods, thousands and thousands of techniques, thousands and thousands of ways to reach the divine. When Arjuna was confused, what is the method? What is the technique? I am listening so much from you, so many methods from you. At least Arjuna listened about the meditations from one man, but we people are in much worse situation than Arjuna. We listen from thousands of sources. What is the way? In earlier time, the meditation or spirituality was more or less like a seller's market. Now it is a buyer's market. In the early times it was seller's market. The masters used to decide. Now the disciples can decide which is the best way. Go to the website. click meditation, you will find at least 200 websites which will be giving you the techniques or the methods or the details. So the total is different. What to choose, what to do, what is the way, what is the method. And more than 90% of the people, seeing such a big confusion, they stop entering into the spirituality. In no other field so much of confusion, but only here. Why? What is the actual method? What is the way? The confused Arjuna is asking the Krishna, what is the way? Tell me the final way, final method, the ultimate technique. A beautiful one sloka or one word. Krishna says, I think this is the gist of the whole Gita. Gita is like an unabridged dictionary of the world philosophies. You can see the seed of all the philosophical trend in Gita. All the philosophies of the seeds, all the philosophies, the seed of all the traditions, the seed of all the spiritual techniques you can find in Gita. It's like an unabridged dictionary of the world philosophies. Krishna says very beautifully, it's the last technique, the ultimate technique. Leaving all the dharma or leaving all the confusions, just surrender to my feet. I'll take care and I'll give you the liberation. The beautiful sloka. Agamtva sarvabhavebhyo mokshayikshami masuchaha. This is the last line. Let me try to recollect the first line. Sarvadharman parityajya saranam vraja agamtva sarvabhavebhyo mokshayikshami masuchaha. I'll translate word by word. Leaving all the techniques, all the methods, all the route. Dharma means the method to live, the way of living. Leaving all the route, all the method, all the way to live. Drop everything. Don't bother about everything. Surrender everything at my feet. Sarva dharman parityajya. Not even a bit. Don't carry even a bit. Parityajya. Leave everything. Mam ekam saranam vraja. Just surrender your whole being to me. Agamtva sarvabhavebhyo mokshayikshami masuchaha. I'll remove all the darkness, negativity, sin from your being and I'll liberate you in the ultimate sense. I'll give you the ultimate enlightenment. This is the last word given by the Krishna. I think not only by Krishna. This is the last word anybody can give. This is the last word of all the great masters. Same. Jesus tried to say, I am the gate and I am the path, I am the goal. In every master's life, you can see the last teaching, the last saying will be surrender. Just surrender, surrender, surrender. The last word of all the masters will be just surrender. Ramakrishna says, who came as Rama, who came as Krishna, is the same person who has come down as Ramakrishna. Surrender, I'll take care. Every master, in the end, they finish only with this word. Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam saranam vraja agamtva sarvabhavebhyo Moksha ikshami masuchaha. Surrender is prescribed as the ultimate technique. Surrender is said to be the ultimate method to reach. What is the meaning of the surrender? As soon as we hear the word surrender, we always think, oh, this is the easiest technique. This is the easiest method. For surrender, you don't need to do anything. Any other method, if it is a meditation, you need to do something. If it is a puja, you have to do something. If it is a yoga, you have to do something. For every technique, you have to do something. For the surrender, you don't need to do anything. So everyone feels surrender means doing nothing. So we don't have to do anything. And many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I have surrendered everything, but nothing is happening in me, what to do? The very word that I have surrendered everything, nothing is happening inside me is wrong. If you are really surrendered, you will not even have the expectation what should happen or what should not happen. When you say that nothing is happening, be very clear, you are not surrendered. Most of the time, the surrender word only is used, never it is understood. Now let us look into the mechanisms of the surrender. What is actually surrender? What masters mean when they use the word surrender? When they use the word surrender, it totally differs. When you use, it is totally different. Let us see the meaning of the masters, what they call it as surrender. 3 levels of surrendering is there. Surrendering the I. Second, surrendering the mind. Third, surrendering the I and mind both. Let me explain step by step. Surrendering the I, surrendering the ego, surrendering your mind, mental setup, surrendering your conditioning. Somebody went to Ramakrishna and asked, Master, I have the habit of drinking. How can I give up? He said, surrender it to Kali, automatically you will give up. You will become alright. The disciple asked, how can I surrender this to Kali? He said, whenever you drink, before drinking, say, take Kali's name and offer the drinks to Kali and drink. Strange solution. But the man went and practiced. Before he started drinking, he said, oh Kali, this belongs to you. So he offered it and started drinking as a prasad. The record says, in 3 days, the man not only he stopped drinking, he says, I am not able to drink anymore. I felt totally, I have forgotten the outer things. Of course, when you sincerely surrender, something starts happening in you. Some deep transformation starts happening in you. The change from the mind to the energy starts happening in you. It's a very deepest layer of transformation, which is very difficult to be explained. Only when you have the taste, only if you have one glimpse of surrender, at least if you have tried, then you will be able to understand what I say. You may be surprised. How can a man give up addiction just by offering the alcohol to a god, to a deity? But when you offer, first your heart starts feeling, how can I offer this thing to Devi? How can I offer these things to the God, to the goddess whom I love? The next thing, if I can't offer to the goddess, how can I drink? After all, that same goddess is residing in my body. After all, the same goddess is residing in my body, in my system. How can I offer that to me? So naturally, third understanding is, when I can't give it to the God, The same God is residing inside me. How can I pour it and disturb the system? The surrender has given him intelligence. The surrender has given him the understanding. Naturally, the natural understanding has made him drop what he was doing. One more thing, when you really intensely offer your mental setup or your mental conditioning at the feet of the master or at the feet of the God, you will see it gets totally disintegrated. The mind itself is nothing but the habit. Your I is nothing but the set of habits. Your ego is nothing but the set of conditionings. When you offer that to your master's feet, when you surrender the I, you will see it totally gets disintegrated. A small explanation will make you understand. If you have the habit of drinking coffee, morning 10 o'clock, every day, as soon as it becomes 10 o'clock, you don't need to do anything. Just automatically inside, the mind will ask, now it is 10, get me coffee. The habit. Because of the habit, the mind will ask. The same way, even your thoughts are nothing but the conditioning. Even your moods are nothing but the conditioning. Even your mind is nothing but the record. Just like the habit, just like the habit coffee, you have the habit of worrying. You have the habit of excited mood. You have the habit of responding to every situation. If you understand one thing, you will be able to understand. If somebody criticizes you, immediately you respond. You try to react, you get disturbed. Then you try to criticize him back, or you try to rebuke him. If somebody praises you, you feel immediately flattered. You just give him a good smile and started feeling you are somebody great. Or you start responding in the positive way. If he criticizes you, you choose, you decide to get disturbed and to rebuke. If he praises you, you choose to get flattered. Even this choice is nothing but your mental conditioning. It's nothing but your mental setup. Just like a coffee addiction. When that time comes, you choose to take the coffee. After choosing so many times, you forget that you are choosing, you become addicted to it. Same way, in the mind also, whenever somebody criticizes you, you choose to be unhappy. You choose to be disturbed. So after choosing so many times, you forget you are choosing, and then whenever somebody criticizes, automatically you get disturbed. You are upset. You start rebuking. So your choice, all your mental setup, all your mental responses, all your ego is nothing but your own choices, your mental habits. When you surrender the I, when you surrender your mental setup to the divine, you can't choose. When you are really surrendered, even if somebody criticizes you, you can't choose to be offended. You can't choose to feel that you are disturbed. You can't choose to rebuke him. You can't choose to get disturbed. A small story. Once in Vaikuntha, the place where the Vishnu resides, he was just resting, and the consort Lakshmi, she was massaging the feet of the Vishnu. Suddenly, Vishnu got down from his bed and ran. After 10 feet, he came back and again started resting. Lakshmi asked, "What happened? Oh Lord, you ran somewhere and suddenly you came back and started again resting. What has happened? Vishnu says, in the earth, one of my devotees was just sitting and praying towards me. Other person threw a stone on him. When my devotee was attacked, immediately I rushed to save him, to safeguard him. But when I went, I saw this fellow opened his eyes and he took the stone to re-attack. When I saw he's already ready to attack him back, I came back. I thought, let him defend himself. Why I should go there? Why I should bother? When he can save himself, let him save himself. So I come back. So whenever you bring your mental setup, you try to react in your own way, you try to react in according to your mental habit, you cannot say you have surrendered. Your real surrender can simply transform your life. Now, whatever you choose cannot become your choices when you really surrender. When you surrender, you will be immune to the criticism. You will not be bothered by the criticism. After you being criticized, you cannot choose to be disturbed. You cannot feel that you have been criticized. If you feel after the criticism, you are disturbed, you are being criticized, be very clear, you are not surrendered. Again and again check whether you are really surrendered or not. Because the surrender is such a beautiful word, you can cheat yourself verily by it. We always say, I surrendered everything to my master, to the God. God will take care. But all our surrender is only mouth level. It is only skin deep. If you scratch a bit, then you will understand whether you have surrendered or not. When you really surrender your I, the mental setup, it totally gets disintegrated. The egocentric mind becomes God-centric. Egocentric means eccentric. The egocentric mind becomes God-centric. When you really surrender your I, your mind to the God, to your ego to the God, to your thinking system to the God, you will see it will be continuously bubbling with joy. Because divine is always bliss. Divine is always eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Whenever you surrender your mental setup, you will see it will be just bubbling with joy, life and vibrancy. You can see the kids. They are continuously alive, moving around, jumping, especially below the age of 7. Below the age of 7, they do not have something called mind. They have no mind. Just that is a time the mind is getting prepared, or the society is conditioning and creating the mind. See, around the world you can see, I have seen a single kid who is ugly. In all the tradition, in all the culture, even Ethiopia, where poverty is just dancing, where so much of poverty is there, even in that country, kids may be thin, lean, but they will never be ugly. You can see always a grace in the kids. Have you seen a single kid who is ugly? No. Have you seen a single grown-up man who is beautiful? No. Why? The mind enters. As long as you are not conditioned, you don't have mind, you don't have ego, you have a special grace around you. You have a joy, you have ecstasy, you have innocence, you have simplicity. A man who has really surrendered will become again a kid, again a small child. That is why there is a beautiful word in Sanskrit, Dvija, reborn. When you surrender, you are reborn. When you surrender, you are reborn. The first birth will be given by mother and the father. Second birth will be given by Guru and God. First birth will be by mother and father. Second birth will be by Guru and God. Whenever you take the physical janma, the physical body, it is called first birth, janma. Whenever you surrender your ego at the feet of Guru or the God, you will have the next janma, the second birth. It is called Dvija. Enlightened persons are always called as Dvija, who has taken the second birth. Whenever you surrender the I, the mental setup, you reach the immense joy, immense ecstasy, immense pleasure. Joy, ecstasy, pleasure, there are different layers. Whenever the joy happens, because of sensory objects, it is called pleasure. Whenever the joy happens because of the nature, a hillock, seeing a beautiful hillock, seeing snow, seeing beautiful ocean, seeing beautiful forest, it is called joy. Whenever it happens for no reason, from your inner being, it is called bliss. Pleasure, joy, bliss. All the three will be continuously happening in you when you surrender your I, your ego. When you surrender your ego, even your mind will have a life, spontaneity. Now, for every moment you prepare to leave the tomorrow, you make a big plan, you make a big list. Even to go to meet your friend, you prepare a script, what you are supposed to talk. You will be driving to your friend's house, what you will be doing? You will be mentally preparing what you should speak, how you should present yourself. And if you ask some one question or some other subject which you have not prepared, what will you do? You make the whole thing mess. That is why we don't have strength to face the situation. We always make a drama script and act or enact the same script, that's all. We try our best to safeguard ourselves from the situations, from the realities, by making a shield, by preparing a script. When you surrender, you will see without any script, without anything, just you move. Whenever you move just like that, whenever you move just in a simple way, you will see the tremendous courage and the trust works through you. A small story. Once a rat has entered into a king's palace. When the king was sleeping, suddenly by mistake the rat has jumped on the king's face. The king was terribly shocked and started shouting. But somehow the rat has escaped. When he came out of his bedroom, he called the army chief to kill that rat. The army chief entered inside the room. Again, as a coincidence, the rat has jumped on the face of the army chief. Army chief ran away, shouting, "Oh, it is too big, it is too big." And he came out of the room. He spread the news. There is a big rat inside the king's room, which is terrible. Nobody can do anything. And moreover, now he has to save his face. So he started exaggerating the power of the rat. News spread all over the country. There is a rat which can never be killed. Then the palace security, they called the palace cat to kill the rat. They already informed the palace cat. The king could not do anything and the army chief couldn't do anything. The palace cat was brainwashed. So when the cat entered the room itself, it was having terrible fear. So slowly when it entered, again the rat jumped on the face of the cat. The cat was totally shocked, frightened and ran away. He came back When he came back, to save his face, he has to tell some more stories. He started telling, no, it is not an ordinary rat. It's almost double size than me. He started telling all stories just to save his face. Any of news spread like this? Finally, almost the whole country is frightened, afraid of the rat. King declared, anybody who kills that rat will be given a big prize, award. The news is spread all over the country. Finally, one farmer, a man who does the agriculture, he asked his cat, can you try, if you kill that rat, at least you will have one day food. I have nothing to feed you. Why don't you try? The cat said, all right, why not? Let us go. The farmer took the cat, went to the palace, but all the cats have warned this cat, don't try. Even the palace cat could not do anything. The palace cat has got lot of training in hunting the rats. Even with all the training, with all the methods, techniques, it could not do anything. So don't go and try. But anyway, this cat told, let me see what is there. This cat entered the room, simply went, killed the rat, came out. So there was a big function to celebrate, to give award to this cat. Somebody asked, how did you manage? How did you kill? Even king could not do anything. Army chief couldn't do anything. The palace cat could not do anything. How did you manage? The rat very clearly replied, what? I managed. No, I am a cat. I can really kill the rat. Over. One word. I am a cat. My nature is to kill the rat. There is nothing in between. It is our mind which makes everything big. A simple one word, if you understand this one word, I am a cat, my nature is to kill the rat. There is nothing. What is there? It is very nature. But the cat has understood and respected its nature. The very nature it can do, it can achieve. But what we do, even to face a friend, we need a script. We don't trust our nature. We don't believe we are beings, we can achieve something. We need everything. For everything we need a script. Only with the script we try to act. We never feel, we never trust our nature. We never feel confident to achieve something, to do something. The cat simply said, I am a cat. I can really kill the rat. There is nothing special is necessary. There is no need for any technique. There is no need for any training. My very nature is to kill the rat. That is more than sufficient. The same way, your very nature can make you live in bliss. Your very nature can make you surrender to the ultimate, can surrender to the divine. But anything and everything, we know how to complicate it. We know how to complicate. Your conditioning, your mind, your working method makes everything complicated. Even to talk to your wife, you create a script. Before coming to the house, you make the script, what to tell, what to speak. And one more beauty, if you tell truth, you don't have to keep the things in memory. If you always speak truth, you will not have any problem. There are many people come and ask me, Swamiji, please help me some way to have memory. Why people want memory? If you look into yourself, you will understand. We want memory to remember what lies we told last time. If you say the truth, if you speak the truth, you don't need memory. You have enough of memory. God has given us enough of memory to live our life. But only remember the lies, we need more memories. More memory. Because where you told which lie, who knows? If you continuously tell lies, you need to remember all the lies. That is why most of the time we struggle or suffer and we complain, no, I have no memory. If you say the truth, you don't need any memory. If you live based on truth, you don't need any script to live your life. Why we are so much afraid to face the life? Every moment we show what we are not. That is the truth. With everybody, we project something what we are not. That is why we prepare a big script. Every day you have to project the same way. First day you projected some way to others. You have to keep the projection. To keep that projection again and again and again, you have to create your script. Around the world, I am traveling around the world. Hours together I am speaking. Of course, people who live around me, they know. I have neither time nor interest in preparing for my discourses. I never prepare and neither time. Before entering into the hall, PRO or the secretary will tell, Swami, today this is the subject. All right, over. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, hours together you are speaking. How? How are you able to speak hours together without any preparation? And if you live around me, then you will understand. I have no time, nothing. How? My only one answer, if somebody asks you, what's your name? Do you need to prepare? No. You don't need to prepare. Your name has become your experience. To tell your name, you don't need preparation. Same way, what I speak has become my experience. Whatever is your experience, whatever is your personality, to express it, you don't need preparation. You need to prepare whenever you want to project something else which is not there in you. In our life, wherever we go, we carry a big mask to project which is not reality. That is why we need such a big preparation. Such a big preparation. And even with all the preparation, finally we make everything mess. We are so much bothered not to commit small mistake. Finally commit a big blunder. If you see, we will be careful, so careful not to commit even a small mistake. And end of the time, end of the day, you will be committing a big blunder. Big blunder is nothing but living according to your preparation. Enacting the drama. Whenever you prepare the script and go on enact, you will see, you will be only reliving, never really living. You will not live the moment. You will not live the reality. You will not live the life. You will be repeating what you have prepared. You will be reacting, you will be enacting your script. When you really surrender the I, the ego, you will surrender the mind which continuously prepares script for your life. You will have tremendous spontaneity, courage, trust to trust your intelligence. Live the life as it is. Live the life as it comes. Accept and welcome the life as it flows into your living, into your life. There is a beautiful verse in the Gita. Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana varyubasade desham nityabhiyuktana yogakshemam vahamyaham. If you just continuously merge in me, merge in the divine, all your needs and all your necessities. There are two things, yoga and shema. Bringing them to you and taking care of them with you is my responsibility. Divine says, Gita says, Krishna gives an assurance, I will manage both. How can this be? We may think, how can this be? just by surrendering to Him. How can He take care of all our needs? When He says, I will take care, it means He will activate. He will let you have the intelligence and the courage to have everything, to live everything. Now, whatever you may have acquired, you may have all comforts, but you do not know how to live. Because you continuously live according to your script, not directly relating with the reality. Only when you surrender, you know how to live with the reality. You start living with the reality. Only then, whatever you have, even your physical pleasure, physical comforts, you will be able to enjoy only when you drop your mind. If you have your mind, anything, every situation, you have a script for it. You react only according to that. You never react, you never act from your being, from your very self. Only when you drop the mental setup, which is already prepared, which is already created by the social conditioning, you will see the growth happens in you. Growth is never evolution. By evolution, how long it can happen? No, only by revolution. Evolution means slowly growing. Revolution means just surrendering. When you surrender, revolution happens in you. When you try to grow by yourself, only evolution can happen. In the process of evolution, it took 5,000 years for a chimpanzee to become a man. For a monkey to become a man, it took 5,000 years. If the same way if you grow, it is going to take another 5,000 years for man to become God. Who knows whether it is a 5,000 or 50,000? No. We cannot wait so long. So, never evolution, always revolution. Surrender your whole being. You will see the revolution starts happening in your being. Surrendering I, surrendering the mental setup, totally changes your being. It shifts you from the thinking to the energy, from mind to no mind, from mithya to nitya. Next, surrendering the mind. Here comes a big trouble. Mind means possessiveness, the things which we possess. Even we can surrender the mind, but never the possessions. We always think first is the ego, next is possessions. There is a saying in Tantra which says, your ego itself is based on possessions only. It's a strange thing, but I myself analyzed with the energy, it is true. Your ego is nothing but the byproduct of your possessions, of your mind. Whatever you think as yours, whatever you think as mine, from the possessiveness only, your mind itself originates. If you look little deep, you will be able to understand all your idea about mind only creates the idea about I. Even your mind is nothing but your possession. Even your body is nothing but your possession. So whatever you think as yours, if you think this is mine, that is mine, that is mine, that is mine, from that root only the ego starts growing. If ego is a tree, root is mine. If the tree is I, mine. From the root mine only, the I, the ego starts growing. That is why, if your wealth is growing, if your mind is growing, if your possessions are growing, you feel you are expanded. You have become solid. You become somebody. You become free. But we forget to understand by the expansion of the comforts, by the expansion of the outer things, by the expansion of the mind, by the expansion of the possessions, you have the freedom. It's not that you don't have freedom. You have the freedom. But you have the freedom to choose only your sufferings, not to choose between joy or the suffering. You have freedom. Of course, if you have more money, you can have a better car, you can have a better house, you can have a better accommodation facility, you can have better things, you can have better things, you have more choices. But choices between suffering and suffering, never between suffering and joy. If you want to have the choice between suffering and joy, it is always only by dropping the mind and I, never by possessing the mind. Till you have the idea of possessiveness, even if you are enjoying the underneath the enjoyment, underneath the joy, you will have always a deep fear. When it will be lost, you don't know. The possession, the very possessiveness, the very feeling that it is mine will not let you enjoy. You can always see. The very feeling it is mine will not let you enjoy, because you will have the fear when it will be lost, you don't know. The fear of losing it will not let you enjoy. I have always seen the man who does not have possessiveness enjoys the same object more deeply, because he will not have the fear when he will lose it. The person who continuously possesses it, person who feels possessiveness, who feels it is mine, 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 I have always seen he will be only having, never enjoying. There's two devatas, two ideologies in Hinduism. One is called Kubera, another one is called Lakshmi. Kubera means the man who possesses never enjoys. Lakshmi means the person who enjoys. Wealth has got two aspects. Wealth with possessiveness, wealth without possessiveness. Wealth with possessiveness, the Kubera. Kubera is called Yaksha. Yaksha means the man who has got but who never enjoys. He feels so satisfied in possessiveness, he never enjoys. If you see the old grandmothers, the traditional system, you can see them. They will have everything, but they will never enjoy. I myself have seen in the villages, Indian villages, one old lady, she lived some few houses next to the place where I am born and brought up. Early morning she used to always call me and tell me, please get me some tobacco leaves. I will ask her, give money, let me go and get it. I was a small boy. She used to, no, take from your father. Anyhow, my father used to give, and I used to bring the tobacco leaves and give it to her. I used to think that she is a very poor lady. So she don't have money. So I used to bring and give tobacco leaf for her. Suddenly one day she died. She passed away. When she died, and before her death, in her house there used to be a big well. Such a big well, even if the whole city, all the wells have become dry, her well will never become dry. It's a very big well. She is so possessive, she will never allow anybody to take water from that well. She will never allow anybody to take water from that well. The village doctor, for some emergency, he was in the need of necessity of water. He wants water. He went and asked her. She did not allow the village doctor to take the water. But at the time of death, only the doctor that same doctor has to attend her. That time he asked, you didn't give water, but can you carry that water now? Nothing. Even at that time, she didn't feel that she has done some mistake. Even at that time, she didn't feel that her possessiveness is something wrong. Anyhow, she died. After her death, when the dead body was removed, a box was removed from under her bed, filled with jewelry and money. Just under her bed. So much of jewelry and money, you can't imagine. This same lady, she never enjoyed. They feel so satisfied by possessing it. When they possess, they feel they are somebody. They feel secure. The sense of security happens to them by possessing. The people who are like Kubera, Yakshas, they possess but never enjoy. The idea of possessiveness will never let you enjoy the life. You feel secure only if the things are there. You can see the man who possesses, he will be continuously counting the money. He will feel more energetic by counting, not by spending. Just again and again he will count. And after counting, again he will end up, keep it under the pillow. Keep it under the bed itself. The possessiveness, he will never enjoy. The person who lives with a possessiveness of Kubera. There's another one thing, Lakshmi. Richness is Kubera, wealthy is Lakshmi. Richness means you will have, but you will never enjoy. It's a Kubera. Wealthy means you will have, not only you will have, you will tremendously live. Lakshmi is called abundance. It will be there, the wealth will be there, but possessiveness will not. You will not have the possessiveness. You will not have the sense, mine. That will not be there. When that is not there, only then you can really enjoy. You can really live the life. That is why always represented by Lakshmi, never by Kubera. Never by Kubera. Whether you are a Lakshmi or a Kubera, only you have to decide. If you surrender your possessiveness, the feeling of mind, you will be continuously joyful, ecstatic, enjoying. If you have that, whatever wealth you may have, you will have only the fear. When it will be lost, you don't know. We work to increase the height of our bed. We forget to increase the depth of our sleep. If you have the possessiveness on your bed, you will never be able to sleep because you will have the fear when the thief will come and take away, when it will be lost from you, when you will lose, who knows, the underground fear, the fear which is underneath in your mind will never let you relax, will never let you enjoy. If you have the possessiveness on your bed, you will never be let sleep. You will never be able to enjoy the relaxed mood. Whenever you drop or you come out of the possessiveness, whenever you are relaxed from the feeling of the mind, only then you will be able to live even the comforts, even the joyful life. Whenever you surrender the I to the existence, understand this one word. Never think because of you world is running, in spite of you it is running. That's the only thing. 50 years ago none of you were here. World was not running. It was perfectly running. 50 years after, none of us are going to be here. Do you think world is going to stop? No. But we always think whole world is running only on our head. There is a proverb, the old traditional proverb in India. The cat will think if it closes its eyes, the whole world will become dark. Cat has got an imagination. If he closes his eyes, the whole world becomes dark. That's why you can always see when the cat sneaks inside the house and tries to steal something, it will close its eyes. When the cat tries to drink the milk, it will close its eyes. It will have the imagination. The whole world is become dark. So when you think the whole world is running because of you, you are just like that same cat. You think if you close your eyes, whole world will be stopped. Never. It is never because of us. It is in spite of us. A small story. Once, Moore, the character whom I created to tell my stories. Moore was trying to cross a river. He was sitting in a boat. The boatman started rowing. After 2-3 minutes, he shouted towards the boatman, "Hurry up, hurry up." The boatman was also putting his best. Then after 10 minutes, he could not consist himself. He started walking inside the boat, front and back. This side and that side he started walking. After half an hour, he started running inside the boat. The boatman said, "Please keep quiet, sit silently, sit. Why are you running?" The Moor replied, No, now I have no time to sit silently. I have to go urgently. I have to hurry up. If you run inside the boat, are you going to reach earlier? Never. Whether you run or sit, the boat is going to reach only its own way, in its own time. By running inside the boat, you are never going to reach earlier. In 90% of our life, we also run inside the boat only. It will be nothing but running inside the boat. Again, once Moore was traveling in the train. He was keeping all the luggage on his head. Somebody asked, a co-passenger asked him, "Why don't you keep all the luggage down?" He said, No, it will be heavy for a train. It will be too much for the train. He doesn't know, not only the luggage, he himself is carried by the train. So understand, not only you, your whole mind, I and mind, everything is taken care by the divine. It takes care. It is taking in its own way. But we, out of our ego, keep headaches on our head, keep all the loads on our head. Ramana Maharshi used to say beautifully, the train is going, you are sitting in it. Why don't you put your luggages also on the train? At least you will have time to sleep. You will have the time to rest. Anyhow, the train is going to reach. If you carry the luggage on your head or on the train is going to take only its own time. Even if you run inside the boat or if you sit inside the boat is going to take only its own time. In Zen there is a saying, if you want anything to be done slowly, you can hurry up as much as possible. By hurrying it, you will know how to commit blunders. You may not commit mistake, but you can be sure you will commit blunders. When you rest, when you really relax, when you surrender at the feet of the divine, you will see 99% of your energy is available to you for positive creativity. Now, the whole 99% is spent only to waste unnecessarily worrying. There's a thing I read the other day in a book called How to Know God. There's a beautiful book done by a philosopher. Court of law could not prove that God exists, but more than 90% of the people believe the existence of the God. The result of their belief is their creativity tremendously improves. Their life is more joyful. Their life is more ecstatic. Their life is more flowing. Why? Because the energy which is spent in worrying is stopped. They start creating. When you surrender, when you have faith, trust in the divine, when you really relax in the name of divine, the energy which you are using, wasting in worrying will be turned towards creating. Towards positivity. I tell you, 99% of your worries never comes true. Whatever 1% comes true is always good. Is always good. But continuous worry only adds load, adds pressure to your life. When you surrender the I, your suffering is transformed into joy and ecstasy. When you surrender your mind, your richness becomes wealth. You start living your possessions. Whatever you have, you start really enjoying it. You start living. You start really feeling for the things which you have. You really feel ecstasy, joy from them. You go beyond the fear that when you may lose them. When you surrender I and mind both, when I say the surrendering of I and mind both, surrendering the whole life unconditionally. When you surrender I and mind, your whole life totally transforms, totally becomes different. The only one proof whether you are surrendered or not is you will not have worry and sufferings. If you are really surrendered, you will not have worry and sufferings. I tell you, to whom you surrender is immaterial. Don't bother. All this time I was speaking about surrender, I never spoke to whom. There is no need to whom you are surrendering. It's not at all considered. Whether you surrender to God, whether you surrender to Guru, whether you surrender to Shiva, whether you surrender to Krishna is not at all important. It has nothing to do with to whom you surrender. The very surrender has power to transform you. A small story. Once a man decided that he is going to surrender to God, to surrender to a master. But where to get the master? If he is a modern man, he would have immediately gone to the website to find how many masters are available. Of course, in olden days there is no website. So where he will go? He went to the forest and he decided, I will sit in this road. Anybody who comes in this road first, he is my Guru. I am going to surrender myself to him. He decided. Unfortunately, one thief was running towards that road, towards that forest. He jumped and caught hold of the feet of the thief and started shouting, "Oh Guru, oh Master, you have come here to save me. You are my God, I surrender my everything to you. Please take care of me." That fellow, just now he is running from the palace. He thought that some police has got him. He started shouting, no, leave me, I am not your Guru, I am not your Guru. This man says, no, I know you are the God, you have come down to save me, please don't say like that, please somehow save me. You are my God, I surrender myself to you. The thief thought, what can be done, what type of situation it is, I am caught. Then finally he said, all right, I am your Guru, now you do what I say. Sit, close your eyes, don't open your eyes till I say. Then the man said, perfectly all right. He sat, closed his eyes, sat silently. The thief thought, oh, this is the right time, he ran away. Escaped. The man who sat is sitting. One day over. Again, next day is also over. But his courage and his willpower, his decision is so strong. I know till my Guru comes, I will not open the eyes. This is a story from a Purana. It has got a beautiful meaning in it. You understand the meaning. Then Shiva appears in front of him. He gives darshan. Oh, my son, I am really pleased by your surrender. Just to respond to your surrender, to your devotion, I have come down. Please open your eyes and ask whatever you want. The man said, no, you are not my Guru. My Guru is that man who has told me to sit and close my eyes. Only when he comes I can open my eyes. I cannot open my eyes until he comes. Shiva said, hey, I am God, I have come down. You don't know he is a thief. I am God, I have come down out of compassion to you. Your sincerity, open your eyes. He said, no, whether he is a thief or God, that I don't know. I surrendered myself to him. You bring him. Then Shiva has to take his form. When Shiva took that form of the thief and told in the thief's voice, then only the man opened his eyes. Then the story goes, Shiva blessed him with a spiritual grace and everything else. The story has got a beautiful meaning. The concept. To whom you surrender, you don't have to bother. Nothing is what you don't bother about. To whom you are surrendering. The very surrender will do miracle. The very surrender has got the energy. The very surrender has got the capacity to transform you. Don't bother to which form you are surrendering. To which name you are surrendering. Nothing is required. A story from Ramakrishna's life. There used to be a Pandit who lived in the bank of Yamuna, in the river bank. Every day morning he should be supplied milk. One day the milkmaid, she came late, the person who brings the milk. So the Pandit said, what? You didn't bring milk, it is so late. I will do my regular routine if you bring like this. The maid said, no, there is a big flood in the river. That's why I am not able to make in time. The man very casually commented, what river? What flood? People cross even the ocean of samsara by taking the name of Krishna. Can't you cross this small river? Even the ocean of samsara can be crossed by taking the Krishna's name. Can't you cross the small river? The maid thought, oh, okay. She understood. She's an innocent lady. Nothing much intellectual or nothing much logical. Next day she came in time. Every day she started coming in time. After a week, the Pandit asked, how you are coming in time? How? The flood has gone. All right or what? She said, what? No, flood is coming every day. Flood is there, water is there. But you only taught me how to come now. You told that by taking Krishna's name you can walk on the river. You can cross the ocean. You can cross the river. That's what I am doing. The Pandit got surprised. First he was not able to believe. He said, how can this be? Come and show me. The milkmaid, she took the Pandit to the river and she said, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. And she started walking on the river. The Pandit, he thought, when she can do, why not me? Let me try. He went near the river and he is telling Krishna, Krishna, Krishna and started lifting the cloth. His mouth is saying Krishna, Krishna, but he started lifting the cloth and then he fell in the river, was taken away. The story says, from the story you can learn one thing, you don't have to bother from whom you are learning or to whom you are surrendering. The lady, you can see the innocent lady. She was surrendering to the idea given by the Pandit, but she has mastered it. From the person from whom you are learning or to the person whom you are surrendering is nothing to be bothered, or you don't have to bother about to whom you are surrendering, to whom you are offering. The very offering, the very surrendering has got the tremendous power to transform you. There is no need to worry about what is after, what is the side effect, what is the next effect of the surrender. Most of the time, we have, before surrendering itself, we calculate logically. After surrender, what will I do this? What will happen to that? What will happen to this? Can you logically calculate after surrender what will happen? Never. If you try to calculate, you try to project your mind beyond surrender. If you know what will happen after death, then only you can know what will happen after surrender. Because surrender and death are one and the same. When you surrender, psychologically you die. You are reborn. Can you say what will happen after your death? No. Same way, you can never imagine, visualize what will happen after surrender. If you are imagining, if you are visualizing, be very clear you are not surrendered. Somebody goes and asks a great master who lived in India, it's called Papaji. Master, how will I know whether I surrendered or not? He says, this question will disappear, then you will understand you have surrendered. This question, whether I have surrendered or not, will disappear. You will not have the very doubt whether I surrendered or not. Your whole being will be just flooded, will be just bubbling with ecstasy and joy. Just the feeling of surrendering. Just the feeling of utter relaxation. Just the feeling of utter bliss. You will not think about the next moment. You will not bother about what will happen next. You will be totally relaxed. Not only duties, from your pains, from your sufferings, even from your responsibilities. You will see the responsibilities you will be doing, your body will be doing, your mind will be doing. It is not that just because you have surrendered, you will not go to your office tomorrow morning. You will go. You will be. The body will be carrying on. Everything will be happening. But you will see an utter relaxation in your system. An utter bliss in your mind. An utter easiness in your life. When you surrender the I, an utter bliss. When you surrender the mind, the utter relaxation. When you surrender the I and mind, a beautiful easiness in your life happens. This is the scale whether to measure whether you are surrendered or not. The surrender is only word or a deed. From this scale you can measure very clearly whether surrender has happened to you or not. It is just a decision, nothing else. A conscious decision. Surrender is nothing but a clear, conscious decision. The energy which can move my body, which can move this sun, which can move this moon, which is moving this planet Earth, can't it move my life? Understand? The bread which you are eating is becoming blood. It's not a small process. If you are a doctor, then you will understand how big this process is. The bread becoming blood is the biggest industry. Still now, human beings are not successful in changing the bread. Even if you are successful, you have to create an industry which runs miles. You have to create an industry which runs miles. But such a big process is happening inside your system. 6 feet height, in such a small system, such a big process is happening. The air is taken, the energy is, the prana is separated, the air is going out, the process is happening inside. If divine can manage so much inside your body, if divine can manage so much in this universe, your life, it can verily manage. Understand, existence is intelligence. Understand, the divine is intelligence. I have always seen people asking God, oh God, please give me this, oh God, please give me that. And first thing they will ask, next thing, oh God, if you give me this, I will give you that. And Balaji is the famous God in India for bargaining. Anything, bargaining to Balaji. The third thing, they will start blaming God. I went to the temple 10 times. Every year I climbed that hill by walk, but nothing has happened. First you start praying, then you start bargaining, third you start blaming. All the three has nothing to do with the devotion. I tell you a small thing. Why you pray? You think God has got capacity to give. God has got Shakti to give. When you pray, you ask, for example, oh God, give me $1 million. You know, God has got Shakti to give. That is why you ask, otherwise you won't ask. But when you insist, oh God, give me now itself means, you believe that He has got Shakti, but you don't believe He has got Buddhi when to give. Most of our prayers, that is what it means. We believe He has got Shakti, but we don't believe He has got Buddhi. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, why not God give now itself this, now itself that? I ask them, do you believe He has got Shakti to give? Yes, Swamiji, I believe. But you don't believe He has got Buddhi to give. Am I right? They say yes. Because we don't believe that He has got Buddhi to give. We believe He is energy, but we don't believe He has got intelligence. That is what all our prayer means. When you surrender, you understand not only He has got Shakti, He has got Buddhi also. In every moment, something will be taught to you. When you surrender, you will not have anything called pain. You will have only something called lesson. There is a great lady who is devoted to Krishna. In her prayers, there is one beautiful verse. Oh God, let sufferings come from all the sides to me, to give the understanding, to give the experience that you are teaching through the sufferings. Every suffering is nothing but a teacher. I tell you 100%, every suffering is nothing but a teacher who has come to give you some more intelligence, some more understanding, to open one more dimension in your life. But we never receive anything with an open mind, a welcoming sensation, welcoming sense. We don't receive it with a welcoming sense. When you surrender, you accept, you welcome everything with a welcoming mood. Whenever you receive your pain, your sufferings, your miseries with a welcoming mood, I tell you, they will become teachers. They will become masters. In one Upanishad, death, the Yama, the master of death, is called as a guru. Death is the greatest suffering. The greatest suffering, it will be a suffering for you. If you surrender, if you welcome, the great death will become a great master, great teacher for you. Anything in your life, when you welcome with a surrender mood, it will just change its quality. It will just change its quality. Whenever you resist, anything will feel or will be felt, will be faced as a devil. Whenever you welcome, anything will be faced or felt as a divine. Devil and divine, nothing much difference. Whenever you resist, anything will be felt as a devil. Whenever you surrender and receive, welcome, anything will be felt as a divine. It is you who decide whether it is devil or divine. It's not that it is decided outside, it is decided inside. So, whenever you relax, you transform your life from Nithyananda to Nithyananda. You transform your life from suffering to surge of joy, from depression to expression, from worrying to wondering. So, let you decide consciously. Don't bother after the conscious decision, once I surrender myself, Even after the feeling, after the decision, you will have a doubt whether I surrendered or not, whether really I did or not. I tell you one thing, first decide consciously, let me surrender from this moment everything at the feet of God, at the feet of energy which runs this world. You don't even have to have some name, some form. Don't have my name, don't have my form, don't have some name, don't have some form. Then you will have again conflict. Oh, I surrender to this God, then what will happen to that God? Will that God get angry on me? Will that God trouble me? Don't worry. Just surrender to the divine energy which runs the whole world. Then, under the title, everybody comes under the title. Just surrender the energy, to the God, to the divine which runs this whole world. Whole universe, let it run my life. And then after that, naturally you have a doubt whether I did or not. Then you say, even this doubt is a gift by the divine, same divine which is running the world. This doubt is also given by him. The intelligence to surrender and to doubt my surrender, both are his gift. Let me offer my doubt also, let him take care. Offer your doubt also, then you will see the transformation starts happening. As you are. Don't think, I'll just change myself and then surrender. No. You can never do that. Surrender as you are. Consciously, totally. Whatever is in your hand, whatever mind is in your hand, whatever possession is in your hand, surrender deeply. You will see your whole being will be flooded with a new feeling, new life, new energy, new bliss. So let you surrender at the feet of the divine. Let you enter, be in the divine energy, divine consciousness. Let this surrender happen to you. Let you become eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Few minutes we'll have for question answer, then we'll depart. Tomorrow onwards we will have everyday meditation. Can you let me the title, tomorrow's title? Tomorrow's subject is from worrying to wondering. So tomorrow evening same, 7 o'clock we will have a satsang. Because today we are a little late. We are not able to have the meditation. Tomorrow we will have a discourse, question answer, then meditation, then healing. Now we will spend few minutes. If you have any questions, you can ask. Then we will go for healing. Yes.
Why did you degrade ourselves to be born as human and going through all this suffering and trying to go back to where we shouldn't have gone?
Why did?
Yes.
Why did God create it?
No, you said we degraded ourselves to come from God to be a human. I'm asking why did you do that? Because we are trying to go back to the same place where we left.
You are asking why did we do that?
Yes. How did it happen?
One thing, if you ask why did we do that, you have to ask the question, why did we do it? Because it is we who did it. Even this idea that we have degraded ourselves, we have to go back. It is just a technique to make you understand, to to push you to go inside, to understand your real nature. It is not that actually you have come down. We have forgotten that we are really the ultimate energy. We have forgotten the true nature. That is why you are reminded you have come down. You can never come down. If you are really come down, how can you go back? If you can come down from that state, even after some years you may come down again. It's not a permanent. If you can now, can't you come down after 500 years? You may. So that state is not a great thing. We have actually never come down. We are in the same state. We are continuously connected to the divine. Only thing we have forgotten. Why? The question why we have forgotten that we are divine. That question Vivekananda beautifully answers. That question cannot be answered from this plane. The question itself is asked from the logical plane. But in ultimate sense, you don't have logic. The problem, I will tell you from a small story. One man, a born blind man, went to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, can you help me to have vision?" Doctor said, "Yes, surely, I'll do an operation. You will get your eyes. After you get your eyes, you can walk without a stick." Blind people, they walk with a stick now. You can walk without a stick. The blind man said, "Doctor, I can understand you will do an operation for me. I can understand eyes back. But how can he walk without stick? How can he walk without stick? Even if I get my eyes, how can he walk without stick?" The man, because of the long practice, he started thinking the stick has become his leg. The stick is necessary for his walking itself. Same way, this man be convinced you can walk without stick after the operation? You can never convince him. You have to just do operation. When he gets his eyes, naturally he will understand he can walk without stick. There are few questions which cannot be explained, which cannot be understood unless you experience. This question also is under that category. This question, how we have forgotten our true nature, how we have degraded ourselves, how we have forgotten we are God, can never be answered. Only when you experience that state, only when you become enlightened, then you will understand how we have forgotten or how we remembered. Now, the question from this plane can never be answered. You see, in the dream state, when you are dreaming, you feel as if you have become somebody else. As if you have become somebody else. Once when you come out of the dream, only then you understand.
Today I'll share a few words about the great truth, surrender. Such a vast subject, such a great truth. To tell you honestly, there is only one thing still I continue to learn. That is surrender. There is one thing in the cosmos which you can't say you finished learning. It is unending process. As I always say that enlightenment is final but not ultimate. Sorry, it's ultimate but not final. It's ultimate, but not final, constantly happening. Surrender is ultimate, but not final. When you surrender, the different qualities of the cosmos starts expressing in you. So after some time, if you think, you become very intelligent, you can analyze the cosmos and you start holding the intellect or your understanding about life or everything. If you just hold, then from that moment, surrender stops. The expansion stops. Again, because you are stuck, sometime the cosmos will give you a strong blow again. When it gives a blow, when you don't have anything to look out, there is no solution in the outer world. Then you look in again. Again, cosmos is sitting there, smiling. Come back. Welcome back. Then you will see. You melt. The surrender starts happening again. And the highest possible intelligence and the different qualities of the cosmos starts happening again in you. And ultimate but not final, as I said. The ultimate again and again and again happens in the higher and higher dimensions. I tell you, it is the same story exactly gets repeated with masters. People come, surrender, they experience the beautiful, intense period of ecstasy and expansion. Suddenly, after a certain intellectual, emotional, being level expansion, unfortunately their intellect starts judging the very source to which they surrendered and the expansion happened. They start judging the master. And when they start judging means they are stuck with that expansion. Means the moment they lift their surrender, they hold the life, they remove the surrender, then the expansion, growth stops. They are just stuck. It's almost like having bridge which can be lifted to the other shore. First they make a bridge, that is what is surrender. Then from the master's side, so much of intelligence, energy, compassion, expansion, everything is sent to the disciple's side. When the disciple receives too much, suddenly his ego, it just starts judging the other side, the master's side. The moment you judge, the bridge of surrender is lifted. No more transportation is possible. No more receiving gifts is possible. You are stuck. But one nice thing with life is it forgives you. It waits for you. Even though you are stuck, when the sufferings happen in your life, understand, when you are stuck, whatever suffering is given to you is just a reminder. Suffering comes, and you try to solve in all possible ways the outer world, because the logic with which you judge the master is so strong, so arrogant. It tries to find its own solutions without bending, without resting, without putting the bridge again back. It just wants to say, no, I know, I'll handle, I'll do it. But cosmos is so compassionate. It gives you such a strong sufferings which can never be answered, solved by the outer solutions. Then, no other way, with a lot of reluctance, slowly you lower the bridge again. The other side, he is just sitting with a smile and waiting for your bridge to land, and he says, okay, come on, let's start the work again. Where we left, 7th lesson, start the 8th. And again the energy, expansion, ecstasy, everything starts flowing towards the bridge. through the bridge towards you, and next level of happening starts happening. Unfortunately, sometimes the disciples' side, it takes even few janmas, few births to lower the bridge, to put the bridge again. And fortunate are those who is able to put the bridge back again within few days. Intelligent are those who can understand the arrogant and cunning games of the mind and put the bridge back again and restart, refresh, reconnect with the Master, with the cosmos, so that all that flow of intelligence, expansion, ecstasy, everything starts happening. The flow becomes alive again. I tell you, fortunate are those who come back, put the bridge again quickly and start the process. Unfortunate are those who may need to wait for births and births and births. And most unfortunate are those who will wait for births, and when they put the bridge again, the Master will not be sitting there with the body. He will be without the body. He will be in the form of the formlessness, the cosmos. Then the process and the work, whole thing becomes too difficult. The difficulty becomes more. It's like trying to work with deities without having physical master. It's possible, but needs so much of intensity, takes so much of time, needs so much of tapas, means effort from your side. So naturally, the process is delayed and time is getting wasted. Again and again and again, the same cycle, same rut, people are stuck. I tell you, surrender is the one thing even an incarnation goes on learning. There is no end. Nobody can say, I surrendered. No, I am surrendering. Because every moment your logic grows, your inner space expands. The possibility of ego and surrender is again presented in front of you. And again and again and again you have to choose surrender. When you choose surrender, again one more step of expansion. A new logic is gifted to you. When that logic is gifted, when you look at the life with that logic, that energy, again the choice is given. Two roads, surrender, ego. Again you have to pick up the surrender. So every moment, again and again and again, you are given the choice. That is why I tell you, surrender is one thing. You can never say you learnt it or you did it. It has to be an happening, continuous happening. I tell you, the one lesson which even now, still now, I go on learning is surrender. So, I bless you all. Let all of us continue to learn this lesson. This is the one lesson. No master can say, I learned, I am here to teach. No. I have learned the higher parts of it. So I can share whatever I learned with you. So it is a constant learning process. It is the ultimate happening, which nobody can say, I learned it. Please understand. Whenever you learn some process, you have become master of that process. Surrender is the only process. Nobody can become master of it. Only that process can continue to be master of it. You will be continuously learning. Please understand. Any process, if you have learnt it, you have become better than, more than that process. But surrender is a process which you can't become master, or which you can't say you learnt it. It is learning. Only in surrender, the process is the master. Nobody else can be the master. Even the cosmos is lower than surrender, because even cosmos continues to expand because it is surrendered to itself, its very core, life. Cosmos has surrendered to one of its greatest dimension, life. That is why constant expansion is happening even in the cosmos. The moment cosmos judges the happening of life, the surrender bridge is lifted and cosmos will start shrinking. The expansion will stop happening. That's what we call pralaya, demolition or destruction. Then again, even the cosmos learns the lesson. Oh, I missed it. Let's put the bridge back. When the bridge is put back with the life source, with the surrender, Hiranyagarbha, again the life starts happening. Expansion happens. I tell you, nothing can say, I learned to surrender. Because it is an happening. It is an happening. It is a constant happening. So, let us all learn surrender. Learn surrender. Learn surrender. And radiate enlightenment. In the real surrender, you don't exclude anything, you include everything. You just experience the whole. 3 levels of surrender exists. One is intellectual surrender, means trusting the master's intellect is much sharper, much more than your intellect, is intellectual surrender. Next, emotional surrender, surrendering the emotions, trusting that master's emotions or the way in which he guides is much more intelligent, that is best than my emotions. Third, surrendering the very senses, very cognition, the cognition which happens inside you, surrendering the root of the cognition itself. Here, surrendering the intellect is very easy because it continuously tortures you. After some years, you have suffered enough with the intellect. You somehow wanted to get rid of it. You just surrender. Surrendering intellect is very, very easy. Just if you see somebody who is more intelligent, clear than your thinking system, you just surrender. For example, if you go to a consultant, naturally you surrender intellectually. You surrender to his ideas. If you go to a lawyer, you surrender legally. You know in that field he is more sharp than you. So you surrender to lawyer in that field. When you go to some accountant, you surrender to him intellectually as far as the accounts concerned, because he knows much more than you in that field. Intellectual surrender is easy. Same way, if you see somebody who has got more knowledge in the spiritual field, intellectually, immediately your intellect surrenders. That's not a big thing. Surrendering intellectually happens very easily. Moreover, you just wanted to get rid of it. You are finding somebody, you are finding some dustbin where you can dump your intellect. So when you find somebody, you just relax from it. Next is emotional surrender. That happens when you feel deeply connected with the Master. When you feel deeply connected with the Master. When you start experiencing one or two things, little meditation, little bit of understanding, naturally the emotional surrender starts happening. You start respecting his emotions much more than your emotions. Master's emotions means whatever he tries to guide you, whatever way he wants you to live, you start giving importance to that more than what you think as life. Slowly, slowly, he becomes the center of your life. Almost like you start respecting him more than all other emotional attachments. The priority is slowly changing. You start thinking in your emotion, in your emotional level, Master comes as a number one priority. This is what I call emotional surrender. In the emotional level, you feel connected. Next, a deep level, of course, it's a spiritual technique. Because you all heard enough of these intellectual things, these 17 days, I think now you should understand the deeper levels of techniques. Surrender of senses means even your senses will listen to what he says. One disciple asked the Rishi, Vedic Rishi, why should I surrender? What is the need? Master asks, as far as you understand as you, how do you know you? He says, through my senses. According to your senses, who are you? I am this body and mind. Master says, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. Only when you surrender your senses, only when your senses starts listening to what I say, you will see the truth of what I am explaining. According to you, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. When you surrender your senses, when you believe me more than your senses, you will experience you are God. He says, the moment you believe me more than your senses, you will understand the meaning of Tattvamasi. Master again and again represents the ideal of you are God. Please understand, again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God. Again and again, he stands for the ideal of you are infinite. There are so many dimensions in your being which you have not explored, which you have not experienced. Again and again, he is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. He is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. Master stands for your multidimensional being. He again and again shows it is possible for you. When it is possible for me, why not for you? But as long as you believe your senses, you will be sure that you are body or mind. Only when you trust Master more than your senses, you will understand Master's words are true than your senses. Then you will experience the truth of Master's words. Then when Master says you are God, suddenly you will realize, yes, that is truth. All these days, my body and mind, my senses are telling, I am body and mind. As long as you believe your senses, you will believe only their ideas. The moment you start believing the Master more than your senses, you will realize the truth which Master explains. Two persons are speaking from two stages. One side your senses, they are saying you are body, you are mind. The other side Master is sitting, he is saying you are God and you are divine. You have so many dimensions of your being. Enjoy everything, experience everything. If you are sitting there and listening, you cannot listen this. Only when you believe this, the words of the masters, more than the words of the senses, you will be able to experience the truth that you are God. You are ultimate. You are material and spiritual both together and something more. Let me tell you a small incident in Krishna's life. After the Gita, Krishna and Arjuna, both of them are going somewhere. After the war, everything is over. Maybe for a picnic, outing. Suddenly Krishna says, Arjuna, see that white color crows. Arjuna says, yes, beautiful white crows. After 2 minutes, Krishna says, no, they are black crows only. Arjuna says, yes, Krishna, they are black crows only. Suddenly Krishna asks, fool, what happened to you? When I say white, you say white. When I say black, you say black. What happened to you? What happened to your senses? Arjuna says, Krishna, I do not know what happened to my senses. But one thing is sure, when you said it is white, I saw them as white. When you said they are black, I saw them as black. I do not know what happened to my senses. I do not know what happened to me. One thing is sure, the crow is not going to give me life. You are my life. I do not know logically whether the crow is white or black. But I saw as you directed. When you said it is white, I saw it as white. When you said it is black, I saw that as black. In the inner world, the first and last tool which you need is complete surrender. Complete surrender. Only then you can wake up to the truth. You can wake up to the truth. Then Krishna says, you are right. Because you started trusting me more than your senses. If Arjuna is trusting his senses, at the most, he would have been a good warrior, good king. But because he trusted Krishna more than his senses, he has become enlightened. Here Krishna says, only when you understand all three levels of surrender, surrendering in the level of intellect, surrendering in the level of emotions, surrendering in the level of senses, only when you experience all three, the ultimate experience of surrender happens to you. I tell you, the very surrender itself is enlightenment. Don't think after surrender enlightenment will be issued to you. No. Don't think you will surrender, then you will get a paycheck through courier. Enlightened. You are enlightened. No. The very surrender, that very moment you experience the truth.
Surrender is not submission. Surrender means expressing your will 100% and dedicating your will to the higher will. Making your will in tune with the higher will. Submission means destroying your will, bending your will. That's a big difference. Let me enter into the sutras. 96th Patanjali Yoga Sutra. In 2nd chapter, 45th verse. Samadhi siddhir Ishvara pranidhanat. Let me translate this sutra. Samadhi siddhir Ishvara pranidhanat.
all the words in the sutra are technical terms. Samadhi, Siddhi, Ishvara, Pranidhanat. All four words are technical terms. All four words needs a clear new definition. Samadhi means falling in tune with the origin, Adi, the original source. Sama means falling in tune or vibrating in the same frequency. Adi means the origin. Samadhi means vibrating in the same frequency of origin, from which you originated, vibrating in the same frequency. Please understand. When you start a spiritual practice, slowly you divert from the original mood. I've seen people diverting from the original mood. When they start, the inspiration they have, the energy they have, and how they divert. In any plane, if you get back to the origin state, fall in tune, vibrate in the frequency of the origin, you will achieve the success in any plane. Here, originally, you are the leader. It is you who decided to play the game of life by expanding yourself. Getting back to that original leadership quality, the original state of leader, is what I call Samadhi. Please understand. I am translating the Samadhi word with the clarity and understanding of active spiritualism. I am not translating that word Samadhi lying down in some cave somewhere. No. Now I am introducing a new spirituality to the world, active spiritualism. Spirituality which makes you alive. So that is the reason I am translating this Samadhi word with a proper understanding, getting back to your original leadership quality. How to know whether you are progressing towards Samadhi or achieved Samadhi? You will become leader. If you have become leader of your breathing space, whatever is happening, means your life. You are growing towards Samadhi. If you become leader of the whole happening in you and your life, you have become Samadhi Siddha. You are You achieved samadhi. Samadhi means not just having altered state of consciousness, achieving the original leadership quality with which you happened. Samadhi Siddhi, ripening into Samadhi. Siddhi means ripening. That's the way I want to translate that word Siddhi. Ripening, imbibing, achieving. All these can be the different words. Ripening is the best word I'll choose. Ripening of Samadhi in you or you in Samadhi. Usually, ripening of you in Samadhi only happens, not Samadhi in you. Because Samadhi is bigger than you. You are not bigger than Samadhi. You cannot have Samadhi. Samadhi only can have you. You cannot possess Samadhi. Samadhi only can possess you. Forget about Samadhi. An ordinary, simple Kundalini awakening you can't possess. That only possesses you. That only shakes your body. You can't shake Kundalini as you want. So how can you possess Samadhi? No. Samadhi only can possess you. Samadhi can only possess you. You can only ripen in Samadhi. Samadhi cannot ripen in you. Siddhihi means ripening. Samadhi Siddhihi Ishvara Pranidhanat. The word Ishvara, please understand why Patanjali is using the word Samadhi and Ishvara together in same sutra. He could have just finished Samadhi Siddhi, Sharanagati or Pranidhanat. He is using the word Ishvara Pranidhanat. Ishvara means the ultimate experience expressing in the plane you can relate. Please understand. If you feel you are just body, the energized deity which responds to you in your plane is Ishvara. If you feel you are just a mind, the sacred scriptures which puts you in tune with Samadhi is Ishvara. If you feel you are little more than mind, incarnation who is in the body, who can just put you in Samadhi is Ishvara for you. Understand? Patanjali is using a very powerful word, Ishvara Pranidhanat. By surrendering to Ishvara, Samadhi is achieved. If Ishvara and Samadhi is one and the same, then why is Patanjali using two words? And he is not fool. Very, very intelligent person. Man who knows when to use more words and when to use less words, when not to use any words. I have not seen more intelligent person than Patanjali, especially when using words concerned. When it is a question of using words, nothing like Patanjali. Buddha went on for 40 years, so he lost sensitivity for words. I can say for every master who goes on speaking, They lose sensitivity for words, including me. I go on and on and on and on. Soon I will cross number of hours speaking any master. I think as on now, only Osho is my competition. And maybe in few years, we will cross. Because I go on and on and on. And everything is recorded. By continuously speaking, sometimes we lose sensitivity for words. But Patanjali is a guy. After all, he is a grammarian who knows how to use or not to use words. He is using two words here, Samadhi and Ishvara. Why should he use the word Ishvara? Understand, surrendering to Ishvara, you will have Samadhi. Then the word Ishvara need to be completely understood. Only then the ripening of Samadhi will happen in you. Or you can ripen in Samadhi. Ishvara means which leads you to Samadhi. If you are in the very grass plane, most of the time you are in the idea or feeling connected only to your body. Then the energized deity is Ishvara for you. Spend all your time worshipping, taking care of the deity, so that the idea that I am the body slowly moves out. Very beautifully, Ramana Maharshi answers this doubt. Somebody asked him, what is this? How can worshipping a stone, statue, metal can lead to Samadhi? He says, it is much better than constantly worshipping your body. See, if you apply the sandal paste on the stone, at least it will be there for 2 days without smelling. Apply it on your body, what happens? He says, as long as you have the illusion and delusion that you are the physical body, better also identified to as physical statue, so that your identification starts reducing. The shift in the consciousness of the first step starts happening. That is the reason still in the modern era I go on insist, inspire and establish temples all over the world. Still I insist on deities. People don't understand. If you are feeling that you are physical body, more than 51% of your time, awareness time, see when I say awareness time, the time you spend in dream state and waking state. For example, in a day, you spend 20 hours in the dreaming state and waking state. In the 20 hours, more than 10 hours, if you feel your body, please start with deity worship. Don't cheat yourself, thinking that straight away you can become enlightened. Start with deity worship. If you are feeling more time, 50% of the time, you as a mind, means all your planning, joy, suffering, past, future, everything is mental game. Your joy is also mental, your suffering also mental. It is more identity-based life, not physical-based. If your life is more identity-based, you are running around more for identity protection than the basic need. If you are not running around for basic need like a food, clothes, shelter, that does not directly affect your suffering or joy. Just the food, clothes, shelter is not a major part of your life. You don't think too much about that. The physical suffering or physical joy is not a major thing in your life. It is more a mind. You are established more in mind. Your life is more identity based. Then understand the sacred truths. Either listening to the masters or reading the sacred texts, the sacred truths expressed by the master, that is God for you. That is Ishvara for you. Another one thing, I don't want to translate the word Ishvara to God. No. The God word has been spoiled too much. Too much of meaning has been loaded into it. I don't want to translate the word Ishvara as God. No. Let me retain the word Ishvara as pure as possible without translating it into God. If your whole identity is based on mind, if your joy, suffering, existence, everything was on mind, then sacred truths, listening from the master or reading of the master's words becomes God to you. That is, becomes Ishvara to you. That is why J. Krishnamurti says, listening is God. Because all his disciples are mind-based, the identity-based. They are not locked in the body. If you are locked in the body, you can't understand J. Krishnamurti, I tell you. If you are able to understand J. Krishnamurti, you are already in the plane of the mind. For them, listening is God. Listening is Ishvara. Shravana is Ishvara. Please understand. If you are established in the physical system, physical body, then Vigraha is Ishvara. Deity is God. Surrender to deity. Worship, decorate, play around, live. That is why all the people who are connected to the ISKCON, they created thousands of temples around the world. Because people of physical nature, I am revealing some of the important secrets of all religious and spiritual movements. And I am revealing some of the important secrets to find out which technique will work for you. People who are feeling connected to ISKCON movement, God is Krishna and he is in this deity and he stays in Goloka, comes here. Whenever we worship him as Archavatara to accept our worship, the person who feels connected to this idea can never be connected to the idea of listening is God. But I can tell you, how many people are liberated through the Krishna statue? By the bhakti movements, same number of people, Krishnamurti is able to liberate just by the word. Different kind of people, that's it. J. Krishnamurti is also right. The bhakti movements are also right. Each one of them cater to the different mental setup, different kind of persons. Third, very important thing, if you are feeling you are neither body nor mind, means you have reasonless suffering, reasonless joy. You are neither in the business of physical joy, nor bothered much about identity protection. You are searching for something more. Being level personalities means if you had even one glimpse of Kundalini awakening, levitation experience, or one glimpse of spiritual truth, you are a being level person. For you, incarnation, who is vibrating in the same space of samadhi, is God. Then forget about the statues and deities, forget about the scriptures and listening. Incarnation, master, is God. Please understand. Master is Ishvara. Surrendering to the Ishvara leads to Samadhi. Now find out which type you are. If you are the type of more than 51% of your waking time, you are spending feeling your body, then deity is path for you. Till you evolve from that state. If more than 51% of your time you are spending on the identity struggle, the mental game, then listening, imbibing the great truths, or reading, internalizing is Ishvara for you. Spend all your time maximum in that. Those truths will again and again make you fall in tune with the Samadhi state. If you are the being level person, neither you are spending your time in feeling your body, nor you are spending your time feeling your identity or mind. You are just feeling something more. Then Master, who happened in the planet Earth in physical form, is God for you. Just drop everything, be at his feet, he will lead you to Samadhi. Now the fourth word, Pranidhanat, the word surrender, need to be translated. Again, the surrender word is much misunderstood in the West. Like a becoming slave. I say no. Pranidhanat is not becoming slave. Rising to that frequency is what I wanted to translate. The word Pranidhanat. I want to translate that word Pranidhanat as falling in tune or feeling connection. Please understand. When you start feeling connection, falling in tune, you attract that vibration to your vibration. I have really seen in my own life, when some devotees bring something with lot of love, it will be very small thing. Somehow even I cannot resist myself. I will just pick it up and put it in my mouth. Small sweet or some piece of cloth. I will just take it and put it on my body. It will be there on my body for continuously many days. Devoted to anything other than you, the stem cell production happens. I tell you, devotion heals you. Second thing, how the early stem cell production happens. The stem cells which become part of your organs. I saw surrender. Surrender is nothing but the devotion which became part of your biomemory. The stabilized devotion is surrender. Surrender means, see, devotion means where you and the person or the object or the space to which you are devoted, both exist. But in surrender, you say, let you exist, that's enough. Nothing else is required. I am so happy to dissolve in you. Just be lost in the sweetness which happens in my mouth when I remember you. I am ready to lose myself in that sweetness, in that joy, in that taste. Surrender makes early stem cells which becomes part of your organs. I can tell you, it may take only few months, I feel, because the stem cell research, these kind of researches are too high. So they cannot be influenced by Vaishyas and Kshatriyas. Pure Brahmanas are needed. Means the pure R&D people who can't compromise, who won't compromise. I tell you, this research will land within few months into the Vedic consciousness, and devotion and surrender, these two will be declared as one of the major pill for stem cell healing. And very soon every medical shop will start promoting these two concepts. I was putting my head on a small stone which had turmeric, all that little puja was done on that, but I did not expect it is worshipped by somebody as God. I thought maybe some, in village every stone, every tree is worshipped. In India, that's why when British put the milestones, first it was all painted in yellow. Suddenly they saw in 1 week all milestones have a fully dressed, decked with flowers, and people have started worshipping and everything has become temple. So they have to change the color. Now British had really tough time stopping the villagers worshipping the milestones, and it is perfectly shaped like a Shivalinga. That is why just bow down to this civilization. How many thousands of mistakes this civilization may have, how much backward it may be, but just worshipping everything, whether it is a stone or a tree, the ability to worship everything, it's not a joke, understand? The ability to bow down to everything, the ability to surrender to everything, the ability to trust everything. One of the greatest gifts from the Ganges civilization to the whole cosmos is the ability to surrender, the ability to worship, the ability to trust, ability to dissolve. It's the greatest gift from the Ganges civilization. There is a beautiful story, Zen story. There was a great master. His disciple also is an enlightened master, Suzuki. When Suzuki's master passed away, the disciple, his name is Suzuki, he started crying, weeping, rolling on the ground. All the other disciples came and asked, Master, what is this? You are an enlightened being. How can you cry like this? How can you weep? Then Suzuki says, if an enlightened person should not cry, get lost. I am not interested in your enlightenment. I can't be so insensitive to this situation. I am crying because I'll miss his physical presence. He can never leave me, or I can never leave him, because he became me and I became him. That is different. But physically I'll miss him. I'll miss the graceful actions of him and the beautiful conscious leela, conscious play happening around him. I'll miss him. I'll miss it. That is why I'm crying. Then another disciple is asking, then what about the teaching which you are giving all these years? Accept what is happening. Accept what is happening. Tatada, tatada, tatada. What has happened to the teaching? Have you taught this to us without you experiencing? Please understand, very beautiful truth. Just understanding can give you a very strong click. The Suzuki's reply. The disciple is asking, then have you taught this tatada, accepting what is without you experiencing? Suzuki beautifully explains, there are two levels of acceptance. One, accepting whatever is outside, the situation. Accepting the situation. Surrendering to this moment. Surrendering to tathata, what is. Surrendering to the now. When surrendering to the now happens, that does not mean you will be insensitive. You will be insensitive. When you surrender to this moment, for example, this moment that when the master is dead, he is no more in the body. It is not that you will be insensitive. It can create a strong emotions in you, accepting that also. Acceptance in the internal level, in the inner level, the second level. See, usually what we do, we try to accept the situation in the outer world. Then immediately we have a scale. If I accept, I should be behaving like this in the inner world. You don't have acceptance in the inner world. You have a scale. If I accept this situation, I should be peaceful, collective, calm, restful. You have a scale about the inner world. You accepted the outer world, means you are very moral, conscience-based, but not conscious-based. There is a big difference between just accepting the outer world happening and accepting the outer and inner world happenings. Here, Suzuki is throwing a light, new light on Tathata, acceptance. He says, Ishvara Pranidhanani, let us surrender everything unto the God. It is one spiritual quality. He is not even bothered about God, he is bothered about the surrendering, that quality. He is not talking anywhere else about anything. He says, you can use God as a tool to surrender, that's all. As a tool to surrender. As an object to surrender. That's all. He takes the complete responsibility. So, take the complete responsibility. Even surrendering with responsibility. Understand? Surrendering with responsibility is enlightenment. Responsible surrender is enlightenment. I have seen people surrendering or claiming that they are surrendered. Oh God! Even if you are caught by your enemies, you will not be tortured that much. By the pseudo-surrendering people. By this pseudo-surrendering people. They will claim that they are surrendered, and whatever right happens is their responsibility because of them. Whatever wrong happens, it is because of you. And they will not do anything more than saying word, I have surrendered, I have surrendered, I have surrendered. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, what should I do further? I tell them, what do you mean? No, whatever you say, I will do. The moment I tell something, no, I have this difficulty, that problem, this problem. Then I tell them, then tell all your conditions first. Then I will tell you the solution. They say, no, whatever you do, I will do. Whatever you say, I will do. The moment I open my mouth, they will have 1001 condition, 1001 priorities, 1000 preferences, 1001 conditions. So, Patanjali says very beautifully, take the responsibility completely on your shoulder. A responsible person, even if he surrenders, it will be so graceful, so beautiful.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat.
Purpose remained and as for the healing. And if you want to select someone meditation for you, see, among the 6 meditation, if you feel already in tune with any technique, carry the technique with you. That is the technique for you. If you have a little bit of doubt, no, Swamiji, I want to have an idea from you, then you can ask me at that time. So 5 things as per the meditation which you want to practice. If you want to take any major decisions in your life, if you want my advice, you can have, and you can get anything and give to me for energizing. You can get it energized. And what wish or the feeling, prayers to be fulfilled, really you can meditate or you can think about that at that moment. Or you can just, there is no need to tell me, actually I am not going to fulfill. I am just going to flood the energy. Whatever you think, that is going to take the energy. So, Intensely, if you think of that, that's more than enough. One thing, Saran Agati in Sanskrit. Saran Agati means the energy which continues to run your being, you surrender to that energy. Understand? When you give bread to your being, to your body, it converts the blood into blood. In machine, through machinery, if this process has to happen, they need machineries which occupies 3 kilometer length. The science says, to convert a piece of bread into blood, if they have to do mechanically, it needs the machineries which occupies the place of 3 square kilometers. Such a big work is happening in such a small body. There is an inbuilt energy, inbuilt intelligence, inbuilt mechanism which runs your body and your mind. We don't believe that energy. We believe everything else and everybody else instead of the energy which moves our life. If it can convert your blood into blood, can't it take care of itself to get its blood? It can. You have your own inner intelligence to protect yourself, to keep yourself happily, joyfully, and to grow in the further life. But you don't trust that energy. Your mind is so aggressive, so violent. To defend itself, it goes on offending everybody. When you try to defend you, automatically you offend everybody. The whole world, in all the country, they call their army as a defensive army. Then who is offending? Every country says, ours is defense army. Ours is defense army. Then who is actually offending? In course of defending, you offend. When you don't trust your intelligence, when you try to defend yourself, you continuously offend everybody. When you trust yourself, you neither defend nor offend others. You just relax into your being. Agati means the energy which makes you run. The energy which makes you move. Surrender has no way related to any master or any guru. Don't surrender it to me. I again and again tell people, don't catch my form. Surrender it to the divine energy which runs you. Understand? Surrender it to the divine energy which runs you.
Is there a connection between surrender and trust? Do those two
When the trust happens, you surrender. Till the trust happens, you don't surrender. When the surrender happens, automatically you trust. That's all. That is the connection. The surrender in English means a wrong connotation. It's like a slavery. But in Sanskrit, Saranagati means it's a real freedom. It's a step to freedom. It is step to tremendous inner freedom. When you surrender to the existence, you totally relax. First time you will experience the tremendous freedom. Freedom from fear, freedom from greed. It is the best freedom you can have in the life. You see, freedom for senses is not a great thing. Freedom from senses is the greatest thing. Saranagati means freedom from senses. So freedom is the surrender is the ultimate freedom. In the English language, surrender means it's like a slavery. You become a slave of somebody. But I don't mean, in Sanskrit, it is not the meaning. Sarana ahadi. The tension or the worry which you take up to run your life, from that you relax. The energy is moving the whole world. The energy is moving the whole universe. The energy which moves the sun, moon, and the planet Earth, and all these rivers. The energy which moves the rivers, can't it move your blood flow? It is moving. It is not even under your control. You cannot actually stop even a sneezing. Tell me, can you stop a sneezing? Already it is working. But what we think? We always think because of us world is running. Be very clear, in spite of us world is running. When you think because of us world is running, you take up your ego. When you think in spite of us it is running, you surrender.
I understand sort of, but where does the self-effort come then? You can't say that I know that the doership we have to renounce.
One thing, you see, the idea, self-effort, to surrender is the real self-effort. Now, for a long time, anything means you need to put your self-effort. Even to relax, you need to put your effort now. Because you know only in the language of doing. You do not know the language of being. Till you reach the language of being, do to reach the being. Work hard to relax. That is the thing.
Be in your natural state.
See, whatever state you are, if you feel that I am not able to relax, I am not able to accept myself, accept that you are not able to accept, that's all. Surrender that you are not able to surrender. Tell the energy that I am not able to surrender, I surrender this quality. I surrender the quality that I am not able to surrender to you, that's all. Feel every breath is surrendered. Feel every inch of your movement is surrendered. Surrender that you cannot surrender. Surrender that you are not able to surrender. Accept that you are not able to accept. Even that is the greatest step.
You said freedom from senses. Freedom from senses?
Not only freedom from senses, freedom from the whole body. It is not that senses will not run. They will run more actively, more joyfully. The sensitiveness of the senses will become more active. Now, because it is contaminated by worrying, you see, when the worrying stops, your eyes become more sharp. Your hands become more sensitive. Your ears become more alive. Your whole body becomes more vibrant. A special grace happens to your body. A special grace happens to your being. If you are continuously preoccupied, you will see even in the eyes a dullness, deadness. Just a dead body. You will be walking almost like alive dead. Alive dead are much worse than dead, real dead people. At least they don't disturb others. Dead people don't disturb others. These alive people disturb everybody. These alive dead are more or less like the ghosts. So if you surrender, your senses become more beautiful, more alive. Your consciousness will be free from your senses. Living and leaving is one and the same. If you leave your senses, you can leave your senses. If you leave your senses, you can leave your senses. Any other question? Yes.
It's just a technical question. Do we ask any questions that we have before you touch our third eye? Or
after we touch your third eye?
After. We can still think?
Yes.
And remember? We can still think and remember what we were going to ask?
After energy, is it capable of thinking or gone in there?
And one more thing, everybody invariably says, Swamiji, I wanted to ask so many things. When I came near you, I forgot everything.
Yeah.
That is a usual thing everybody says. Please don't do the same mistake. But I know after this also you will do the same thing.
Yeah.
Because when you come in the presence of energy, thoughts disappear.
Yeah.
I tell you one thing, if really you forget, means it is not worth asking. Understand that. Because it is not worth asking, it disappears. If it is worth asking, it will be alive. It will be there. If it disappears in the presence of the energy, means it is just your own mind is creating. The trouble is created by your own mind.
So if it disappears, be very clear, it is good.
Viewers sitting with us all over the world. Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, everyone. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees in Seattle Temple and Los Angeles Temple and Dallas Center who are sitting with us around the world to create the N effect. Today's subject is surrender to Samadhi. Before entering into the sutras, I'll finish answering all the questions, then I'll enter into the sutras. This is the question from Arti Desai. Swamiji, thank you so much for coming into our lives. We are so blessed to see you right in our home during the morning satsangs. I had a question for you. Sometimes when I do meditation or listen to devotional music, I feel like I'm breathing through the tip of my head. This evening, January 9th, 2011, we were at the temple during your morning message. I did not levitate, but this feeling in the head continues even after 2 hours. What is happening? Where do I stand in my spiritual journey and how do I proceed from here? First thing, please understand, breathing through the tip of the head means your samana is getting balanced. Actually, visualizing that you are breathing through the 21 points, through the 10 finger tip and 10 fingers of the leg and the tip of your head, the Sahasrara. It's a technique to balance your samana. If already you are feeling through the tip of your head you are breathing, your samana is getting balanced. Arti Desai, I can tell that you will be able to levitate within next 1 week. You are going to experience levitation within next 1 week. Continue that same breathing. Encourage that process, experience you are having. You are progressing in the right direction in spiritual journey. Here's one more question from Diana. Swamiji, I feel the N effect here in Las Vegas, which needs very much. I feel my body sway softly and I feel
My body uplifting, so peaceful. I feel I am swaying in the universe. My question is, after the N effect is over, I feel so restless. Is there something I can do to not feel so restless and fidgety? I can't seem to get it together. I honor you, Diana. In the initial few days, the mind will feel restless when you don't have that N effect because it is craving. But I tell you, do not worry. Have every day N effect in your system. When you say that I am swaying with the universe, you are right. Allow that N effect to happen every day. Maybe within 10 days, the restlessness after the N effect, which is craving for the N effect, will disappear. The N effect will continue in you continuously. This is the question from Ma Nitya Prem Tirtha, Singapore. Swamiji, can you explain in detail about N effect? How does it happen? I have spoken on this elaborately in on satsang. It's already uploaded in the YouTube. Please see that. The title is N effect. Just on that I have spoken. Maybe I'll give you the brief definition. In the presence of an incarnation master whose kundalini is completely not only alive and awake, which can awaken others' kundalini just by the mere presence. Your kundalini is also awakened. Kundalini means the extraordinary bioenergy. When that is awakened, naturally it leads you to the health, mental wellness and creativity, spiritual joy, complete fulfillment, all the auspicious things which fulfills your happening on the planet Earth. That is what exactly I define as N effect. When that happens on individual, he evolves. When that happens on a group, the whole group consciousness evolves. If it happens on a city, the whole city evolves. If it happens on a civilization, the whole civilization evolves. We are here to create that N effect on the whole civilization. I got healer's initiation from you on 14th November. I didn't levitate. I am just a beginner in meditation and yoga, but a long time worshipper of Devi. Sometimes I can feel some kind of vibration or shaking movements inside my body, but the body itself does not move. I cannot understand this experience. Is this related to Kundalini? Yes, Prem Tirtha, your Kundalini is getting awakened. So don't worry about anything else. How can I experience N effect? Now allow that Kundalini experience to settle in your system more and more. Try to be in the satsang every day morning. You will experience N effect and levitation. Please answer my question. It will be useful to many devotees who are not able to levitate but want to experience N effect. Nitya Prem Tirtha, Vijay from Singapore, please understand. Continue everyday morning satsang. Sit with the presence. You will experience N effect and levitation. Here is a long question from Sujata Chandrasekharan. You said the levitation is just a side effect of conscious breakthrough happening in one person. I feel like I already achieved that conscious breakthrough just by your blessings, teachings and scandals. Nowadays, nothing touches my inner space to put me into suffering. Actually, I am trying to grab some suffering out of something. But nothing gives me suffering even for a minute. Really, I am getting bored without suffering. Or joy. I am able to feel only the pure silence.
That is what I understand as bliss. Confidently I can say I am radiating enlightenment. Sujata, you are. No doubt, you are. Swamiji, is it possible to live like this without my biomemory getting changed by my right understanding? No. You have the right understanding. You are radiating. Whatever you described is true. It's not lie. It is based on your authentic experience. I am following you up for a long time. How you are following up the scandal around me, I am following up the scandal around you, which is body and mind and depression. How that my scandal doesn't touch me, your scandals doesn't touch you. Now, is it possible for me to get that side effect by any chance? Yes, it'll happen. It'll just happen. You will see it happens in few days. I am not craving for that candy. But if I can have that candy at least once, I may enjoy like Bole Baba. All right, let you have that candy. You will have it. If you say it can't happen to me, then I will not even have the small desire in my mind. And I will put a full stop to that thought, whether it will happen to me or not. Don't worry, it will happen. So you don't need to have the desire or have the frustration, it will not happen. Just relax, it will happen. And moreover, I am not able to accept that levitation happens only for the people who prepare their body with yoga or pranayama. No. Levitation may happen for everybody, but only people who prepare their body with yoga and pranayama will be able to hold it. Others will lose it. They will not be able to have it forever. I am seeing people levitating with big belly and big sized body. They will levitate as a blessing from my presence, but the permanent establishment in the levitation happens only if they prepare themselves through the pranayam and yoga. I just want to know the real reason for why some people are levitating too much, while some people like me are sitting like a statue. Understand, both are siddhis. If you are able to sit like a statue for hours, it is equivalent, or I can say much more than levitation. There is a siddhi called anima, lahima, mahima, karima. Anima means reducing it like an atom, reducing your body. Mahima means making it like a hill. The levitation is more easy siddhi than sitting like a hill statue. See, during Panchatapas, nowadays I am sitting only 21 minutes. Earlier, 2 hours, you would have seen, not a single movement. That is more difficult siddhi than levitation. You understand? If you are sitting like a statue, you crossed levitation. The ability to sit like statue is also equivalent or more than the levitation. So you don't need to worry. Something is wrong. So both are based on prana. Here is a question from Ajit Kumar, Toronto. Dear Swamiji, my Kundalini got awakened first week of October onwards, and I experienced heavy energy flow which was shuffling my brain continuously. It was so powerful so that I had to sit all day in a closed room. I experienced it. I had to quit my job due to this reason, and it lasted for 3 months. Now the heaviness of the flow came down and I can do other activities. My questions are as follows. When you are sending the energy through online, my energy flows starting to move upwards from bottom and feeling weightless in my body. But the levitation is not happening. You see, the moment you feel weightlessness in the body, the psychological levitation has started happening. Now it will get converted into physiological levitation within 10 days. Hence, can you please include the Samana Yoga in the upcoming NSP so that we can also practice levitation? In the upcoming NSP, I am adding Samana Yoga. I am adding Samana Yoga, the technique for teaching you the levitation. Question 2. My TPS have gone down very much and I am getting the intuitions every time. My problem is I am not getting it at proper time. Ajit Kumar, little more training is required, that's all. It's nothing but learning to drive the car. When you initially try to drive, when you learn driving, you will have a little bit of uncomfort feeling and disturbance. That's it, nothing else. Example, if I wanted to purchase something from a shop and I have to walk 10 minutes to reach there. Before I leave from my home, I'll try to get the message, but nothing will come. But when I reach the shop and before purchase, the intuition will come and tell, do not do it. If I really do not do it, is there any technique? I can develop my intuition power so that I can have it whenever I want. Ajit Kumar, again, sit in the presence in the morning. I'll see that your intuition is purified. Your intuition becomes more solid. Let me enter into the sutras. 96th Patanjali Yoga Sutra, in 2nd chapter, 45th verse. Samadhi siddhir Ishvara pranidhanat. Let me translate this sutra. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, through the sacrificing of all to Ishvara comes Samadhi. Swami Prabhupada translates as a result of devotion to God, one achieves Samadhi. By total surrender to God, Samadhi is attained. This is the translation by Swami Sachidananda. Dvivedi translates as, from resignation to Ishvara, the accomplishment of Samadhi follows. Let me give my own translation. Samadhi siddhir Ishvara pranidhanat. All the words in the sutra are technical terms. Samadhi, Siddhi, Ishvara, Pranidhanat. All 4 words are technical terms. All 4 words needs a clear new definition. Samadhi means falling in tune with the origin, Adi, the original source. Sama means falling in tune or vibrating in the same frequency. Adi means the origin. Samadhi means vibrating in the same frequency of origin, from which you originated, vibrating in the same frequency. Please understand. When you start a spiritual practice, slowly you divert from the original mood. I've seen people diverting from the original mood. When they start, the inspiration they have,
the energy they have, and how they divert. In any plane, if you get back to the origin state, fall in tune, vibrate in the frequency of the origin, you will achieve the success in any plane. Here, originally, you are the leader. It is you who decided to play the game of life by expanding yourself. Getting back to that original leadership quality, the original state of leader, is what I call samadhi. Please understand. I am translating the samadhi word with the clarity and understanding of active spiritualism. I am not translating that word samadhi lying down in some cave somewhere. No. Now I am introducing a new spirituality to the world, active spiritualism. Spirituality which makes you alive. So that is the reason I am translating this samadhi word with a proper understanding, getting back to your original leadership quality. How to know whether you are progressing towards samadhi or achieved samadhi? You will become leader. If you have become leader of your breathing space, whatever is happening, means your life. You are growing towards samadhi. If you become leader of the whole happening in you and your life, you have become samadhi siddha. You achieved samadhi. Samadhi means not just having altered state of consciousness, achieving the original leadership quality with which you happened. Samadhi siddhi, ripening into samadhi. Siddhi means ripening. That's the way I want to translate that word siddhi. Ripening, imbibing, achieving. All these can be the different words. Ripening is the best word I'll choose. Ripening of samadhi in you, or you in samadhi. Usually, ripening of you in samadhi only happens, not samadhi in you. Because samadhi is bigger than you. You are not bigger than samadhi. You cannot have samadhi. Samadhi only can have you. You cannot possess samadhi. Samadhi only can possess you. Forget about samadhi. An ordinary, simple kundalini awakening you can't possess. That only possesses you. That only shakes your body. You can't shake kundalini as you want. So how can you possess samadhi? No. Samadhi only can possess you. Samadhi can only possess you. You can only ripen in samadhi. Samadhi cannot ripen in you. Siddhihi means ripening. Samadhi siddhihi Ishvara pranidhanat. The word Ishvara, please understand why Patanjali is using the word Samadhi and Ishvara together in same sutra. He could have just finished Samadhi Siddhi, Sharanagati, or Pranidanat. He is using the word Ishvara Pranidanat. Ishvara means the ultimate experience expressing in the plane you can relate. Please understand. If you feel you are just body, the energized deity which responds to you in your plane is Ishvara. If you feel you are just a mind, the sacred scriptures which puts you in tune with Samadhi is Ishvara. If you feel you are little more than mind, incarnation who is in the body, who can just put you in Samadhi is Ishvara for you. Understand? Patanjali is using a very powerful word, Ishvara Pranidanat. By surrendering to Ishvara, Samadhi is achieved. If Ishvara and Samadhi is one and the same, then why is Patanjali using two words? And he is not fool. Very, very intelligent person. Man who knows when to use more words and when to use less words, when not to use any words. I have not seen more intelligent person than Patanjali, especially when using words concerned. When it is a question of using words, nothing like Patanjali. Buddha went on for 40 years, so he lost sensitivity for words. I can say for every master who goes on speaking, they lose sensitivity for words, including me. I go on and on and on and on. Soon I will cross number of hours speaking any master. I think as on now, only Osho is my competition. And maybe in few years, we will cross. Because I go on and on and on. And everything is recorded. By continuously speaking, sometimes we lose sensitivity for words. But Patanjali is a guy. After all, he is a grammarian who knows how to use or not to use words. He is using two words here, Samadhi and Ishvara. Why should he use the word Ishvara? Understand, surrendering to Ishvara, you will have Samadhi. Then the word Ishvara need to be completely understood. Only then the ripening of Samadhi will happen in you. Or you can ripen in Samadhi. Ishvara means which leads you to Samadhi. If you are in the very grass plane, most of the time you are in the idea or feeling connected only to your body. Then the energized deity is Ishvara for you. Spend all your time worshipping, taking care of the deity, so that the idea that I am the body slowly moves out
very beautifully. Ramana Maharshi answers this doubt. Somebody asked him, what is this? How can worshipping a stone, statue, metal can lead to samadhi? He says, it is much better than constantly worshipping your body. See, if you apply the sandal paste on the stone, at least it will be there for 2 days without smelling. Apply it on your body, what happens? He says, as long as you have the illusion and delusion that you are the physical body, better to have the ultimate state of consciousness also identified to a physical statue, so that your identification starts reducing. The shift in the consciousness of the first step starts happening. That is the reason still in the modern era I go on inspire and establish temples all over the world. Still I insist on deities. People don't understand. If you are feeling that you are physical body, more than 51% of your time, awareness time. See, when I say awareness time, the time you spend in dream state and waking state. For example, in a day, you spend 20 hours in the dreaming state and waking state. In the 20 hours, more than 10 hours if you feel your body, please start with deity worship. Don't cheat yourself, thinking that straight away you can become enlightened. Start with deity worship. If you are feeling more time, 50% of the time, you as a mind, means all your planning, joy, suffering, past, future, everything is mental game. Your joy is also mental, your suffering also mental. It is more identity-based life, not physical-based. If your life is more identity-based, you are running around more for identity protection than the basic need. If you are not running around for basic need like a food, clothes, shelter, that does not directly affect your suffering or joy. Just the food, clothes, shelter is not a major part of your life. You don't think too much about that. The physical suffering or physical joy is not a major thing in your life. It is more a mind. You are established more in mind. Your life is more identity based. Then understand the sacred truths. Either listening to the masters or reading the sacred texts, the sacred truths expressed by the master, that is God for you. That is Ishvara for you. Another one thing, I don't want to translate the word Ishvara to God. No. The God word has been spoiled too much. Too much of meaning has been loaded into it. I don't want to translate the word Ishvara as God. No. Let me retain the word Ishvara as pure as possible without translating it into God.
If your whole identity is based on mind, if your joy, suffering, existence, everything was on mind, then sacred truths, listening from the master or reading of the master's words becomes God to you. That is, becomes Ishvara to you. That is why J. Krishnamurti says, listening is God. Because all his disciples are mind-based, the identity-based. They are not locked in the body. If you are locked in the body, you can't understand J. Krishnamurti, I tell you. If you are able to understand J. Krishnamurti, you are already in the plane of the mind. For them, listening is God. Listening is Ishvara. Shravana is Ishvara. Please understand. If you are established in the physical system, physical body, then Vigraha is Ishvara. Deity is God. Surrender to deity. Worship, decorate, play around, live. That is why all the people who are connected to the ISKCON, they created thousands of temples around the world. Because people of physical nature, I am revealing some of the important secrets of all religious and spiritual movements. And I am revealing some of the important secrets to find out which technique will work for you. People who are feeling connected to ISKCON movement, God is Krishna and he is in this deity and he stays in Goloka, comes here. Whenever we worship him as Archa Avatara, to accept our worship. The person who feels connected to this idea can never be connected to the idea of listening is God. But I can tell you, how many people are liberated through the Krishna statue? By the bhakti movements, same number of people, Krishnamurti is able to liberate just by the word. Different kind of people, that's it. J. Krishnamurti is also right. The bhakti movements are also right. Each one of them cater to the different mental setup, different kind of persons. Third, very important thing. If you are feeling you are neither body nor mind, means you have reasonless suffering, reasonless joy. You are neither in the business of physical joy, nor bothered much about identity protection. You are searching for something more. Being level personalities means if you had even one glimpse of Kundalini awakening, levitation experience, or one glimpse of spiritual truth, you are a being level person. For you, incarnation, who is vibrating in the same space of samadhi, is God. Then forget about the statues and deities, forget about the scriptures and listening. Incarnation, master, is God. Please understand. Master is Ishvara. Surrendering to the Ishvara leads to Samadhi. Now find out which type you are. If you are the type of more than 51% of your waking time, you are spending feeling your body, then deity is path for you. Till you evolve from that state. If more than 51% of your time you are spending on the identity struggle, the mental game, then listening, imbibing the great truths, or reading, internalizing is Ishvara for you. Spend all your time maximum in that. Those truths will again and again make you fall in tune with the Samadhi state. If you are the being level person, neither you are spending your time in feeling your body, nor you are spending your time feeling your identity or mind. You are just feeling something more than Master, who happened in the planet Earth in physical form, is God for you. Just drop everything, be at His feet, He will lead you to Samadhi. Now the fourth word, Pranidhanat, the word surrender, need to be translated. Again, the surrender word is much misunderstood in the West. Like a becoming slave. I say no. Pranidhanat is not becoming slave. Rising to that frequency is what I wanted to translate. The word Pranidhanat. I want to translate that word Pranidhanat as falling in tune or feeling connection. Please understand. When you start feeling connection, falling in tune, you attract that vibration to your vibration. I have really seen in my own life, when some devotees bring something with lot of love, it will be very small thing. Somehow even I cannot resist myself. I will just pick it up and put it in my mouth. Small sweet or some piece of cloth. I will just take it and put it on my body. It will be there on my body for continuously many days. For example, this scarf was sent to me by Seattle devotees. All the Seattle devotees signed a card and sent the scarf which I am wearing. The moment I saw the letter, something has happened. In that card, all of them have signed. And I took this scarf and it's there on my body for last few days continuously. Seattle devotees, are you all hearing? I accept the scarf which you send and the beautiful letter with all the overflowing love. See, actually I tell you, when you surrender to Ishvara, Ishvara cannot resist you. He is not in the control. He is not a decision-making authority. When you fall in tune, when you surrender, you become decision-making authority. It is not slave. Surrender is not slavering. It is taking over the power. I tell you really. I am ruled by the people who surrender to me. Because the surrender is such, simply you fall in tune. Maybe I can translate the word Pranidhanat as active surrender, not passive surrender. Passive surrender is always throwing away the responsibility and blaming. Actually, people throw away the responsibility so they can blame later on. One guy came to me and asked, Swamiji, I am going to get married. Bless me. I know that person was in love with somebody, was having an affair. I asked, oh, the decision is made and both of you guys have decided to get married. He said suddenly, no Swamiji, not to that person, another one person. I said, why? Both of you guys are in love, I know. Why you changed the person? He said, no, I decided to marry the person arranged by my parents. I said, why? When you are in love with somebody, why do you want to go for arranged marriage? He said, no, if I go for the arranged marriage, at least after the failure, I will have somebody to blame. I can go on blaming my parents. If I myself choose, and then after a failure, I will not have anybody to blame. And I asked, what do you mean? He says, anyhow, marriage is failure, Swamiji. Anyway, it is going to be failure, this way or that way. So at least with arranged marriage, I will have somebody to blame. I can go on be blaming them. Understand, many times, you do surrender so that you will have somebody to blame. You are not bothered about the after effect. All you bothered is that you will have somebody to blame. You will not be responsible. No. Understand. That is not exactly what I call by the word surrender. Surrender, when I wanted to translate the word pranidhanat as active surrender, where your surrender is responsible, intelligent, useful surrender. I always tell people, I don't want this useless surrender. For anything you surrender, you should have ripened into that, and that should have ripened in you within next few years. If somebody has surrendered to me and still they are useless, then I become useless. No. You surrendered to the uselessness, but having my painting on it. If you surrendered to me, then direct all the energy as I am directing and make it alive. Let me ripen in you. Let you ripen in me. Then it is alive, responsible surrender. But these guys surrender by word and do all their own foolish, idiotic thing as they want and claim me responsible. Surrender is the most cunning word the disciples use to manipulate and exploit the master. So the pranidhanat, the word I wanted to translate as active surrender, responsible surrender, feeling connection, falling in tune. So fall in tune with your Ishvara. You will reach Samadhi. That is the meaning of the Soul Sutra. Have the active surrender, responsible surrender. Fall in tune with your Ishvara. As I described, find out which state you are in and surrender to your Ishvara. That will lead you to being the leader, which is original state of your consciousness and existence. This is the exact meaning of
samadhi siddhihi ishvara pranidhanat. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Nidar Kotari, visitors, viewers sitting with us all over the world, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, everyone, I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen. Listen intensely. Today's revelations about the vertical time zones not only will give you liberation after you leave the body, it can make you connect with KAILASA from now. You will start receiving the gifts from KAILASA from now. Listen intensely. The conscious conclusions you arrive forms the basis of your life. The conscious conclusions you arrive is the source of your future. From the conscious conclusions you have, your future manifests. So have this understanding and start listening. The higher vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Satya, KAILASA. The lower vertical time zones, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. In all these 14 time zones, vertical time zones, you exist. Understand that? You exist in all these 14 vertical time zones. Your conclusions, cognitions, and actions strengthen some of these 14 identity you have. I wanted to remind you from the past satsangs, revelations of Paramashiva. If you think in your life, grabbing, stealing from others is the best strategy for success,
Your identity in Patala gets strengthened. If you think the win-win is the best strategy in any deal, whether relationship or business, in every deal of your life, you also should win, other person also should win. The win-win is the most successful, long-term, peaceful, right strategy. Then, your identity in Swargaloka gets strengthened. If you feel no, giving up, Sarva Parityaga, Tyaga is the best strategy for all the auspiciousness in the life. Tyaga is the best strategy. The greatest powerfulness in the life. Then your identity in Tapoloka gets strengthened. If you feel integrity is the best strategy. Your identity in Satyaloka gets strengthened. If you feel integrity to Guru and the God is the best strategy. As I say, Paramashiva revealed many times the manifest form of Paramashiva is Guru. Unmanifest existence of Guru is Paramashiva. State of Guru is Paramashiva. Statement of Paramashiva is Guru. Statement of Paramashiva is Guru. State of Guru is Paramashiva. Avyakta of Guru is Paramashiva. Paramashiva's Vyakta is Guru. Manifest component of Paramashiva is Guru. Unmanifest existence of Guru is Paramashiva. Understand? The extraordinary powerful existence of Paramashiva in his avyakta, unmanifest, remains as Paramashiva. In his manifest, he becomes Guru. Some of the powerful cognitions I repeat, so it enters into your very core cognitions, your very being, your very core. That's the reason I repeat some of the right conclusions, the conscious conclusions you need to arrive. So let me give you the deeper truths now. Level by level, understand about your body. Be very clear. You have 14 bodies you carry. In all these 14 lokas, each loka you have one body through which you enjoy that loka, you experience that loka. Actually, the body you carry is the base from which you enjoy that loka. So the body you are carrying now in this Bhuloka, where you are sitting and listening to me, this body has only one relevance to the body you are carrying in Kailasa or the body you are carrying in Batala, the lowest and highest. The breathing which goes into you and comes out, the prana is same. The prana which goes into your body, in this body you are carrying, goes up to the body you are carrying in Kailasa and goes up to the body you are carrying in Patala. All these 14 bodies are stitched with one sutra, one thread called the prana functioning in you. Understand? These are the most subtle truths. If you start cognizing them, sitting with these powerful conclusions, you will start manifesting powers. Because they are so powerful, they manifest as powers in you. If you understand the breathing you are doing now adds prana, life energy into you, that prana from Batala goes to Kailasa through your body. Understand? Now I am wearing 1 lakh Rudraksha, little more than 1 lakh, because this 3 Gauri Shankar Mala which I am wearing is each one of them 108, 108. This 1 lakh Rudraksha, this whole 1 lakh Rudraksha is tied through a thread. Same way, the body you are carrying in all 14 lokas are tied through a thread. See, Paramashiva himself came as the greatest yogi, Arunagiri Yogishwara in my life, and he taught me this science. He gave me this truth, keeping him as the witness, bowing down to Mahaganapati. Moola Vrat Purusha, Mahaganapati of KAILASA. With the grace of Paramashiva and his own manifestation, my own Guru Arunagiri Yogishwara, I am revealing this knowledge, jnana, and giving this Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada to all of you. Understand? If you melt down in deep love with me, the feeling, connection, oneness, now what I am sharing will not be just a knowledge, it will be Shakti Pada for you. If you just listen for intellectual understanding, it will be jnana for you. I want to tell you how I used to feel when I sit with my Guru. See how you all feel your muscles expand when you work out.
When you work out in gym, how you feel your muscles expand. When you are really intensely in sexual act, when both of you intensely feel oneness, the sexual act, deeply enjoy it, how you feel your muscles are melting down. Understand? When I sit with Arunagiri Yogeshwara and listen to his revelations, literally I used to feel my very identity, my very core, my very muscles used to expand. My very identity will melt down and my very muscles will expand. What you experience in intense workout, heavy workout in gym or yoga, or when you are in intense sexual act, I experienced all those intense muscles melting, muscles rebuilding, very identity getting melted and very new identity getting rebuilt just by sitting with my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara and listening to him. His revelations used to just enter into me and alter my very identity, the body I carry, the core I experience as me used to be altered. So listen, if you are my disciple, what I am doing now to you is Shaktipada. What you go through now will be Shaktipada. Listen. Every time when I surrendered to my Guru, I felt my surrender to my Guru empowered me, not him. He did not get empowered or he did not get any power over me. I got empowered. Actually, I got the power over him. And I got empowered. When I became his puppet, I became the most powerful Parameshwara. I did not lose anything. I only gained everything. I tell you, when I started realizing this, my surrender became intense. My surrender became intense. Understand this. When I realized, my surrender became intense. If you feel your surrender empowers your Guru, you are stupid, foolish, brainwashed by the communist Naxal ideas. If you realize your surrender empowers you, I tell you, if you realize your surrender empowers you, your surrender gets more and more intense. And the higher realities opens for you. See, when you melt down just by listening to me, just now, if your whole being melts down and sit with me how I used to sit with my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, your breathing and my breathing will become one and the same, and along with my breathing, I can carry you to Kailasa and reveal all these realities into you, to you. This Shaktipada is the only way the enlightenment can be transmitted. I come and sit every day, day in and day out. We have video record for last 20 years. But before that, at least 6-7 years, we don't have a continuous video audio records, but I used to continuously do this. Whoever comes in front of me, whoever I can reach, I will go on be sharing and teaching, giving. For some people, to the intellectual level, jnana level, they will receive. Some people will receive vijnana, kind of a little more than knowledge, an experience glimpse. For some people, it gets transmitted as Shaktipada. For some people, it gets established in them permanently. So listen. You can choose any way you want. You can choose any way you want. I will go on be sharing. I'll go on be sharing. It's already 26 years over. 1994. The Yoga Pattabhishekam was done. I'm using that 1994 as an official, formal declaration done by my gurus. Otherwise, they trained me even much before, and by the time I was 10-year-old, they started putting me on the stages where I was asked to share, speak, give initiations, tell my experiences. It all started even when I was 10. I take this date, 1994, Vaigasi Visagam, because that is the date we have a evidence, paper, my own guru's handwriting, that Yoga Pattabhisheka Patra, the letter of the Yoga Pattabhishekam. Because of that, I take that as a kind of a date. Anyhow, so from 1994 now, it's almost like 26 years. Listen, 26 years, I go on sharing and I'll continue. I'm going to be in the body for quite a long time, at least this full century. I'm planning up to 200 years. At least this full century. I'm going to be in the body. I'll continue to share, reveal, understand. the earlier you can melt down and connect, the more deeper you will experience Kailasa. That's all I am trying to tell you. The more deeper you will experience Kailasa. And the conscious conclusions you arrive as power to create you just like that. It can manifest you, not step by step logically, it will manifest you magically. Because when my gurus taught me these great truths, especially Arunagiri Yogeshwara, it did not take time for me to manifest it. How much time it takes for you to manifest anger or lust? No, there's no time. The moment you are triggered, you manifest. One wrong word towards you or the one word which can hurt you. Immediately you are triggered and bus, 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 bus. You flare up. Same way, one lusty suggestion, a sexual invitation can just make you horny and your whole body, mind, everything responds, reacts. How quickly you manifest anger, lust, fear, more faster than that, you can manifest enlightenment. Enlightenment can be triggered, your consciousness can be awakened more quickly, more easily with Shaktipada. Just like a clay is made into a pot or a doll or a statue or a deity or Ganesha, I have seen my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara molding me. Just like a clay, he will, in few seconds, he will make my consciousness manifest. Every time when I surrendered to him, I felt so empowered. Because I felt so empowered, my surrender started getting deeper and deeper and deeper. That Shaktipada became my very existence. Shaktinipada became my very breathing. Listen, Shaktipada with Guru becomes your existence, when Shaktinipada with your Guru becomes your life force, life energy, simple remembrance of the Guru is enough. Your identity, body will melt and get rebuilt, like how it happens when you do the workout in gym or yoga, or when you are in intense sexual act. At those moments, how your identity gets rebuilt, your body gets rebuilt, how your muscles melt and gets rebuilt. Exactly the same, I should say with more intensity, happens just by remembrance of the Guru. Just sitting and reciting Shiva, 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 Shiva. Paramashiva manifests in you. Just reverberating yourself. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Paramashiva Parambarul, Parameshwara Parambarul, is the existence of your reality now. The prana movement happening in you, the inhaling and exhaling, this prana movement happening in you, the prana which goes inside you goes and touches. Your existence in KAILASA and goes and touches your existence in Batala. And actually understand, you don't have death. Death is just department change, especially if you are my disciple, part of the KAILASA government. It is just department change. You say, Swamiji, I worked in Bhuloka so much, give me promotion. Okay, all right. From now you work from Swargaloka, or Tapoloka, or Satyaloka. Department change, that's all. How somebody from SSJP is transferred to ASJP or
Somebody from ASJP gets transferred to Adi Kailash. Same way, you don't have death. It's all just department transfer. Nothing else. If you understand these basic truths, and if you bring these basic truths as your conscious conclusion, it infuses superpowers in you. See, listen. When you are lusty, everything looks romantic. Purpose of the flower changes. Purpose of your identity looks different. Purpose of your life becomes different. When you are terrorized, frightened, in fear, even your cognition gets so deluded. You see only in life negative things inside you, outside you, all around you. You actually not just look silly, you become silly when you are terrorized, when you are frightened, when you are shaken. I tell you. Come to the conscious conclusion, neither fear nor greed, neither honey mood nor bullying mood. When you are terrorized, you try to bully others. Neither honey mood nor bullying mood should be your core existence. Don't make decisions in honey mood or bullying mood. Make decisions in Nandi mode. Don't make decisions in bullying mode. When you are terrorized, the natural reaction will be bullying. You will bully yourself or you will bully others. When you bully yourself, you collapse you. When you bully others, you try to collapse them. So, no bullying mode, no honey mode. When I say horny, sexual horny, H-O-R-N-Y. Neither honey mode. It's not only about sexuality. Even if you are lusty for money or some luxuries, even those modes should not be your power source. Based on that, you should not be taking decisions. Understand? Listen carefully. Understand this one example, then you will understand what I am trying to convey.
Once or twice, rarely, if you eat non-veg, it's not that your whole life will be destroyed. But when non-vegetarian food becomes your lifestyle, you will collapse yourself, destroy yourself irreparably. Same way, once in a while you made some decisions when you are sexually horny or you are greedy about some luxury. Those one or two decisions will not destroy your whole life. Don't worry too much about that past or what you did and all that. But don't making decisions while you are horny, making decisions when you are terrorized as a lifestyle. That's all I am saying. When you start making decisions in Paramashanta space, you will become so productive for yourself and others. I have always seen these people who flare up. They work 10 years, 20 years and build something so hard in their life, and they just get so deluded, they don't even know what they are destroying and they just destroy stupidly. And then later on repent. But by the time it is too late, even if you repent, it's too late. I have seen many people who leaving the KAILASA, leaving the Sangha, deep delusion. Instead of breaking the delusion, they break the most valuable, precious gift given to them by Paramashiva. Life in KAILASA, life in my Sangha is the greatest gift Paramashiva can give you. And same way I have seen that positive side, when people feel the intense love, how the spiritual experience and enlightenment, transformation manifests in them. Ordinarily, people need to work 12 years for one powerful cognition to manifest. But when people feel connected to me in intense love, I can see Paramashiva manifests in them just like that. Because you are breathing, my breathing, both are connected to Paramashiva. When you feel intense feeling connection with me, you experience Paramashiva with the same intensity I experience. So, janmas of my tapas just gets infused into you. You don't need to perform all the tapas I did, all the spiritual penance I did. You don't need to perform. It's like I already built the lift. You just get into the lift and straight reach the KAILASA. You don't need to build your own lift and operate it. I have built the lift and which is successful, time-tested, foolproof. Getting empowered by the Guru is the most beautiful thing. So the powerful cognitions I wanted to convey today You don't have death. You have your identity established in all 14 lokas. Your everyday cognitions, conclusions, and your actions and reactions decide which identity you empower. Any identity you empower intensely starts manifesting that loka as your life. When you empower integrity as the best strategy for your life, Satya Loka manifests in you. That kind of people come around you. Your world literally becomes Satya Loka, integrity world. If you manifest Tyaga as your powerful conclusion, you get surrounded by the beautiful, most beautiful Tyagis. And Tapoloka manifests around you. If you manifest integrity to Guru, suddenly Kailasa manifests around you, for you, inside you. You attract such beautiful Guru Bhais around you. You manifest that kind of a space inside and outside. So many stupid, powerless, life negative cognitions not only disappear, they become irrelevant. They become irrelevant. Listen to this satsang few more times so that the powerful conclusions I am trying to convey to you will get into your system and get digested. It will become your own existence. So the Shakti Pada and Shakti Nipada will happen in you. The real enlightenment transmission will happen in you. What my Guru, Paramashiva himself has given to me will become your property also, your asset also. Will become your experience also. You will realize surrender to Guru empowers you, not him. Not him, it empowers you. Just like these Rudrakshas are all tied with one thread. This body, the body you are carrying now, and the body you are carrying in Kailasa, and the body you are carrying in Patala, all these 14 bodies are tied through your breathing. Your breathing is the thread through which all the 14 bodies are tied. The 15th one in Kailasa, it's existence. 14 lokas you have body. 15th, in Kailasa, it's more like existence. All 15 are tied through your breathing. So if you just sit with your breathing, you can reach Kailasa. If you sit with my breathing, you can experience Paramashiva now, right now. Try to sit or just lie down with this one powerful cognition. Be one with Swamiji's breathing and vibrate yourself. Shiva, 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 Shiva. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saiva. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I'll continue to expand on the 18th verse of Isavasya Upanishad. Agnena Yasubhataraye Asman Vishwani Deva Vayunani Vidvan Yuyot Yasya. For my work. Renunciation is not denunciation. Understand? In Hindu tradition, Vairagya is not Aragya. Viraga is not Araga. Renunciation is not denunciation. Maturity getting added to your desires and fears. Understand? You might have heard thousands of conspiracy theories. I give you the worst conspiracy done against the humanity is creating a fear in people about the possibility of their desires getting matured. Understand? There is a worm sitting inside that small shell. And if you frighten that worm, hey, if you become butterfly, how will you eat? Here at least your food is guaranteed. Inside the shell itself you have a food and nobody can attack you. If you become butterfly, how will you save yourself? What will you eat? I tell you, trying to suppress human beings without letting them taste off-the-grid life, is the greatest conspiracy. I tell you, all the best things India has, Sanatana Hindu Dharma has, is by the rebels who learned to live off the grid when they were young. When you are young, learn to live off the grid. The powerfulness that brings inside you. After that, even if you are hooked to the grid will be at your feet, not you will be at the feet of the grid. After that, nothing can bind you. I am glorifying all this by wearing them, not getting glorified by all this by wearing them. I am decorating the throne, not decorated by the throne. I just want to make a statement to the world. All these traditions of Hinduism need to be revived, relived, enjoyed, cherished, spread, enriched. Because this tradition taught me to live off the grid. And no society is more compassionate in the world than the Bharat Indian society, which loves, respects, reveres the people who decide to live off the grid. In any other country, if you decide to live off the grid, it is illegal. In this country, decide to live off the grid, the people will wash your feet and give you food. I am waiting for my Balasans to become 18. First batch I am sending to live off the grid. That is going to be the grand finale for my Balasans. And in the March, all the Krama Brahmacharis and Naishtika Brahmacharis are going to enjoy the off-the-grid life in March. I have plans. All the Krama and Naishtika and the Ashramites are going to enjoy off-the-grid life in March. Now I tell you, fear of your desires getting matured will stop you getting matured. Any society frightens its people about maturity will kill itself. Let more and more maturity be added. Let your desires get matured. Your fears get matured. If you are afraid of death and suddenly you are afraid of the karmas which may hit you after death, don't think you are in the same state. You have become matured. You are no more afraid of death. Only the karmas which may not come after death. Then your whole life you will not be planning for more and more locks and bigger walls. You will be planning about completion. If you are afraid of death, you will be planning for a greater and greater wall and lock. If you are afraid of the karma, you will be planning for more and more completion. So even your fears getting matured is a growth. With surrender, the first thing you will experience is your desires and fears will get matured. And they will completely disappear. That is different. That is the ultimate experience. But the moment you start practicing surrender, your desires and fears will start getting matured. Your anxiety, your fear, whatever emotions with which you are struggling, your incompletions, all this will start getting matured. You may not have incompletion with the people who are living with you or with the day-to-day life. You may have incompletion with incompletion itself, that why I am not able to complete you. That can never be equated to the incompletion you are having with the next person because she did not smile at you or he did not smile at you, they did not respond to you, they poured water on you. Your incompletion about they poured water on you is totally different than your incompletion that why still you are not able to complete. I can say here, even your incompletion and anxiety has become more matured. See, ultimately this incompletion will disappear. That is experience. But even maturity shows the growth. The moment you start practicing surrender, the first thing will happen to you is maturity in your desires, in your anxiety, in your fears, in your greed, in your everything. I tell you, live with the people who are matured. You will love the life. You will love the life. This whole prayer, you see, such matured prayer, matured surrender. If you are surrendering to somebody to save your life or to have 2 square meal, it is stupid surrender. You are becoming slave. If you are surrendering to somebody, asking for enlightenment, leading you to beyond coming and going, birth and death, that is matured surrender. Even in surrender, there is maturity. The context, understand? That is why I always insist. Some people use me only as an orphanage head. Very few use me as the head of a monastery, Guru Maha Sannidhanam. Understand? Your surrender, your fear, your anxiety, your desire, everything will get matured the moment you start practicing surrender. Surrender smokes out all your hypocrisy. It just smokes out all your hypocrisy. You simply know what is hypocrisy. You simply know why you are hypocrite. First reason why you are hypocrite is the fear implanted in you by society about your desires getting matured. I have seen people telling, oh, I am afraid to come to the ashram. I may just settle down there. Hey,
You think then we are all fools? You are blessed if your desires can get matured and you can settle down here. It's only the people whose desires were matured can settle down here. Otherwise, I have enough bhuta preta ganas to pour water on you. And kick you out. The moment you say, I'm afraid to go and attend inner awakening, I may stop drinking, it means what? Fear of your desires getting matured. It is exactly that warm feeling, oh, if I become butterfly, where will I get my food? How will I protect myself? I heard many big worms will try to eat me. Hey, just become butterfly. All these problems won't even exist in you. Making your old problems redundant, not solving. Redundant is renunciation. They just become redundant to your life. The more and more practice of surrender will more and more smoke out the hypocrisy with which you are hugging. Cuddling with hypocrisy is not cute. Understand? Hypocrisy is not cuddly bear. It is cuddy bear. Not cuddly bear. Cuddy bear means the bear going to bite you. Don't cuddle with your hypocrisy. No. Celebrate your desires getting matured. Celebrate your fears getting matured. Celebrate your anxieties getting matured. Celebrate your decisions getting matured. Celebrate your vision getting matured. You will celebrate surrender. Because in real surrender, spiritual surrender, the worm is becoming butterfly. The other day I saw a Facebook posting. A worm and the butterfly, both of them are sitting on the table in restaurant. Worm says, you have changed in 1 month. Butterfly says, yes, Nithyananda effect. Yes, Nithyananda effect. And that photo was really a lot of meaning. The worm, in front of worm, there are food items. In front of the butterfly, nothing was there. The snake form of Kundalini in Mahadeva's form denotes surrender. Understand? Each item in Mahadeva's form represents one idea, one truth. Snake represents the Kundalini Shakti, which is surrendered to Mahadeva. Or I can say Mahadeva's own Kundalini Shakti, which is under his control. Innocent surrender means you know everything about surrender, but you don't have fear. Ignorant surrender means you don't know anything about surrender. You just use that word for bargaining something. Here you can see the innocent surrender. What a matured prayer. Oh God, consciousness, may you remove all our incompletions that are obstacles on our good path of completion, beyond coming and going, birth and death. Unto you we surrender with many reverential words, because we don't know any other words. We only know the reverence we carry in our heart, and we don't know how to verbalize it. So we offer that as it is.
bowing down again and again. Bowing down again and again. Understand, when money gets added, your taste about life changes. When power gets added, your taste about life changes. When name and fame gets added, your taste about life changes. When surrender gets added, maturity happens in you. Understand, the biggest change you can have in your life is maturity. I'll explain the difference. When money gets added, you have a new desires, new way of thinking, new fears, everything, but that does not mean your old desires have gone. They become redundant. Does not mean your old fears have become redundant. When name and fame gets added, you have more desire, more fear. That does not make your old desires and old fears redundant. When power gets added, you have new desires and new things. That does not mean the old is redundant. But when maturity gets added, constantly the old desires and old fears are becoming redundant. Whatever is today your desire and fear, tomorrow it will become redundant. And tomorrow, whatever is desire tomorrow and fears you have, that will become redundant day after tomorrow. Constantly, the old desires and fears becoming redundant is what I call maturity. That is what is renunciation. Renunciation is not denunciation. It is just making old redundant. They are no more part of you. They are no more part of you. Ability to make old desires and fears redundant is the ability to keep life alive. If you have that ability, you can make disease redundant in your body, boredom redundant in your mind, suffering redundant in your emotions, pain redundant in your relationships. At one point, you will become redundant due to enlightenment. Ultimately, you will become redundant. That is enlightenment. Making things redundant in your life. Making things, places, people redundant in your life. When you mature, the people who all the time talk about share, clothes, car, bank balance, your net worth, they become redundant to you. And I have seen these stupid NRI parties. All the time these donkeys talk about only this. The moment they gather, what is a share? What's the car you are driving? How many swimming pools you have in your house? How many bedrooms you have in your house? Do you have a tennis court? Make all these people redundant in your life. And when these women gather, oh God, NRI women, sari, jewelry, kitty party, make all these people redundant in your life. When your taste changes, they become redundant. When you get matured, they become redundant. The innocent surrender where you know everything about it, you are not afraid of it. I tell you, the fear of maturity is the worst fear taught to humanity. This is the biggest conspiracy done against humanity. Attack on your body is chemical agriculture and pharmaceutical companies. Chemical agriculture and chemical medicines is the attack on your body. Overly sex and violence-based entertainment is the attack on your mind. Fear of the maturity is attack on humanity. Understand, I am neither revolutionary nor rebel, I am just evolutionary. Maybe I can.
See, this program, I just wanted to ask each one of you, how many of you found it helpful? How many of you found this really good, helpful? What is your feedback about this program? How has this helped you transform your life? We'll actually be sharing the feedback form with each one of you now. We request everyone to take a few minutes and share with us how your experience has been so far, how this program has been. Daniel Helen is saying this helps your anxiety. So glad to hear that, Mom. Take a few minutes. We are now going to be posting this feedback form in each of your chats. So I request each one of you to take a few minutes. Just keep an eye on the chat. We're going to be posting on it very, very, very shortly so that all of you can share with us what powerful transformation you have experienced. Nithyanandam, Hugo, yeah, nice to see you. Nithyanandam, to every participant that's here with us. Okay. I wanted to share with everyone. See, the best way you can experience a shift, like now you have received so much. How are we going to be taking this into our life from tomorrow onwards, right? You're going to be continuing with your life. You're going to be into this normal world with the society. Now, what can we do the best to be able to experience this powerfulness continuously inside of us? There are a few things you can do. One, there are various opportunities for you to be a part of Kailasa, where you can be a part of this grand happening, the revival of Kailasa. Okay, first, before anything else, I request all the participants, please take a moment. I think the form is posted for all of you in your chats. Take a few minutes and quickly go and fill up this form. This is to share with us how your experience has been. Daniel, don't worry. See, I understand. I'm seeing what you've written, but one thing, Ma, we are not against any religion. I understand you do not like the mental setup you brought up with. And I'm so happy that this program has helped you come out of your depression, come out of your anxiety. Please do share these powerful experiences, how it has been as a part of your feedback itself. Please post what a shift you have gotten, what kind of unique things, especially the people who have been attending continuously. What is the shift you have gotten, or do you have certain feedbacks? Do you want some things to change, some things to be, or like you're really enjoying, for example, in darshan, you really love the way how Swamiji is, the way Swamiji is radiating. What are all the things that you have enjoyed in the program? May I request all the participants to please take a few minutes and kindly fill up this form. Please take a few minutes. Okay, I'm glad to see the responses already coming in. That's wonderful. I request every participant that's sitting here with us to please fill it in.
Please feel free to share with us what your experience was, which part of the program. Of course, all of us enjoy darshan the most. Even along with the darshan, in addition to it, all the sessions throughout the program, which part did you like? What did you enjoy? And please feel free to share as well if you have any particular feedbacks that you would like to share, any particular areas that you would like to address. Please feel free to share. Take a few minutes. We request please take and head to the link and please let us know your feedbacks, your thoughts. Actually, this last 21 days, but through Paramashivoham, Swami is given one of the most conducive, one of the most amazing, I should say, like a super conscious incubator for all of us to understand, for all of us to explore, experience, and build ourselves upon these principles, the super conscious principles that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed.
So take a few minutes now. Kindly head to this link and post whatever is the experience you've had, how you enjoyed it, what are the feedbacks you're having. Please take a few minutes. I really wanted to appreciate the participants who have been giving, continuously sharing your experiences, the feedbacks, and what are the best things you're enjoying. It's so nice to see it, as well as it's really encouraging because we are implementing many of those feedbacks that so many of you are giving. So do take some time and please post it here in the form. We'll give all of you a few minutes to fill up the form. And next, as you're filling this up, we also wanted to share with all of you about some of the huge opportunities that you have to be a part of KAILASA.
In the last 21 days, we've all been experiencing the unique, we've all been witnessing the most important and unique aspects what Swamiji is opening up to each of us. Be it understanding about understanding about Hinduism, the benefits of what Hinduism is extending to humanity. Most importantly, understanding about Kailasa. What is Kailasa? Why Kailasa is needed? We have experienced, we've seen so many important aspects, like right now Samju was sharing, how Hinduism is fundamentally a life positive, life contributing civilization. Through Hinduism, Swamiji is extending to humanity, through Kailasa, Swamiji is extending to humanity Hinduism's most authentic gifts that it has to extend for all of us to have a super conscious breakthrough. There are various different aspects. Swamiji is working in the spiritual level, being level, super conscious level. In addition to all of this, establishing political legitimacy for Hinduism, reviving Hinduism, preserving the core, the seed bank of Hinduism, keeping Hinduism alive so that our future generations can enjoy. And against this backdrop, now every one of us that are enjoying, receiving these gifts, benefiting from what Swamiji is extending to the